who are not familiar with the process, the remaining witnesses will be called in turn to present their evidence in chief. That evidence will be focusing on heritage-related matters. We'll hear first from Mr. Stroud for Historic England, Dr. Mealy for the applicant, followed by Mr. Froneman for the council. That evidence will be examined by the opposing parties. Opposing interested parties, including any local residents, will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the respective witnesses. So those objecting to the proposals will have the opportunity to ask questions of those presenting the case for the applicant and the council, whilst anybody supporting the proposals will have the opportunity to ask questions of Historic England and the residents associated. Well, no, because you're not fielding a heritage witness. Okay. I may also have some questions. I don't need to say any of that. Getting through all that we must in the time available, we'll need the cooperation of advocates and witnesses alike. It would assist greatly if questions put by the advocates are clear and focused, and also if witnesses could respond directly to each question put to them in as focused a manner as possible. Starting with a yes or no, if it's that kind of a question, and then only then, if necessary, going on to qualify the answer. Attempts to evade or reinterpret difficult questions are no help to the inquiry, especially if the question has to be repeated a number of times. I did send out a first draft of a timetable. I understand that the Residents Association can't do the character and appearance session on the Wednesday afternoon, so we'll move that to the Friday, don't panic, to the Thursday. And if there is time on the Wednesday afternoon, that's when we'll just quickly cover the conditions and planning obligations. I know we covered them before in some detail when we sat previously, but there's been various iterations have gone around since then. So we just need to quickly go through the, it'll take as long as it takes, go through the latest version and also the planning obligations. Do I have final draft versions of the planning obligations yet?
We'll recirculate them. The position, though, just so that you're aware, and others who are not directly involved are aware, that the details of the 106s are complete. So it's just a question of having that session, making sure there's nothing that crops up. They sometimes do.
Yep.
And signing them, and we may be in a position to sign the agreements on our side, if you like, this week. For the purposes of Hounslow and others, we may need a short additional period, but we're there on the content.
Yep, lovely. Thank you very much. So those they'll come through today. Obviously, could I have a?
Yes.
I'm an old-fashioned kind of girl. Could I have paper copies, please?
Bonus.
I don't have any.
We'll give them to you first thing tomorrow.
Thank you. So we'll be hearing the formal evidence, the heritage evidence. Then on the Wednesday afternoon, assume it time permitting, conditions and planning obligations. Thursday, roundtable discussion on any outstanding matters relating to character and appearance. So then the inquiry will conclude on Friday with closing submissions from the Residents Association first, then Historic England, the council, and then the applicant. Following those closing submissions and pending any application for costs, I'll close the inquiry. No applications for costs were anticipated by any party when we opened, although, positions were reserved. Does anybody know at this stage if they'll be making an application for costs? Nope. Lovely, thank you very much. Just to remind you that I also have the ability to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any application has been made by the parties. That would be if I consider anyone's behaviour to be unreasonable, resulting in wasted or unnecessary costs. But I'm sure that won't be necessary. During the adjournment, it came to light that whilst all the supporting appendices and figures for the conclusions set out in the environmental statements for both applications were uploaded to the inquiry document library, some of the figures attached to the statement for the Homebase application, comprising supporting or underlying tables or drawings, may have been accidentally omitted from the electronic version of the statement which underwent public consultation. As a consequence, in consultation with myself, the decision was taken to treat the potentially missing figures as any other information as opposed to warranting a formal request for further information under Regulation 25 of the EIA regs. Nevertheless, in the spirit of the regulations, and in order to make very sure that anyone with an interest in the applications was not disadvantaged in any way, the potentially missing figures were publicised. I have the responses to that consultation, none of which raised any matters not already considered. Just before I go round to see if there's any other matters for anybody else, I know that the updated UNESCO ICOMOS guidance for impact assessment on the World Heritage Site, I know the updated version for that has now been uploaded to the library. Mr. Stroud's slides have also been uploaded to the library. Just to confirm, I understand those are just based on your evidence. There's nothing new in there. It's just easier to go through. Lovely, thank you very much. I've just seen a note this morning that Dr. Mealy has got a presentation. Does that, again, can I confirm before we accept that to the inquiry, does that just relate to existing evidence? There's nothing new in there? Yep.
Correct, ma'am.
Lovely, thank you very much. Just to confirm then, in terms of the heritage evidence, I don't need any of the witnesses to labour on the special interest or the significance of the heritage assets themselves. It's the development proposed which is within the setting. It's the contribution of setting to that significance, contribution of the appeal sites as part of that setting to the significance, and I'll hear your views on how you consider the assets the significance and the special interest of the assets might be affected in that regard. But I've got more than enough evidence, factual evidence about the interest of the assets themselves, so I don't need anybody to labour in any detail on that. So that concludes 90 mile an hour, my openings. Is there anything else that's arisen over the adjournment that anybody needs to bring my attention before we start hearing the evidence?
May I raise one point,
Yes.
ma'am? And that's just to have a brief word in open inquiry about how you would like us to deal with the revised BRE document, which, as you know, came out in June. You have the, as it was, 2011 approach in the evidence. At this stage of things, I have to say our approach was going to be not to present a whole revised set of internal daylighting assessments, particularly obviously for Homebase where it's detailed. Pretty difficult to do it with the Tesco outline, but we weren't shaping up to do that for you. And I just wanted to explore your thinking on it, really, ma'am, if I may.
Just to explain, the Homebase application was accompanied by sunlight and daylight evidence as part of the environmental statement. That was carried out under the guidance that was around at the time. More recently, during the adjournment, revised guidance has come out on how to assess daylight and sunlight impacts. So I asked the appellant particularly for views as to whether those revised guidelines are likely to have any implications for the outcome of the evidence in the environmental statement. And that's what Mr. Warren was just referring to. So I'd be interested to know if there is likely to be any difference in the outcome.
Well, ma'am,
if the
without
new
running,
guidelines were
yeah,
applied. That's really what I need to.
It's got a
to know.
two-stage thing, really, ma'am. I think there's an initial point about the approach that should be taken in cases like this, and obviously there are many where schemes were designed a while ago, obviously, and in another call-in at the moment, exactly the same broken inquiry with a big gap during which the new guidance came out. And the view that's been taken in that case is that it wouldn't be appropriate to rerun with the 2022 approach. And I refer to that one in particular because for the council in that case, Dr. Littlefair was appearing, obviously the author of both the old and the new BRE guidance, the new one just before he retired himself in June. And he was of the view, I think what we might do is just put in the statement of common ground, it's a public document from that call-in. It's the Aviva scheme in Reading, ma'am, just so that you have the heads up on that, where he sets out his view that it wouldn't be appropriate in that case to to rerun, and it should be dealt with on the basis of the 2011. So that was the approach that we were thinking of taking. He does make a comment which you might find useful. I don't know, Dr. Littlefair, I mean, at the end of that document about the extent to which it was intended that the new approach made much of a difference. So when I put that in, ma'am, you'll see what he says about that, which may help, I think. But unless, when you've seen that, ma'am, could we just quickly revisit it? But that's how we'd like to proceed in a stepwise fashion, if that's okay.
Anybody else got any comments on that?
Nothing to add. I mean, we have instructions, Madam, on behalf of the council that it wouldn't be appropriate to rerun, and we should proceed on the basis of existing guidance.
Yeah, I'm mindful that it is guidance anyway, rather than policy. Did you have any comments? No. Okay. Thank you very much. So you're going to put a note in, and I'll just have a read of that and then come back to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else? In which case, I'll hand over to you, Mr. Linus, to introduce your heritage witness. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll call Alfie Stroud. Before I do that formally, ma'am, you'll be aware that there is a set of slides that he'll be speaking to, and I just want to check that you're able to see those. We obviously have our screens, and he'll be taking the inquiry through the slides, but I'm just checking how you're going to see them.
Can they not be
I think they are going to be made available, but is it that screen that we're going to be using? Just want to check with the council.
There we go.
Okay. Are you content with that, ma'am, in terms of being able to see it? Oh, you've got that one. Very well.
My own
Thank you.
personal widescreen.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, on that happy note, I'll introduce Mr. Stroud. Are you Alfie Stroud? You have a historic built environment and heritage specialism. You have a first-class undergraduate degree in modern history and politics from Oxford University. You got a joint master's in urban studies, jointly awarded by 6 universities with the greatest distinction. You hold an MA from the University of London in history of political thought and intellectual history, and you've been an accredited full member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation since 2018. You've been providing professional advice on the historic built environment for 9 years, and in your proof you set out the experience that you've gained since there, including work at Alan Baxter and Associates company. You also completed the 2014 course Conserving and Enhancing Historic Designed Landscapes at the University of Oxford. In 2015, you joined Camden Council as a Senior Conservation Design Officer, and since then, you joined Historic England in 2020 as an Inspector of Historic Buildings and Areas for the London South East region. Are all those details correct?
That's right. It's almost 10 years now.
Thank you very much. Yes. Very well. Now, given that we have the slides, I will let you run through the slides as you think appropriate, but may interrupt you at certain points to ask some supplementary questions or to move slides on where I think we need to do that. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
I think the first thing I'd like to deal with, Mr. Stroud, you can use the initial slides if you would find this helpful. It's just a brief overview of why Historic England is at the inquiry, given it's been 6 months since we sat together.
Yeah, to remind everyone. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I don't. Oh, sorry. Okay. How's that? Helpful? Right. Remind me if that goes wrong. I won't be paying attention. Yes, sorry I don't have a cover slide, but this is sort of intended illustratively. This is view T from the pack of views before the application. Thanks. It's unusual for Historic England to object to proposals, and it's rarer still that we resist them at public inquiry. But there are a few fundamental facts about the proposals that bring us here. So first, because of their height, the proposed developments would be visible across a wide area. Second, because their height is combined with their bulk, the proposed developments would have a strong visual impact on the settings of many designated heritage assets across that wide area. And third, because of where the new height and bulk is proposed to be located precisely, right at the west end of the Golden Mile of the Great West Road, these impacts would, in many aspects, be new and different from the effect of existing tall buildings in these settings. And on top of that, many of the heritage assets and indeed those which would be most severely affected in my judgment, are exceptionally significant and enjoy the highest grades of heritage designation, World Heritage Site status, Grade 1 and Grade 2 star listed status. Some of these designations overlapping. So can we go to the next slide, please? This is a view east in Osterley Park, which is my own photo. It's in my proof of evidence. And it's, again, just illustrative, because the reason these especially significant heritage assets would be so particularly harmed by the proposed developments is that the source of their significance is as historic designed landscapes, in which the contribution of their setting was designed and carefully managed to support and express particular aesthetic and landscape ideals. Essentially, those of an apparently perfected natural world. So a sweeping, a cultivated English landscape continuing into the idyll that seems to lie just beyond the green boundary, as this photograph, I think, illustrates.
Sorry, could you just tell me again where this is taken from?
This is Osterley Park. It's roughly the position of UM, I think. M. M or O. It's not. It's in my proof of evidence, and it's M. I think. Sorry, but don't. I can check that for you. It's looking over the eastern parkland towards the site. You can see actually the lodge building on the left, which helps identify where it is. Appreciation of their exceptional qualities of significance of these designed landscapes is supported in the case of each landscape by aspects of their design setting, which are in places well preserved and for this reason rare, especially within London. Large or tall buildings do intrude at various points, but the essential design significance survives. The proposed developments would appear in the landscapes with an incongruous disruptive character and in positions that are new. Next slide. Again, sorry, my own photo, but in my proof, this is a view from the towpath next to Kew across the Sion House. The fact that the landscapes preserve these qualities within London, heading upstream of the city on the Thames, is of particular importance. This is a setting question. Kew Gardens and Sion Park each derive considerable significance from the historic design relationships of the two landscapes with one another. They're also prime artifacts of the wider Arcadian Thames landscape of royal and aristocratic retreat. This all became hugely influential in 18th century culture, nationally and internationally, and this is also a key period, the 18th century, in the development of each of these landscapes. Escaping the urban is still key to their character. The proposed developments would appear prominently in several views that have been well preserved until now and which underpin this character.
Okay, so with that introduction, obviously we're looking at images here. Can we just deal briefly about images and the photographs you've relied upon, and just explain to the inspector the approach that you've taken to visual imagery, bearing in mind we've already had the site visit?
Yeah, and you asked me about this just a minute ago. So just to say, the last two images have been my own illustrative photos from the site, but taken from my proof. But hereafter, I'm going to use the views and visualizations that are already before the inquiry, which have all I've used all of them, all the visual materials available to inform my assessments, along with my own observations from site visits. And all the other visual materials I use in the proof. I drop in a few historic images as well, also taken from my proof. For existing views, so that is those where the proposed developments aren't visualized, I use some of the wider 28mm-ish lens images submitted with the original TVIAs. As these existing views have not been reproduced as crop versions, approximating those available that would be made with a 50mm lens. Whereas the visualizations of the proposals provided for the purposes of the site visit, so that there's a pack before the inquiry which has views for the site visit, which have been cropped down from those bigger images. Those I tend to prefer when I'm illustrating the effects of the site, because I find that they better reflect the experience of the human eye on the site, as indeed was intended by the pack provided for our visit. So I use some of those and some MS environmental visualizations as well, selectively to illustrate the effect of the proposed developments that I'm describing, which, as I say, reflects the way I've used.
There's been some debate, obviously, at the inquiry a long time ago now on the MSc visualizations. Again, in the context you've just mentioned, what approach do you take to the use of visualizations, bearing in mind you've now been on the site visits?
Yeah, in all my work, I use visualizations all the time, and I use them advisedly and informedly. I'm used to using AVRs, AVR 1, 2s, and 3s. I'm aware of the difference between all of those. And so I've drawn on all the available visual evidence carefully and critically. I listened carefully to the cross-examination of Mr. Spence, so I'm aware of the issues that have been raised about some of his views. As I say, it's part of my professional work to to use these things carefully and to cross-reference with my own assessments, use it on site visits and using what I know.
Okay, thank you. Now, should we move on then to deal with next main heading, I think, looking at the slides, with Sion House and Park. And can we just run through the slides and say what you'd like to say on setting and significance, please, in Sion Park?
Yeah, can we go to the next slide, please? This is MSE View 2 without the proposed development in it, which is roughly in the same position as View AG from the applicant's pack. I'll keep it light on significance. And Sion House and Park is one of the best preserved and most notable aristocratic estates within London and preserves layers of its history reaching right back to the 15th century. Here we see the layers of the house and park, which were continuously designed especially for views from across the Thames. They have great architectural and design interest, and there are also cues in views like this to aspects of archaeological and historic interest that can be particularly associated with this riverside setting. This and Sion's historic relationship with the neighbouring royal estate at Kew have been key to the great artistic interest that it has connected to the many paintings and drawings depicting it in this Thameside setting. Many of these carry considerable art historical significance because of their artists or the ideas and the developments that they express. And the different perspectives, the varied compositions drawing on the landscape setting, the different associations implied in all the different depictions enrich this artistic interest. And they illustrate its resilient and recurring appeal through the ages and the semantic power of it as an Arcadian scene. Next slide, please. This is view 28 from the ES addendum to the Homebase scheme. So I've chosen this rather than the updated versions of this view because I want to talk about the qualities of the landscape, and I find this summer view better illustrates them. But it is before the inquiry. It was this version in which the visualization of the proposed development positioned the tower of the Homebase scheme behind the tree next to the house, which is why it was switched for a winter view, I think. I choose it here, as I say, because it illustrates the wild Brownian landscape on the riverside. So I just want to describe it quickly because it's important to explain why this as part of its setting helps us appreciate the significance. His landscape foregrounds the tidal meadow, with a lawn apparently continuing behind it, although actually the lawn is broken by a ha-ha before the house. Pleasure grounds close the landscape. Deep pleasure grounds close this view on the right side, and in those pleasure grounds is Flora's column, an 18th century eye catcher, grade 1 listed. The elaborate dome of the highly significant Great Conservatory, grade 1 listed, can be glimpsed near the house in views from this site, not in this view, I concede. And it's the house which holds the middle ground with a strikingly symmetrical battlemented silhouette and the Percy lion seen against the sky. Capability Brown's wilderness extends leftwards, which seems to close the cultivated, more open bit of the landscape. But what you're actually seeing is areas of planting of real horticultural significance, and they're layered with that judicious deployment of a kind of wilder river edge. So this is constructed. This is all part of Brown's design landscape. I know that, for example, Mr. Froneman has said that not very much of the design landscape can be discerned from here. But as I've just explained, I really disagree. It's an extremely rich view. Can I ask you actually just to flick back to the last slide? For example, in this slide, on the left, next to the very biggest tree, you can pick up the distinctive horizontal canopy of a cedar of Lebanon, which is one of the Capability Brown's absolute signature trees. So this view is already giving you a key into understanding the Brown's composition, the age of the landscape, the way this was chosen to provide a setting for the house. These views from across the river are immensely rich and important to the setting of the significance of the house and park.
And the house itself, Mr. Stroud, how would you describe its role in setting terms?
Well, it's the dominant feature, I would say, and it's the focal point in these views. Brown effectively made it the borrowed eye catcher for his landscape, which has the trees around the house and then beyond the house as an apparently extensive rural backdrop, untroubled by any sense of urban development beyond them. This is the contribution that's made by the part of the setting that would be affected by the proposed developments. The sky and the sense of a deep, layered, idyllic natural landscape, that's what would be affected. The scene continues to make its designed impression in full, and as a setting perfectly celebrates the significance of the house. It does dominate in these views, I think you'll agree. And for example, its architecturally significant military and heraldic motifs, the battlements, the Percy lion, visually signal that historically significant dynastic power of the family over the landscape. There's a lot of sort of symbolic work going on in this view. The Gillette Tower and the Homebase mast are seen at points along this stretch from where this view is taken, but they don't break the illusion. They don't disrupt the fundamental relationship of house and landscape. This is the iconic Arcadian stretch of the Thames that was referred to by the inspector in the Albany Riverside decision that he issued. And other modern large buildings lying north in this area are generally screened, or they're in a very different alignment to where the proposed development would be. So it's a really precious setting.
And just before you go on to your assessment of harm, I mean, the overall contribution of setting to significance in your view, important, unimportant, how would you describe it? Absolutely
crucial. This is a house set in a design landscape house with a collaboration of two of the most important figures of the 18th century, and then other layers of creative work by extraordinarily important architects and garden designers, and it's all still there. And we have these extremely precious views, which, as everyone knows already, have been depicted dozens and dozens of times by important artists too.
Thank you very much. If we go back to the slides, then I think you were going to still stay on Sion.
Yeah. Can we skip forward?
Can we deal with harm then, now that we've dealt with setting?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Harm.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we skip forward 2 slides, please? Yeah, that one. So, oh no. Back 1? Yeah, that one. Oh, where are we? Can you go to the summer view? Yeah, so next slide, please. That's that one. This is view AF. The proposed developments will be the first conspicuously urban development to intrude centrally in this wider composition that I've been describing. Their extensive roofline would appear mainly above the background tree canopy, and as such would compete with the house as a kind of built focus in the view. The Great Conservatory and Flores column are glimpsed, but this would be much more than glimpsed, the proposed development, and would distract from the architectural interest of all of these. And now can we skip forward, please, one? So I've used MS Environmental's view 1 here again. I acknowledge it's an AVR 2. We're not looking at the detailed architecture, but it illustrates how stretching behind and rising above the house itself, the proposed developments would disrupt perception of its architecture, and its carefully composed massing and roofline would track behind these in the view. They would impair interpretation of its archaeological interest too, because there are lots of things you can understand about archaeology that's significant in this view, and it would be interfered with. And they would undermine its artistic interest by transforming these views that are fundamentally still shared with the past masters that painted them and drew them. They would be unmistakably urban in character, the proposed developments, really disturbing, therefore, the Arcadian character and the preserved illusion of this deep view.
Okay, I mean, there are a few points raised by Dr. Mila and Mr. Froneman on how you should calibrate harm here. I'm not going to go through them all, but just deal with a couple of them, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one point that's made is that, well, if you have views of sound from this part of the towpath, any harm is going to be sort of limited by reference to the duration of the sequence of views. What view do you take on that?
We're instructed to think about harm not in terms of duration or sort of physical extent, but significance. So I'm not really concerned about the duration. It's actually quite a long duration. One of the things that the MS Environmental view shows is that it tracks along quite a length, actually, in the background of the towpath views. And so the significance of this duration is that these are the best views of Brand's landscape on the Sion side, without a doubt. This is where we see his design intention for these views and for the house as perceived beside the Thames. You know, it's not only for Sion, though, that they're significant, because this is also a stretch that the Thames Landscape Strategy highlights, part of that stretch. And it's also, as I say, I've already mentioned the Albany inspector, the Albany Riverside inspector, who talked about the iconic stretch of the Arcadian Thames. That's what we're dealing with. So duration.
Okay. And again, I hope I'm not being unfair to Dr. Mila, if I can summarize some other points that he raised in this way. Distance, motion, parallax, and mitigation through design, including proportions. Just deal with those points, please, in summary form.
Briefly, yes, distance, motion, parallax, yes. Sometimes it's called the train window effect. So it does help with visual focus in relation to nearer objects, I agree, and it's something that we're familiar with in London, walking along a terrace street with a tall building behind. The differential movement helps you distinguish the two, but that is new visual work that you're requiring of a viewer, and I think that's harmful when you're asking them to distinguish between different things in the view like that. And this effect is much less meaningful mitigation in this case, because this isn't a townscape. So in any case, we're introducing something very urban in the background. It stands out against the greenery, So if distinction is what you want, well, it's already partly provided by the urbanness in this rural character. It would behave quite differently to anything else that you might perceive in this scene, say the urban objects in Sion House itself, because it would be much deeper, and that's the reason it tracks right across. So Dr. Mealy, I think, says, I've got a quote here: "One can stand and admire the view from any point." That's at 6.43. Exactly. And the view and the proposed developments would appear in the background of this view at almost any point on the towpath. So this kinetic point, I think, I don't find very persuasive.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier the Great Conservatory as well as Flora's Column, and I don't think any party finds harm to these assets and views across apart from yourself. So again, just explain briefly, please, what approach do you say the inspector should take to the conservatory and Flora's Column? Yeah.
I don't have a slide in here to help talk to this, but in my proof, it's plate 10, page 150. I have some smaller images that I drew together to help illustrate the effect. Talking about, that's 150, if you want to turn to it.
150,
150, sorry.
Page 150 of the proof.
The Chiswick Curve inspector, thinking about Flora's Column, which is an 18th century column designed to catch views in the landscape and indeed from across the River Thames. The Chiswick Curve inspector was thinking about what kind of heritage assets might derive a lot of their significance from their setting, and he mentioned exactly eye catchers. This is an eye catcher. So it's got a very sensitive setting. It has been quite badly affected by recent developments behind it in Brentford. But Dr. Mealy says that the proposed development would appear peripheral to the focus, I think, is his reasoning for saying that there would be no harm. But that's exactly the trouble. The Flora's Column is meant to be catching the eye, not the proposed development in the view. And as for the Great Conservatory, it's grade 1 listed, 10 years earlier than the Palm House at Kew, hugely important Victorian, Georgian conservatory structure. I know you know that, sorry. I won't go into any more detail. But he calls views of it from this area decontextualized, heavily filtered. He says that you have to work hard. This is at 5.9 of his rebuttal document to catch views. Again, there is clear evidence in the visualizations of an aligned visual impact and glimpse views of the Great Conservatory from along this stretch of the river and near the Isleworth Ferry Gate at Kew, which we'll come to later. I agree that they make a limited contribution to the significance of the Great Conservatory, but what's much more important about it is all sorts of things about its structure and its function, effectively. But these views, one thing that Dr. Mealy doesn't engage with, for example, is how that significance is very profoundly connected to the work that was going on at Kew in that period, and then 10 decades later, and how the one structure is has a hugely important contextual connection with the Great Conservatories at Kew just across the river. So there is this link across the river of association. Okay. And I think this, sorry, and I was just going to mention, I think this idea that if you have to work for it, that somehow just diminishes the contribution of setting to significance. I disagree, and you'll have to work harder now because you'll be distracted by the proposed development, or you would have to, rather, if it were built.
Okay, thank you. And I think the next slide takes us to the Canaletto view, as it's been called, the inquiry. What do you want to say about the Canaletto view and the difference of approach to that, please?
Yes. So just a reminder that this was painted shortly before Brown transformed the grounds at Sion, when Bridgman's River Terrace at Kew was a very famous Georgian society location, one of the places to be seen. And this is Canaletto, the Venetian painter's perspective on this English country house, a very early moment in his British career, which was a very important phase in his career, particularly for our art history. It's also an important early artifact of the desire of the English aristocracy to see their landscapes through Italian eyes, with all the classical associations that implies. This was the age of the Grand Tour. And it's a story that was then developed. This is kind of the beginning, if you like, of a great tradition continued by Richard Wilson, J.M.W. Turner, of views of this stretch of the Thames. And they're all part of this Arcadian Thames complex of art, poetry, landscape. That was the huge and influential cultural product of the 18th century, the 18th century, particularly on this bit of the Thames in West London. Had worldwide influence. This significant Canaletto view, along with the proposed development's potential impact on it, were identified in our first letter to the applicants at pre-application advice stage. That's CD 12.1 in the document library. In response, the applicant's heritage statement presented a thumbnail of a visualization, roughly equivalent to AG, the sum of view that we saw earlier. In fact, could you, next slide, please? And in that, the heritage statement that was submitted at application stage, it dismissed that document any meaningful impact of the proposed developments in this view, and only view Y from the Scion Outlook was included in the initial TVIA. But further to our later advice, eventually it became part of the TVIA pack. So both, oh, yeah. Have I gone too far? Shall I keep going?
Keep going. If you've still got more
Because
data on that.
you asked
on
about
that view.
differences of opinion.
Yes, yeah.
Both Dr. Mealy and Mr. Furneman stress or talk about the limitations they regard about the contribution of this Canaletto view and the equivalent positions on the Thames path to the significance of Scion House and the landscapes around. Noting, they say things like, varied perspectives were chosen by, indeed, Dr. Mealy's team did a lot of work on establishing exactly which perspectives Canaletto used to produce this sort of composite painting. They say things like these were idealized or generic representations. They're just taste pictures. Dr. Mealy says none of them are real at 7.39 of his proof. Actually, I find that all of that work done by Dr. Mealy's team is very interesting from an art historical perspective. As far as I can see, it increases the artistic interest associated with this painting and the views across the river to Scion House. I mean, the fact is they and the team were drawn back to the towpath to look at the view in order to do that investigation into Canaletto's work. I find it's an increase in significance. So all of these insights depend, in fact, to a degree on being able to clearly see the form of the house in that view. The details and its arrangement. Details and differences can be revelatory about artists' working practices. So, as I say, you know, they increase significance. And as for variety and the quantity of different views, well, they increase, in my mind, this story that this whole stretch of the Thames and all of these different varied perspectives on Scion House, rather than one fixed view, is where the significance of this part of the setting, how it contributes to artistic significance to Scion House and the landscape. That variety is part of it. It doesn't detract from the importance of this view.
Okay, thank you. Now, I see from the slides that we move to the west of the house next. Shall we go there?
Yes.
Please.
Can we have the
Mr.
next
Strauss?
slide, please? This is view R. So the west of the house. To describe the significance and the setting issues here, it's a capability brand design sweeping parkland on the west side of the house, and it's in it is this very rare collaboration between Brown and Robert Adam, who were working almost contemporaneously on the house, two enormously significant figures in design in this mid 18th century period. It all has considerable special interest for that reason, particularly in the group of landscape features in the Western Parkland that we're going to talk about a lot. There's a drive down from the Lion Gate, across a bridge, across a lake created by Brown towards the house. And this carriage drive and its features are the dynamic focus of the experience of moving between the house and the Lion Gate, which works in different directions and generates varied reciprocal views through the journey. This proper design focus in the landscape, this sequence, is largely preserved by the focus is largely preserved by the tree-bounded parkland as the enveloping setting for the composition. That's the contribution of setting, keeping this focus on the designed qualities of the landscape. The whole Serpentine Lakeside is also another area of memorable design character. And north of all of this, there is this big hotel development that's been added outside the area, and that's outside the area that was designed by Brown. So it didn't land on his historic, the key parts of his historic parkland. And it's beyond that you really perceive Brentford's tall buildings, QI, and so on.
Very well.
We'll
move on then.
Yeah. Can we go to the next view? So yeah, sorry, to talk about the proposed developments a bit. This is the same view R. This is the crop site visit version. So what you're picking up here, we're standing between the Pepperpot Lodges. The Great Avenue formal axis, if you like, is off to the left, which kicks off or ends the route, depending on which way you're going. What you can see is you can pick up over the fence the distinctive colonnade of the Lion Gate in a glimpse through the trees. The Lion Gate is a very special work by Robert Adam, Grade 1 listed. It's unusually detailed with the famous Percy lion and designed for a grand effect on the boundary. It works inside and outside, and it's the draw, in effect, in the sinuous drive in one direction, and is the subject of very fine views from around the lake as well, which we're going to see. As I say, it's picked up in glimpses here from the start. And as you can see, the proposed development would be in this glimpse view, as we'll see in others, more or less in exactly the same position as the Lion Gate, as you're setting out from the Pepper Pot Lodges at the bottom of the Great Avenue. I find, and we're going to see some more views, so I won't show them all here, but I find a medium to high level of harm to this, medium high in the medium range, effectively, is what I'm saying to this very important and Robert Adam feature of the landscape. One of the key, again, eye catchers.
I think the next slide is also of Lion Gate as well. Is that the MSE
Yeah.
image?
Yeah, yes, this one. This is
Okay.
MSE View 7, which is just an attempt to capture the silhouette, I suppose, and give an indication of the massing. This is a view from near the boundary of the parkland, sort of around the end of the sinuous lake. As I say, in this case, I think the proposed development, even allowing for the architectural treatment and the articulation that would be there when you consider the architecture, would dominate effectively the Lion Gate in this view. In other views, again, that we're going to see, it would be more distracting. The previous view, for example, it's less a relationship of domination, more a relationship of distraction in that glimpse across the parkland. You're going to see the proposed development before you see the Lion Gate.
Okay, now both Dr. Mealy and Mr. Froneman do find a low level of harm, but in Dr. Mealy's case, he refers to a contrast in scale, and Mr. Froneman says it was designed to only come into view in close quarters rather than an eye catcher and longer varied views. Briefly, your response to those findings, please.
I have a disagreement of my judgment is different, knowing what I know about Capability Brown and looking at the landscape. I think he's underplaying Mr. Froneman there, the grandeur of Adam's design and the ambition for this landscape. And Capability Brown's parklands were one of the features they very frequently incorporate, is these dynamic experiences, providing delight in exploration, giving views of different sorts as you move along them. He was repurposing this Baroque Great Avenue with a sinuous flourish at the end, and these grand features that you pick up at the beginning of the view, pick up in glimpses as you move along the view, and which draw you towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If we move on to the next slide, please. It's a different view, taking in the Pepper Pot Lodges there. What would you like to say about this view, please?
This is view. Yes, sorry. This is view S. I should say. No, that's not right. It's not view S. I apologise. It is view AE in the inquiry pack. We're back at the root of the approach drive now. The Pepper Pot Lodges, you can see one of them there in this view. They are early 17th century, added by the same Percy who castellated the house. So there's this kind of architectural resemblance in the skyline, in the roofline. They link the symmetricality of the house into its park, because they're a symmetrical pair at the bottom of the Great Avenue. And so they sort of queue up the Great Baroque Avenue or terminate it, depending on which way you're moving. And they were unusually classicized by Adam. So he was working onto the existing buildings, which is unusual in his work, extra significant. And so he was ingeniously reappropriating them into the landscape sequence he and Brown had created. So what I'm trying to get at is their setting is very, very important as part of this designed landscape. The proposed development would distract from their role in structuring the landscape and from appreciation of their detail. It would be the sole tall building in some views of the Pepper Pot Lodges, for example, as you're stepping out of the porte cochere in this view. What you don't quite get from this view is the fact that there's a proper focus. You're in the Baroque axial bit. There's a sort of framed view that you're meant to look at as you head out of the porte cochere initially, and this would be the only thing outside the park in this glimpse, deepening that view and drawing your eye away from the main landscape axis. I find, on the whole, we're at a medium level of less than substantial harm because they derive so much of their significance from their role in the landscape.
I think just before we move on, the previous slide, the MSC one, I think you described this route that went from the Pepper Pot Lodges towards Lion Gate, taking in the ornamental bridge. Is there anything you want to say about the ornamental bridge?
Yes. Could we go to the next slide, please? It might be useful to see. Yeah, this is view S. At this scale, it's hard to pick up. This is a very wide view. One of the problems with the 28mm view sometimes, but you can see the ornamental bridge is in this view, just to the bottom right from the Gillette Tower. The ornamental bridge replaced an earlier bridge by Adam. It's grade 2 listed because it's by Wyatt. It's later. It's not part of the original sequence, but it is important as sort of the pivot of the carriage drive, articulating the sinuous route, and also as something that you pick up in other parts of the landscape, showing you, giving these relationships back. And as we saw on the accompanied site visit, as we were approaching the bridge from the house, the proposed developments, we saw the Gillette Tower and the Homebase mast. We could pick them up as we were approaching the bridge up the Great Avenue. We don't have a good visualization to refer to establish views around the bridge or co-visibility with the bridge. But it's clear from identifying the Gillette Tower and the Homebase mast. And for example, you'd be able to see the bridge in the MSC 7 view that we looked at of the Lion Gate. If you turn to the left, you'd see the bridge crossing the sinuous lake. So in views like that, where your eye might be drawn to the proposed development instead of considering the parkland, there's an element of distraction. And in other views, like here, it would really dominate effectively and sort of draw your eye as the proposed development above the tree line rather than looking at the features below it. I think that it's grade 2 listed. It clearly has a lot more. It's very functional. So I'd say we're at a sort of low medium level of less than substantial harm to the ornamental bridge.
Okay, thank you. Just pick up one point here, which I think applies to many of the viewpoints that are before the inquiry, where there's a proposition, I think, put mainly by Dr. Mealy, that, well, when you're looking at the proposals from here, it's part of a layer of development which defines the Great West Road, and it's clearly distinguishable as such from the park. Again, what view do you take about that approach to calibrating harm from the proposals?
Well, for one thing, at a headline level, we know when we're instructed, and it's sort of it's logical that harm that already exists shouldn't justify further harm. So if indeed there is a layered landscape in which other tall building development has broken this green boundary and shattered the illusion of a kind of extensive landscape, then we shouldn't be sort of euphemizing it as a layered landscape into which there'll just be another addition, but really looking at what harm has been done already and what distinctive harm will be done by this. And as I'm going to keep coming back to as we talk about these, the impact on Syon Park, there is something distinctive about the proposed developments, which is its position in relation to the park. It appears in different areas and in different views, in a different sector, if you like, of various views. So it is a considerable difference to the existing previous developments and any layering that might exist towards Brentford.
And if we move on to the next slide, yes, the next slide. Yes, that's view T, I think, is it?
I think that is view, yes, is that view T? Let me just double check. I don't want to give the wrong advice. Yeah, it is, it's view T,
Yes.
isn't it?
Okay, again, how does that sort of reflect the difference of view between you and Dr. Mealy and Mr. Froneman as far as the approach to be taken to a new form of impact?
Well, there's a long, not just a difference with Dr. Mealy, but also with the previous heritage advisors at the time of the application and the design of the scheme. The heritage statements submitted with the scheme advised that really the only important views were these axial views up the Great Avenue, very simple compass points, if you like, from the house. And we advised against this understanding of setting and significance in the parkland right from the start, even in our earliest letters, because it led the applicants to identify no harm to Syon at application stage from the proposals in their heritage statement, and claimed that this impact would just be undifferentiated from previous impacts of tall buildings at Brentford, even though it's in a different position and affects different views and so on, because in their minds they weren't the important views. Dr. Mealy argues for different reasons that the significant setting and experience of the Western Parkland has been diminished, but this isn't the right approach either, because the parkland is a rich brown landscape. It's his style. It's not in perfect condition. But to say that it's layered or it's been degraded already by loss of trees and so on, again, doesn't justify further harm. There's also this issue of that as part of the SIL schedule, ID 2.53 in the document pack. One of the mitigations that's proposed by the applicants is to provide a contribution for planting 20 trees in Syon Park. Well, you can't simply, if it is a layered landscape, and so we say it's a layered landscape and we just need to conceal this extra layer, strategic planting could do more harm to the proposed landscape. Restoration of the landscape has to be led by scholarship, not by reactive planting of some trees to hide a tall building. We've no evidence that this has been discussed with science gardeners, no up-to-date management plan, for example, or provision for one to guide such planting. So there's a risk of more harm there. So I think we really differ in our understanding of what the sensitivity of the landscape is to the proposed developments and what different impact it would be having to previous harms.
Yeah, one other point I think Dr. Mealy focuses on it is he thinks the scale of the parkland somehow mitigates the impact in views, and he also identifies the fact that there's been tree planting along the northern boundary, which helps give a visual definition to the park. Do you agree with those being factors which somehow temper the extent of harm?
Well, I guess there are two. Scale could mean it's really big. I mean, the bigger the landscape, the harder it is to harm, which I don't hold with. Or it could mean that the character of scale, the kind of scale as part of character, the grandness of it means that it's hard to harm. I disagree again because of the particular kind of aesthetic qualities of this landscape. As an English landscape garden, as Brand's Garden, this idea of an extensive cultivated but natural seeming parkland, which ends normally with a green boundary, which hints at a continuing natural little beyond that. And what these proposals that pop up above the green boundary do is shatter, is break that illusion of continuity beyond. And as you can see also, I just don't think that scale really mitigates this. That what you're seeing is something very different. They're hard forms, they're architectural, they are bulky, and there's a long roof line, which is distinctive and appears very different from the parkland in the foreground.
Thank you. Now, if we just move on to the next slide, please. This is view S, is it?
Yes, this is view. Yes, this is view S.
Okay. Again, how does this influence your view on where harm should be set on the scale, please?
Mm-hmm. This has the proposed developments in it. I think this comes back to what I said right in my opening. There's a new sector of setting affected. The proposed developments will have a novel and pronounced impact as tall buildings in breaking the idyllic illusion. There are buildings like the QI visible at Brentford at points when you're walking up this drive from the Isleworth village gate. But this is in a different sector, the proposed development, and they drop in and out of view, the Brentford buildings, as you move up that road. What's distinctive about this proposed development at the west end of the Golden Mile is that it would be visible along almost the entire length of this approach to the house from Isleworth village. And as I've just described, they would have a really considerable harmful effect on the design landscape character, this English landscape garden. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I think the slides then seem to move over to the other side of the river again. This is where we deal with Q.
Do you want me to sum up the harm?
Should we want to sum up the harm then?
I've mentioned the harm to the exceptional group of landscape features, Brown Adam collaboration articulating the drive from the gate. I know that there's a 2018 appeal decision that I referenced in my proof, where the inspector noted that the harm to each was greater than the harm than the sum of its parts, because of the importance of this group of landscape features that are meant to be experienced together and create reciprocal views. So we talked about the harm to those. I don't find a kind of general level of harm to all the assets in the landscape as a result of harm of all the listed buildings in that landscape, but as a result of harm to the whole landscape. Dr. Mealy says at one point that I appear to find harm to all the assets in the landscape, but there are 19 listed buildings in Syon Park and around its perimeter, and I find harm to 5 of them plus the house. So that's not true. It's a very considered judgment I made. As for the landscape itself, I find that we're at a high medium level of less than substantial harm to the landscape because of all of the impacts I've described, and on this very important sequence in the Western Parkland, as well as the views across the eastern gardens towards the house. And for the same reason, and because of all of the additional architectural and historic interest in the house and the importance of those views of the house from the Kew Riverside, we're at also at a medium-high level of less than substantial harm. To the conservation area, which takes in also lots of important things about Isleworth Village, I would say a medium level of less than substantial harm, because there's lots more going on in that conservation area in Isleworth, in which there would not be views of the proposed developments.
Okay, thank you. If we move on to Kew then.
Sorry, just to interrupt there.
Yes.
The Isleworth Conservation Area, I don't think you said anything about the setting to that and the contribution it makes to its heritage significance.
I would say that it's a conservation area of different parts. And so the setting case I would make is that, the contribution of Syon Park to the conservation area's character and appearance is much as I've described in relation to its significance as a registered park and garden. And so the setting impacts are the same, effectively, for that part of the conservation area. The setting considerations, I mean.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to Kew then, please. Mr. Stroud, we've got a sequence of slides that you moved to deal with Kew. Can you just summarise position on setting and contribution significance for the inspector, please?
Could you just flick back one slide, please, just to check? Yes, sorry, this is the first slide I wanted with Kew. Just illustratively, it's view Z from the pack, not something we look at because there's no impact from the proposed developments here, but it describes how the historic landscape garden, this historic landscape design of Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, its buildings and plant collections together form a unique testimony to garden art and botanical science. They give Kew Gardens as World Heritage its 5 attributes of outstanding universal value, of which 3 are closely related to the setting of the World Heritage Site. Those are attribute 1, the palimpsest of its hugely influential historic cultural landscape and its own garden design. 2, its iconic architectural legacy. And 4, its horticultural heritage of keynote living species and collections. Most directly concerned in this inquiry is attribute 1, the historic cultural landscape composed of a palimpsest of landscape design, which was captured in its grade 1 registered park and garden designation, which takes in the old deer park too, long before the World Heritage Site designation, much more recently. Can we go to the next slide now, please? This is a 1750 engraving, which is figure 16 in my proof, which shows Bridgman's, Charles Bridgman, who's one of the earliest very celebrated landscape designers associated with Kew. His famous terrace on the left, the Duke of Ormond's summer house on the left too, the public road and towpath on the left side of the river, and Syon House over towards the right. You can judge from the perspective we're somewhere in the area of the Syon outlook here, probably. The palimpsest has its origins, my point is, in large part in this southwestern zone of the present Kew Gardens, which is what we're particularly concerned with. There is where Charles Bridgman worked on the gardens of Richmond Lodge. He laid out a canal garden approach to the Thames opposite Syon House for Queen Caroline, and created a riverside terrace offering kinetic views of Syon, which is what we see here. Those were enjoyed inside the garden and from the road outside, as we can see. It was very celebrated in its day. The physical features of attribute 1 of OUV identified in the management plan, World Heritage Site Management Plan, include archaeology, a lot of which is present in this area, the area that we're all concerned with. Yet neither the applicant nor the council's consultants engage with that aspect of the landscape palimpsest. Kew's historic relationship with the Thames is essential to this attribute of its OUV. And the palimpsest is especially richly layered in its orientation outwards towards Kew's cultural and environmental setting on the riverside, and particularly in relation to its association with Syon Park, visual and historic and cultural. The very first sentence of the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value says, the very first sentence, set amongst a series of parks and estates along the River Thames southwestern reaches, this historic landscape garden includes work by internationally renowned landscape architects Bridgman, here, Kent, probably here too, Chambers, Capability Brown, and Nesfield, illustrating significant periods in garden design from the 18th to the 20th centuries. Bridgman's gardens were among the foundations of the Arcadian Thames, so reaching, right along from Kew to Hampton, as the landscape strategy says. And the influence of this extended landscape on art and poetry fed back into the landscape gardening and architecture. It was a sort of reciprocal relationship, and achieved world influence through the work of designers, Brown, but also painters like Richard Wilson, James W. Turner. It has world influence, hence World Heritage Site status in part. So Kew Gardens' integral setting amongst the parks and estates of the Arcadian Thames is experienced right along its riverside edge, inside and outside its boundary, and it has always been like that. Let's go to the next slide, please. The buffer zone takes in essential historical and environmental setting relationships and directs our attention to the surroundings essential to OUV. These are the spatial arrangements pertinent to the added layer of protection for the World Heritage Site that the operational guidelines, which is document 1034 in the core documents, tell us that the buffer zone provides an added layer of protection. Can we have the next slide, please? This is George III's 1760 sketch, which is figure 8 in my appendix 13. Kew's setting contributes to its OUV by providing visual and physical relationships westwards over the River Thames and to the wider Arcadian landscape beyond, including the designed relationships with Syon Park, which enables modern visitors to appreciate the Rus in Urbe that Kew Gardens provides and to see the landscape through a similar lens as the historic designers who worked there and their royal patrons, as in this case. Brown replaced Bridgman's celebrated riverside terrace, which we just saw, with an extended lawn, and mirrored the ha-ha he'd already built at Syon to boldly borrow the Thames right into the Kew landscape. His intention was to visually elide the boundaries between the two, making the Thames the great water feature of his landscape, making one extended Arcadian riverside landscape, enjoying signature illusion of rural isolation from London. Next slide, please. Here is a 1795 print after Farrington's view. It's figure 15 in my appendix 13. Today, the riverside and woodland walks, but most of all, the Thames path on the towpath, are the closest available kinetic experience to the extensive 18th century Arcadian river landscape that was made for promenading and roaming. As the management plan states, all the phases of the World Heritage Site's landscape design since the 18th century have been dynamic in their intention, places to move around, explore, and to have experiences within. The World Heritage Site is, and always was, intended to be experienced in a mobile manner and not through a series of fixed views or viewpoints. In the 1840s, then William Nesfield was the chief landscape designer in the project of gradually turning the combined royal estates of Richmond and Kew into a national botanic garden. Attribute 2, the iconic architectural legacy, and attribute 4, horticultural heritage of species and collections, were particularly developed in this period upon earlier foundations when those attributes are really sourced. Next slide, please. This is view Y from the Syon Outlook. Nesfield's biggest landscape intervention overlaid a new national arboretum, part of that attribute 4 horticultural heritage, onto Brown's landscape to form a more structured garden, composing planned vistas for curating the kinetic experience, not just visual, of the horticultural collections and setting botanical buildings such as the new Palm House, Grade 1 listed, which followed by 10 years the important early iron and glass conservatory, Great Conservatory at Syon, which we were talking about. At the riverside end of the Syon Vista, Kew's unique formal outward-facing view is towards the Arcadian Thames and the lawn of the Syon Outlook, from the lawn of the Syon Outlook towards Syon House, sorry. In this fragment, which apparently tries to incorporate a sort of Brownian element as a climactic feature of the Victorian gardens, we can see how Brown's device of the lawn and ha-ha function to visually unite the two landscapes. However, the impression he really intended of the sweeping Thames as a water feature, as the perceived with its long curving banks on both sides, open up and down, is not really available here anymore. Nesfield had been constrained by the private grounds of the Queen's Cottage Royal Enclosure to the south and somewhat by the creep of industrial Brentford to the north, and then planting around the arboretum planting around the arboretum along the riverbanks, sorry, forgive me, I lost my place, has incrementally grown ever since then, particularly to screen Brentford to the north, and as part more recently of Kew's less managed natural area to the south. So that's gradually increased this contrast of the open lawn at the Syon Outlook with the rest of the gardens. Cover has also increased on the Syon side, of course. We go to the next slide, please. where, as we've already heard, in especially the arboricultural evidence, the proposed developments will be screened by different groups of trees and vegetation north of Sion House on the other side of the bank.
Okay. Just want to pick up a point on this and the structure of this view. Dr. Mealy, I think in his rebuttal, builds up an argument about the sort of theatrical composition of the riverside landscape here, and he goes on to argue that, well, it's the Sion Vista as the seating area for the audience where you experience the structured relationship, and effectively not anywhere else. And that's plainly informed his approach to assessing whether there's any harm to OUV. What approach do you take to this composition point, as well as the Sion Vista as the seating area for the audience and the implications of that?
I've just talked about how the kind of extra definition of the Sion lawn as this kind of volume in the landscape is quite a recent development. So I think Dr. Mealy's metaphor is anachronistic, essentially. The Sion Vista was invented in the 1840s. The Sion lawn and the outlook are even later, as I say, only recently gained such definition. And Brown designed actually a much larger riverside landscape as a setting for Sion House in the 1750s and 60s. And then subsequently on the quay side provided a much more extensive sequence of views for it as well. So I don't think the metaphor works here for either understanding Brown's composition on either side of the river. And actually because, as I say, both landscapes and even Nesfield's long Sion Vista were meant to be experienced kinetically, not as a kind of seated auditorium experience. Mr. Froneman, I think, agrees more with my point of view. He notes that Brown's landscape there was no designed vantage point at what is today the Sion outlook. Rather, it seems to him, he says that Brown would have intended Sion House to have been encountered in a kinetic experience. And this the shallow structure of the landscape that Dr. Mealy seems to be pointing to, auditorium and then a kind of stage scene, proscenium arch, and action all on this little stage, is an eccentric analogy, I think. Actually, the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames gives us a much better and more authentic one. That's where we find a much better metaphor and the truth of what's significant about these landscapes. The better metaphor is of a landscape painting. It's layered and deep and extensive, framed at points, but it shows a foreground, a middle ground, a background in which the eye moves around a composition of depth, which conveys a real ideal. And of course, Sion and these views are featured in so many such landscapes. It's a better metaphor.
Okay, now I think the slides next seem to go on to the ferry gate area, but is there anything you want to say about the relationship with Sion, the extent to which one must look solely at the Sion outlook, the current relationship with Sion? Is there anything more you want to say before we move on to the next slide?
Yeah, it's currently screened largely from the proposed developments. Sorry, are currently screened largely from that setting on Sion outlook. But the current condition in which you approach Sion outlook in the Sion lawn and get this view of Sion House, but you can't continue along the riverbank for an extended kinetic experience further along, is really recent and actually quite atypical in Kew's history. Even after Nesfield's Vista was formed, the riverbank to the south remained more open than today. I provide some visual evidence in my proof. And there was a path through the private Queen's Cottage grounds, for example, that ran close to the boundary along the riverside. So this all continues to the south. And it also we're about to talk about the Isleworth Ferry Gate, which was further evidence that you were intended to move through and continue along the riverbank if you wanted to. This landscape extended in a much more Brownian way.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll perhaps come back to this when we're dealing with the towpath point a little bit later, because I know the next slide goes to the ferry gate specifically. So what would you like to say about the ferry gate, please?
This is view AF. So this is a view from essentially just outside the Isleworth Ferry Gate, which is why I'm showing it here. The contribution of the towpath to the Kew experience in extending and the contribution of these views along the riverbank, as I've just been saying, was amplified from the 1870s until the 1970s by the existence of the Isleworth Ferry Gate. Various Victorian and newer visitor routes converge a little south of the Sion outlook and connect to the gate, which was built particularly to serve visitors using the ferry to the south. And the many steamboat services also, which were very, very popular in the 19th and 20th centuries, early 20th century. The introduction, position and form of the gate, listed at grade 2 itself for its own special interest, was thoroughly informed by the Victorian gardener's appreciation for the Arcadian views just beyond, of which we're seeing a glimpse. And also in the management plan, entrances and exits are one of the recurring design elements, it said, in the World Heritage Sites setting quite explicitly. Dr. Rutherford's report goes into such detail about all the interest there is in this gate.
Okay.
Can I go to the next slide, please? And oh no, can you go back a slide? Yes, sorry. This is the same. It's view AF with the proposed developments in. Sorry, I thought I had two versions. They, as you can see in the view, they would appear more or less on axis with the gate above the tree line. And in this view, they're also aligned above a glimpsed view to Sion's Great Conservatory, which I've talked about before. They would intrude in this view as the only non-listed, non-Sion Park structure, modern urban structure visible in this Arcadian scene. They would draw the eye to the proposed developments on the skyline and to its uncomfortably urban form and scale. Possibly, detracting from the house. So, you would glimpse this, especially in this axis, before you looked across to the house. So I found a medium level of less than substantial harm to the Sion Gate, the Isleworth Ferry Gate, I apologize, because of all of this contribution of these setting views to its significance.
Thank you. I mean, I think the broad point raised by other parties is that, well, it's not referenced specifically in the management plan as contributing to OUV, and the views are largely incidental to OUV here. Again, what view do you have on that, please?
Mm-hmm. As I've just mentioned, the management plan mentions 5 physical features of the World Heritage Sites setting that contribute to its setting, and one of them is entrances and exits. It's not the grandest entrance and exit, nobody claims that, but it's absolutely an important entrance and exit, listed in its own right.
Okay.
The management plan says its gateways map the gateways of Kew Gardens map a particular history of the changing uses of the site. Some falling into and out of use, it acknowledges. Some are still in use, some are closed, but they provide an important element of the visitor experience and also define many views into and out of the site. This is all from the management plan. And the ferry gate was positioned here, as Dr. Rutherford's evidence shows, particularly because of these scenic views and access to them, as well as the ferry access. I note also, I'd like to note briefly here, that the ICOMOS periodic report from 2014, which is in the document library at ID 2.33, specifically identified the location of the Great Conservatory, which you pick up in this view, for example, outside the World Heritage Site boundary, and noted that was a compromise on the integrity of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. So, that's something that you experience from the World Heritage Site in these views from the Isleworth Ferry Gate. An additional contribution there of the Isleworth Ferry Gate to outstanding universal value.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the next slide, that was the MSE1 viewpoint. Again, just collecting other views from within the WHS boundary. What would you like to say briefly about this one, please?
Mm-hmm. Well, we've seen ever so briefly, the ferry gate view is the first one piece of evidence for the visibility of the proposal within the World Heritage Site boundary. And there's another in the area of this view. Now, we heard in cross-examination at length about the problems with MS Environmental's version of this view, but I've established in my own explorations on site, and I think we saw during the accompanied site visit that there would be visibility through the gaps in the trees in the area of this view. It's not this is not a particular fixed point of special significance. It illustrates, a general experience in the area. And in this area, between this view and the ferry gate, we encounter the layering of several of the key physical characteristics that the management plan identifies as surviving to create attribute 1 of OUV, the landscape palimpsest. We've got paths, which bring structure to open areas. We've got views, which are formed into vistas in the Sion outlook. We've also got glimpsed and more informal inward and outward facing views. There are areas of openness bounded by various kinds of enclosure. These are all attributes of parts of attribute 1 identified in the management plan. We're also in the area of a lot of the important archaeology I previously talked about. And as I've just been setting out, and as stated in the management plan's consideration of this attribute 1, the area is especially closely linked to Kew's Arcadian Thameside setting. And that's something that we're picking up in these kinds of glimpsed views.
And what about, I mean, obviously we've got the Ferrygate view, there's this view. I think Mr. Froneman identifies visibility at the southern limit of the Sion outlook, as well as I think at the Woodland Walk shelter and the Ferrygate. But if the Sion outlook area as well, again, what would you say about that in addition to the views that we've just been looking at here through the Ferrygate and the Woodland Walk shelter?
They're all contributing to these glimpses, this sense of glimpsing at the moment an idyllic Arcadian landscape, which contributes to, we keep hearing about Kew as a world apart, otherworldliness. Well, this is the sense that it is a world, not just a garden apart, a world apart, continuing across the river. And I agree with Mr. Froneman that I think that the southern extremity, really the extremity near the gate of the Sion outlook, based on where you can see the Gillette Tower at the moment, there would probably be glimpses of the proposed development. Dr. Mealy seems to have changed his mind a little, not about that, but about whether there would be any visibility from within the boundary. He states one would not be in any way aware of the proposals from within this boundary in his proof. And then in his rebuttal, he says, I'm not saying that there is not the potential for some intervisibility at certain points. So my view is that there would be multiple glimpses. Mr. Froneman elsewhere talks about the way these glimpsed and informal views can build up to create an impression of a broader, richer experience. Not a framed view, but one that repeated glimpses that build up a broader, richer experience. And that's my position on this too. What they're doing at the moment, these glimpses, is giving you a sense of this Arcadian otherworldliness. Okay. And the proposed development where it would appear in them would shatter that.
Okay, thank you. Now, just before we go on to the next slides, which I think they look like stills from the animation, just want to sort of deal with this point which we've touched on already, and it relates to towpath views. Now, insofar as it's said that OUV, or the experience of OUV, essentially should derive from experience within the WGS boundary, or does derive from experience within the WGS boundary. Or it's said, I think by Mr. Froneman, that where in the management plan the Thames Path is mentioned, it's not to do with the OUV of the WHS. What approach do you take about essentially the effect of towpath views on OUV?
Yes. Sorry, I'm just locating myself in my notes because it's a big question. Yes, Dr. Mealy does say that he tries to stress the idea that all experience of OUV must derive from experience within the World Heritage Site boundary. But I would point out that the very first line of the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value is set amongst a series of parks and estates along the River Thames southwestern reaches. Well, it can't reasonably be held that all this contribution to outstanding universal value, the foregrounded aspect of outstanding universal value in the statement, is contained entirely within the boundaries of the World Heritage Site. My proof shows that key aspects of these attributes, and especially their interrelation, other attributes than the landscape palimpsest, experiencing those extend further along the river and beyond the boundary. Dr. Mealy agrees as a matter of principle. I think that effects on elements of setting may affect the OUV, but then he dismisses an effect on an area of setting of the OUV as negligible. This is based on his conjecture that somewhere he says that a visitor to Kew would remain ignorant of the proposed development, but multiple indirect and few direct impacts that I've been identifying would impact well-preserved and important elements of the setting that contribute distinctively to different attributes of the core aspects of OUV. Above all, that extended cultural landscape setting that I've been talking about. Okay. It's significance that's relevant to the impacts here, not the sort of what goes untouched, or the possibility of remaining ignorant or untroubled by them if you miss them.
Okay. Now, I think before we move on to Austerley, you had included in the slides stills from the animations. Again, bearing in mind what you said about the towpath issue, what would you like to draw from these stills from the animation, please?
Mm-hmm. What I want to use is, this is the animated video that the applicant submitted, and I've just taken a few stills because I want to talk a little bit more about, use them to talk a little bit more about the precise impact of the proposed developments Yes, the proposed developments would rise well above the tree canopy in the background of the Arcadian landscape across almost a considerable stretch of this extended kinetic experience where Sion neighbours Kew, tracking through some of the views that are richest in heritage interest. The proposed development would be a new impact in a near perfectly preserved stretch of this historic cultural landscape. I've taken these few stills, which are suggestive of a few pauses made to enjoy the view during this kinetic sequence. This is all taking place a few meters from the World Heritage Site boundary. So copied across the boundary in glimpses and the various views that we've begun to talk about, I judge that similar views of the proposed developments and similar impacts would be spotted inside the World Heritage Site, in gaps in the trees at the very edge of the Sion outlook and so on. And when you see that, you pick up the proposed developments on the skyline, which would draw the eye to itself, away from, if you also glimpse, for example, the presently unbroken silhouette of Sion House at certain angles, or where you saw Sion House through the filtering trees along the woodland walk, there would be this additional presence. It's screened by trees, as we saw in the main area of the outlook, but it poses at least some risk of future intrusion above the background tree canopy in that cardinal view too. And just talking about these towpath views, you know, an oversailing part of all of our case is that there is the role of Q's setting is providing integrity to its OUV, which is an essential condition of World Heritage Site status. And this was part of the concern that ICOMOS put in their statement submitted, that's before the inquiry that they submitted in March, about the integrity of the World Heritage Site, that the intrusion of proposed development conspicuously in such an important element of the Arcadian setting would erode the purpose and effectiveness of the buffer zone. The intact illusion of idyllic escape on Q's riverside is here positively created by the presence of Sion Park and the broader experience it creates. As these stills show, pausing in glimpses in the extended kinetic sequence, the proposed development would be very conspicuous.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Austerley next, please. I think that was the next slide beyond the sequence, is that right? So again, dealing with contribution of setting to significance, mainly, what would you like to say about that in the Austerley context?
Yeah, okay. So thank you. This is view M. It is near the image we saw near the beginning of Austerley Park. Austerley Park is the third of our significant landscapes, and it survives as the design setting for a great house. Although Austerley Park has been subject to major change, including through its setting, its extensive parkland retains great landscape garden character and design interest. It also exhibits the overlay of this sweeping Georgian landscape on remnants of an earlier formal layout, and it has a layer of subsequent Victorian interventions. It's a complex landscape with a feeling of depth lent by the layers of all these elements, generating lots of different and changing views and character areas. Next slide, please. This is MSC View 8 without the proposed developments in it. Mainly at the edge of these views, within the landscape, Austerley's immediate setting is mainly consistently suburban down in the southeast corner around the edge. And that's most visible here, where perimeter planting is patchy, for example, even though there's some new planting. Close to the M4 and Windmill Lane, so up further north and east, these things disturb the character somewhat, but these roads are well screened and they're a different kind of intrusion. There remain good, wide and glimpsed views across the park and outward, clearly bounded by design perimeter tree planting in many places, though in many spots, distant tall building development visually disrupts the continuity of character and the illusion of rurality. Closest to the alignment of the proposed development sites, the GSK building can be seen almost 2 kilometers away, and the QI building more than 3 kilometers away from lots of these points in the park. Nearer the southeast edge of the park, the top of the Sky campus is glimpsed, but the perimeter planting holds its own generally in most places. But there are long stretches of designed Georgian routes arranged to celebrate the house, with big bounded views over parkland and pasture to either side, in which the greatest existing intrusion from the direction of the sites is the slender Gillette Tower at the moment.
Thank you. Now, one theme that emerges from the applicant and the council's evidence is to treat Austerley in its current condition as a layered landscape, where you have the landscape perimeter, then surrounding development, so you can differentiate between that landscape and the proposals, as well as other developments beyond. And that there's reference to the park being effectively like an urban common. I think Dr. Mealy uses that term. What approach do you take to this layering of the landscape or the urban nature of the common when you're dealing with potential impacts on setting?
That's right. Mr. Froneman, I think, uses this phrase layered landscape again, talking about even the tall buildings that are perceived in the background. And I think Dr. Mealy is talking about the outer parts of the eastern landscape, so the sort of farmland areas, when he talks about it being like an urban common experience. But I want to draw a distinction between designed layers within a landscape, which are consistent with its design character and its significance, and layers outside provided by modern development, which are not to do with that designed character. We're confusing two things. And as I said, it's a bit euphemistic to say it's a layered landscape in which you now perceive lots of tall buildings. They're not to do with its significance. This is previous harm. It shouldn't be discounted somehow. And that's also the difference with an urban common experience. We've got a designed character in here. We're all familiar with what urban commons feel like. But this isn't an urban common, which has always been surrounded by urban development. And there are areas in the park which retain and remain a visual impression of the original effect, notwithstanding, for example, the Gillette Tower in some spots. And those would be harmfully altered by views of the proposed development. Again, I come back to this point that just because the eye can differentiate them doesn't mean that the presence isn't there. And the fact that the eye's been drawn to them to differentiate them hasn't distracted you from the significant qualities that you're meant to be experiencing.
Thank you. Now, beyond the views that you're identifying from the main area of the parkland there, I think the next slide goes on to deal with the lodges and the gate piers. What would you like to say about that in a setting context?
I think that's the next slide. Can we, please? Thank you. This is view O. So the lodges you can see at the end of that lane, we're on this is part of the original Georgian dogleg carriage drive, where you come around the lake and get these amazing views off to the right, and then leave via the lodges or arrive in the other direction. This is close enough to appreciate them. One of the key subsidiarily listed buildings in the estate, really not as highly graded as the stables and so on, but there are a pair of lodges and gate piers associated with Robert Adam, not as highly graded as they might be if they still bore much more of his imprint. They've been altered a bit, but they still perform their function and visually signal enclosure of the estate on the leafy park boundary in the southeast. Because they're white and because of their form, they're quite distinctive, and you pick them up at all sorts of places in the landscape. They have quite a rural character, as this view I think shows. That's their proper visual setting, and they contribute that the rural contrasted with the lodges contributes to this sense of the integrity of the park setting and its boundary.
Okay, so I think the next slides go on to deal with the views of the proposal. So can we turn to those slides there? I think you're dealing with the effect of the proposals in these slides.
Next, please.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Back one slide. Yes, sorry. This is the rendered version of view O, the AVR3 that was provided just before the inquiry convened. The proposed developments here, as you can see, would appear above the boundary at close quarters, shattering that sense of a kind of the lodges holding the boundary in a rural setting, and would distract attention from the lodges at quite close quarters. So I find some harm there. I know that Mr. Furneman talks about in his proof, he provides a map and suggests that there would have been planting behind the lodges, so you'd never have been intended to pick them up or see them from across the park. It's not the case today. You can see them. That map is from 1865, so we don't know what the original intention was, and it's not conclusive evidence. It's some, an indication on an OS map. And from what I know of Adam and from 18th century landscape design, I suspect you were intended to see them across the park. They have tall chimney stacks and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll push on. Thanks.
Thank you. Then I think you move beyond the lodges and the gate piers in the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
We're back to the impact proposals on the parkland setting. So what would you like to say about I think it is MSVE View 8, is it?
That's right, MSE View 8, with the the massing, just an AVR2 indicating the position in relation to the parkland. We're on the 19th century approach to the house that most people arrive from Osterley tube station. The proposed developments would encroach, as you can see, at only 700 metres distance into views over the southeast boundary as here, introducing density, a scale and a massing that's very novel in this view. You can see the way it flanks the very slender Gillette Tower, and just the contrast in extent of roofline is considerable, and mass. This would change the character of the setting more than any individual more distant tall building, and would in much of the southeast part of the parkland be an incongruous and distracting presence on the skyline. Deeper in the park, on paths near the middle lake, and on the original oblique section of the carriage drive away from the house, the Gillette Tower now identifies the site in glimpsed views, which suggests that you'd perceive this up there as well, although we don't have good visualizations to illustrate that.
Thank you. And again, the suggestion appears to be that Tesco scheme in particular would form part of effectively an established hinterland of development, which would be differentiated. Your view?
Mm-hmm. Can we have the next slide, please? To help illustrate. This is view M, so we've got the AVR3 type render showing the proposed development there on the skyline. Yeah, Mr. Ferneman says that the illusion of rurality has already been destroyed. That shows that you can easily differentiate urban development outside the boundary from the parkland within. I've already mentioned the problem with differentiation. That's differentiating with the eye is being distracted from the designed qualities of the landscape in front of you. And so it is a cause of harm in itself. He finds Mr. Ferneman a low level of harm to the RPG, whereas the council found a higher level of harm to this landscape. My point is the proposed developments would be considerably closer than those other tall buildings. This is at about 700 meters away, this view, whereas the very tallest building you see in Osterley Park is at North Acton, 7 kilometers, this very tall one that you glimpse coming out of the house. And the GSK building at this point is 1.7 kilometers away, so a kilometer further away, thereabouts.
The distances you're saying, that's from this viewpoint or from the edge of the park?
From that area of the park. So I stress that they're approximate. But in this southeastern corner of the park, yes, GSK is about 1.7 kilometers away, so heading to above 1.5 kilometers away. The development site is about 700 meters away, and so because of that proximity, the impact would be novel, and there's nothing else at that proximity to the park at that scale either. It's considerably taller than the Sky campus, and so it would introduce, in character terms, a real urbanizing effect as opposed to the suburban edge that parts of the park already have. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, which slide are we on? Yes, the next slide takes you to other parts of the conservation area. Is that right? Speaking
of suburban character, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
So Osterley Park is set in the Osterley Park Conservation Area, and it extends to the very edge of the proposed development site, intending to designate the best. It was extended, in other words, to try and designate the best of the existing suburb as well as older 19th century suburban parts. And this is one of those streets. This is view J on Oaklands Avenue. And what I want to say about the wider conservation area as opposed to the part that's made up by Osterley Park, the same applies a little bit, ma'am, I think, as Isleworth conservation area, in that the Osterley Park part of Osterley Park conservation area, the setting issues are much as I've already just described. The rest of the conservation area, large parts of it are exposed to the proposed developments in a different way. This is Oaklands Avenue. The gently enclosed suburban streets would be even more exposed to the dominating effect of the proposed development here than the park, and both their character and appearance would be harmed by the transformation on top of the harms to the landscape. Tesco, the Sky campus, and even the Gillette building do present a transition today, as the Golden Mile has since the construction of the adjacent interwar suburb. But the proposed developments, and particularly the Tesco scheme, would introduce a really transformative scale in views like this, and an intensely urban character that would be less escapable in the streets, high enough to be experienced over the clay-tile hip roofs, which are characteristic of these suburban semis. They're not of very great significance, these streets, compared to the other assets we've been talking about, but they would be transformed. Character and appearance would be harmed.
Thank you. No.
Sorry to interrupt again. Sorry. Can you just explain again how you say the heritage significance of Osterley Park contributes to the heritage significance of the conservation area.
I was trying to make the point. You asked me about Isleworth Conservation Area and how Sion Park. Or you asked me about.
I understood that, but here,
Yeah.
it's conservation.
Oh well, it's the same insofar as the conservation area is Osterley Park, with then two sort of a suburban area to the south and the southeast, and the suburban area has different phases of building from the late 19th century into the early mid 20th century, and so the Osterley Park component provides a different character and appearance, and there are of course aspects of character and appearance which are to do with the relationship between the suburb and the park, in the sort of transitional, I suppose, and then these suburban areas have their own character and appearance, which is what I'm saying would be harmed here by the proposed development. So it's a suburban character and appearance, essentially, which is to do with the architectural form of the houses, their grain, the semi-detachedness. You get these closes and cul-de-sacs, which are very, very quiet, and the proposed development would appear in the background.
Different parts of the conservation area, the setting makes different parts of the setting make different contributions to different parts of the conservation area.
That's right, and also the different parts of the conservation area have different characters and appearances, if you see what I mean, contributing to a whole. So often conservation areas are broken down into character areas for that reason, and setting may differ across them. I suppose to try and answer your question, I think what you're asking is to get closer to what's different about the contribution of setting here in this particular conservation area. It's much closer to the proposed developments. What you have is enclosed spaces with a perimeter of suburban houses defined by this, very regular roof line, and so that's what stands to be changed. Otherwise, just sky, a very quiet suburban character versus urban character.
Okay, thank you. Then in some of the last slides, you deal with remaining other assets. In the time we have left in our estimates, perhaps you can just run through these slides and just explain the approach that you take to harm as far as these particular assets are concerned.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is view I. We're looking at the Grade 2 listed modernist clubhouse and pavilion. I find a very low level of less than substantial harm to this building, but it's worth recording. My assessment is that the Tesco scheme's dominant presence in its setting, which is revealed also in the view we saw before, and the alignments that it has with Gower Road and Oaklands Avenue, has a very clear relationship to the suburban area. Would be harmed because of the severing of visual links to, for example, the Gillette Tower, and also the dominant presence of the Tesco scheme in the area, which would, as I say, change the character from being one that is predominantly suburban, which tells you something about the moment that this clubhouse was built, what it was intending to provide to the local area, its kind of social associations. It would be transformed, and so a very low level of harm, but there nonetheless. Next slide, please. Oh no, there's no. Yes, please go on to the next slide. Sorry. Can you go back a few? You'd already gone there. I'm sorry. I don't have a slide for the next asset, which is the Quaker Meeting House. I've provided on page 183 of my proof the best pictures I'm able to provide. It's a Grade 2 style listed Quaker Meeting House, which is set off London Road. Near Isleworth. It has a characteristic secluded walled burial ground where it's setting. So this seclusion, this character, it's setting off the main road. And these are all part of the original intentions. I judge that a Quaker Meeting House, that contemplative, quiet, secluded, isolated setting is very important to the significance of especially the design of the building in its setting and its kind of its continued quality of isolation and seclusion and contemplative character. And as we saw from the street outside, you're very exposed to the Homebase site and the Tesco site there. They've become very powerful presences, particularly as you leave the garden. And I find that will cause a low level of less than substantial harm to that Grade 2 style listed building. Now we're on the Great West Road. The application site stands at the western gateway of the Golden Mile of the Great West Road, which is an idealistic interwar motor age development, which was celebrated with important commercial and industrial architecture from the 1920s to the 1930s. This is view D. we're sort of near Westlink House looking towards the Scion Clinic and the Homebase site in the background. The context is much altered, as has been widely acknowledged, degraded by divergent 80s and 90s buildings and urbanism. But the surviving buildings are listed at grade 2 for their significance, including the Gillette building, Westlink House, which is out of frame but near this view, and the Scion Clinic in this view. They're all at different scales, but they demonstrate some of the characteristic qualities. This is what unites them, of the Golden Mile's Art Deco style. And there's a legible relationship between them and their forms. These elegant white buildings are still picked up in views in both directions, and the intended kinetic experience of moving fast along the road. And this all supports that's their proper urban setting, which groups them together as well. Their intended urban design is an aspect of their significant setting. And all of that supports appreciation of their related detail and architectural interest where those aspects of setting survive. Next view, please. I want to acknowledge very briefly that in my proof, where I use this view, which is at page 181, I erroneously included an earlier version of the view before the cladding had been amended. That was just when I was compiling the document, that was an error I made in going to the wrong document. It's not the view I based my assessment on, I want to stress, but I wanted to make it clear that that is an error in my proof. This is the AVR3, and it shows how the height, bulk, and massing of the Homebase scheme that still concern the DRP design review panel at application stage would intrude dominatingly in this relationship of setting I've just been describing. We are near Westlink House, looking towards the Scion Clinic, in this in which you pick up in these pause moments the architectural significance of the individual buildings, and then glimpse linearly the relationships between them. And my conclusion is that this is becomes a dominating presence with a very different architectural character, a great verticality, and I find that it would cause a low level of harm to the Scion Clinic and Westlink House. Next view, please. Slide. This is MSc View 13, and I'm just using it to talk a bit about the Gillette Tower itself, which is a grade 2 listed building. You can pick it up in this view. It's on the sort of the left side of the road in the distance. You pick it up between some trees. There aren't any very good views illustrating exactly what I want to say about the Gillette Tower, but using this informedly, I can talk about my conclusions. The Gillette building itself dominates Gillette Corner as the design intention had it, and its vast elevation and its sober, more classical style than the other buildings of the Golden Mile. Its tapering clock tower is a traditional take on the motifs of the 1930s with all sorts of architectural resonances. It's a deliberate, almost civic landmark gesture for this factory at the west end of the prestigious new commercial arterial route. And the proposed developments, as this visualization shows, would be a dramatic change in scale where you pick up the Gillette Tower in views, especially up and down the Golden Mile, but also in other areas. There'd be dense clusters of tall buildings, and they'd occupy the open sky around that slender tapering tower to compete with and distract from its elegant dominance of the area, which was intended, and intrude on its landmark role from further afield by completely blocking views in some cases. These are all just aspects of its significance, but it does have a landmark character that is important to its significance and would be harmed to a medium level of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. And then you've got a couple more slides where you go back to Austerley. So what are you trying to convey with these last couple of slides, Mr. Stroud?
These are there just I thought it would be useful to recap on the landscape impacts,
yes,
because we've just been talking about other more isolated assets in some cases. This is View S. What I want to say is that the harm of the proposed developments that would be caused in views to these designed landscapes adds to cumulative harm in each landscape in the round. But the harm is in each case, as I've been trying to describe, in each landscape, also novel in its impact in the setting and therefore on significance. And that's why in my judgment, both Dr. Mealy and Mr. Furneman on the whole underestimate the level of less than substantial harm that would be caused in several cases. This is particularly the case at Kew and Scion, because the proposed developments would have harmful visual impacts in currently well-preserved sectors of the landscape settings and with incongruous or interfering characteristics, in particularly intrusive alignments for key aspects of their landscape design. They'd be more intrusive in this regard than any past tall building intrusions. Behind the house itself, as we've seen, from the Kew side, and around Brown and Adams' exceptionally special collaboration in their special parkland landscape group. Next slide, please. This is view T again. And we can see how even relative to other tall buildings that are seen in the wider surroundings, the proposed developments would stand relatively close to Syon Park in the western parkland here, only around half a kilometre away. Again, of course, it varies depending on where you are. At this proximity, the scale of impact in the south and west quarters of the parkland would be utterly different in effect and more harmful than existing buildings perceived around the perimeter. At Osterley, setting is least well preserved in the round, and it is less the manner and orientation of the proposed development's intrusion in the green, beyond the green boundary that's novel than how close they are, their proximity, and their different, very urban form. Combined with their height and massing, this quite new scale in Osterley Park's near vicinity, on the very edge of its conservation area, would, in appearance and character, conspicuously urbanize what is now a quietly suburban setting. So I've tried to recap there how, in each case, the impacts of the proposed developments would have a cumulative aspect, but would also be novel and different in their effect in the setting, and their intrusion, therefore, in the experience of significance and the significant designed character.
Thank you very much. So that's the end of the slides. Is there anything you'd like to say to finish up, Mr. Stroud?
Well, a few conclusions, yes.
Okay.
Coming back to how I started, I suppose, the proposed developments would cause extensive harm, and that's why Historic England is appearing at this public inquiry. They'd cause extensive harm to layers of overlapping assets, designated heritage assets in the historic landscapes, and to certain individual and associated listed structures set within them. In the Golden Mile, intruding in a distinctive group of heritage assets with a shared significance as well. The impacts are widespread, fundamentally because of the height of the proposed developments. The harm is serious and most profound for some assets of the very greatest significance because of their setting-sensitive nature. The briefs for the sites fail to prioritise the preservation of the highly significant heritage assets they had the potential to affect. They fail to take account of the guide to these constraints that was contained in Hounslow's work on the emerging Great West Corridor Master Plan, for example. The design processes were informed by a flawed understanding of the landscape's significance, which failed to engage with HE's advice in 3 letters during the application and pre-application process, and our concerns expressed from pre-app to the day of planning committee. They show only limited evidence of mitigation and have failed to move much beyond this in core aspects of their design, as the DRP noted in its final letter on the Homebase scheme at CD 312. Tall buildings at Brentford and the east end of the Golden Mile have already caused harm to these most significant landscapes, just as these sites are the first major allocations at the west end of the Golden Mile. So they open up a new sector of potential harmful impacts, particularly on the 3 highly significant historic landscapes of Kew, Syon, and Osterley in particular. The significance of the landscapes cannot be asked to bear the same degree of harm from a new quarter.
Thank you very much. That's the evidence in chief, ma'am. Quick canter through a number of slides, but we know you've been on site already, so we thought we'd be able to take it slightly faster.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Stroud. And we'll take a short break now. Then we've just gone so if we break until 20 to 12. And then over to you, Mr. Warren. Okay, so we break until 20 to 12. Thank you.
Is it my mic? Oh.
Never does a minute go so slowly than when you're watching it for the time to click over. Welcome back. If I hand over to you now, Mr. Warren. Cross-examination of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Morning, Mr. Stroud.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions first about 3 or 4 matters of approach. Then I'm going to ask you about the World Heritage Site, then Sion, then Osterley, and then the Great Western Corridor. Okay, that's the plan. So in terms of approach, we know first of all that you and Historic England don't allege substantial harm, do you, either in respect of any asset or cumulatively?
No.
Less than substantial harm to designated assets needs, doesn't it, as the framework tells us, paragraph 200, clear and convincing justification to be allowed?
It does.
Yeah. And you acknowledge, I take it, that justification can be provided by public benefits outweighing the harms by reference to paragraph 202 now of the framework?
So I understand from, particularly that's been confirmed in a recent case law, I think. And then there are also, as you say, the tests in paragraph 202.
Yes. Now that exercise obviously isn't one, and here no criticism, just identifying it, that you carry out. You don't do the 202 balance, do you?
No, our role is not to carry out the planning balance.
No. And just staying with the framework, I think for one other point, the more important the asset, the greater weight should be given to any harm to it.
Absolutely.
Okay. But do you accept that when one's assessing the weight to be given to impact, you also have to take into account the degree of harm that the scheme would cause to that asset?
In the planning balance, certainly I do, yes.
Yes.
But as I understand it, that's something that stands in isolation from that, considerable weight. That's about any harm, as the NPPF says.
Right. Let me just push that one stage further then. When one's assessing paragraph 202, so that's would the harm be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, do you accept that the decision maker needs to take into account the degree of harm that would be caused to the asset?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, obviously, as the inspector will be very well aware, there are examples, some of which are before the inquiry, where that balance has been struck in either way. Some where the benefits haven't been felt to outweigh, the Tulip, for instance, which we've got a copy of, and some where it has been. So, for instance, Albany and Citron. Yeah. And they include, don't they, cases where, unusual cases, as I think you identified, where Historic England has appeared and given evidence through somebody like you.
I think we've appeared in all of those that you named.
The 3 that I named.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And it just in terms of looking at degree then of less than substantial harm, that's a matter in the end, obviously, for the inspector first and then for the Secretary of State. Yeah. And I want to understand, we have your ascription of various harms, medium high, medium low, within less than substantial. I'm just trying to understand what that really means. So where do you draw the line, first of all, between less than substantial and substantial? So what kind of effects have you yourself, in forming your views, considered would take an impact from less than substantial to substantial?
Well, there are 2 authorities well, there are lots, but 2 things that are always in my mind thinking about substantial harm are PPG paragraph 18, which says that it's a high test, and then all of the case law, most famously Bedford, and then that's been revisited in the Holocaust Memorial decision judgment recently. So I'm aware of all of those things, and I suppose in my assessments, I try to bear all of those in mind. And of course, I'm thinking about fundamentally the significance of the heritage asset in question to establish harm.
Yes, that's not really an answer to my question. My question was, I anticipated that you knew all about all those things. Are you approaching this largely like Bedford? So substantial harm would be, a very great impact, potentially draining away the significance of the asset, or do you pitch that transition from less than substantial to substantial somewhere else? What do you do?
I regard all of harm as a big spectrum. And then we have in substantial harm and less than substantial harm a spectrum 2. If you're at the top end of less than substantial harm, the very, very top end, then clearly you're about to tip into substantial harm. And I think it's a matter of, it's a matter of judgment where exactly that lies. Draining away, as you know from the Holocaust Memorial decision judgment, these are words and phrases that can be used to interpret substantial harm. I bear in mind always the idea that it's a high test. So I'm aware that if I were to say at the very top end of less than substantial harm, I'd be saying almost substantial. I suppose, does that help you understand where
Not entirely, no. Not an academic point in this, because there are differences in judgment between you and the other witnesses in some respects about where in less than substantial it's pitched. And it rather depends when the inspector's thinking about medium or low less than substantial, what the spectrum is, what the top and the bottom is. That's why I'm asking about it. So I just have one more go. Do you, when you're approaching less than substantial, taken it running from just above negligible or negligible right at the bottom to something which would cause a very, very severe impact on the asset, in the realms of Bedford, draining it away? Is that the approach you've taken to that spectrum?
In the realms of, I think I understand your question. I would say yes, in that I approach it as a spectrum that begins right at the bottom and runs right up to when it becomes substantial, yes.
Okay, and when you say substantial, I won't hold you to it exactly, it's that kind of level of impact that was identified in Bedford that you have taken into account.
Bedford isn't the only authority, so that's one of the things I think about.
Yeah, but what have you done? It's a simple question. What have you done? Have you approached the top of that spectrum as akin to the kind of impacts that were identified and enunciated in the Bedford decision?
If what you're asking me is, have I sat down, read the Bedford judgment and said, first of all, is it substantial harm because does it match this description? No, I haven't, because I know about the Bedford judgment and I take into account all sorts of things in deciding whether substantial harm is even on the cards. As you said, I'm nowhere allege even high less than substantial harm. We're in the middle of the range of less than substantial harm. So for me, in all of these judgments, the question of what substantial is hasn't been directly relevant to my judgments, only in my wider understanding of how to assess harm.
Well, let me try to help you, Mr. Stroud. If you take the Bedford approach, something which is of medium, less than substantial harm, is roughly in the middle between negligible and getting up to significant. Yeah. If substantial. If substantial means draining away, obviously that's halfway between negligible and draining away. If you've taken a different approach and you've pitched the threshold between less substantial and substantial lower than it is in Bedford, then that pushes, doesn't it, where on the spectrum medium in your approach less than substantial falls. I'm just trying to understand that, you see, to see whether we're comparing apples and pears between you and the other witnesses. So just have one more go. Is the spectrum that you've adopted for less than substantial between just above negligible or negligible up to the kind of very serious impacts that were hinted at in the judgment in Bedford?
Well, I would say yes to your statement right up to the bit where you say akin to the judgments hinted at in Bedford, because as I say, Bedford isn't the thing that I take as my mark, but right up to very serious impacts, yes. Right
up to very serious impacts. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Now, a separate point, but is connected obviously to what the inspector makes of your views here. There is a general principle that you'll be aware of, that inspectors and decision makers should give significant weight to the views of Historic England.
Yes.
Because you're the statutory consultee. But you'd accept, I take it, that doesn't stop inspectors disagreeing, as they have done obviously in the past, with the views of Historic England and their witnesses.
Of course they can depart from our views if they judge so. I believe there's a phrase like it's not clear and convincing, but there must be a clear cogent.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So if they give reasons, so in a case where, for instance, the inspector disagrees with the description of harm, the inspector doesn't have to think, well, hang on a second, I give lots of weight to Historic England, so maybe I need to believe them more. They're allowed to make up their own mind, aren't they?
I understand, and it's clear from lots of case law that that often inspectors do, choose between interpretations of harm, and they don't always agree with Historic England's judgment. It's true.
All right. I mean, it wouldn't make much sense to give significant weight to the views of Historic England when you strongly disagree with them and think they're unfounded, would it?
Well, we're still the statutory consultee, so I suppose that what that idea gets at is the idea that we have a special status in relation to the historic environment.
Yeah.
And so perhaps there are two things to weigh in the balance there: a disagreement with our judgment, but also the fact that, as you said, they're guided to give particular consideration to our views, I suppose.
Well, that's the point. In general terms, yes. But if in the particular case the inspector disagrees and thinks that you're wrong, to put it bluntly, she doesn't have to give your views some sort of academic significant weight, does she?
I'm not sure I interpret it that way. Perhaps the two things sit alongside each other. And
Well,
so,
not sure
one
how.
can be aware of the disagreement and aware of the instruction to pay close attention.
So you could be wrong in the inspector's eyes, but still be given significant weight.
I wouldn't have thought she'd do that.
No. All right. Well, there we are. Okay. So GPA 3 is the penultimate point I want to ask you about approach. And can I take you for the first time to your proof, please, at page 31, where you refer to that document, paragraphs 5.36 and following?
5 points, sorry?
36 and following. Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't.
Sorry.
31. Yes.
Okay. And you set out there the step-by-step approach, and you quote from the document. It's step 4 I want to ask you about. Explore the way of maximizing enhancement and avoiding or minimizing harm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In designing a scheme, or schemes in this case, I take it you accept that the overall judgment about acceptability of the scheme brings in more than just heritage.
Yeah. Well, yes, in the planning balance.
Planning balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so in terms of avoiding or minimizing harm, it may be that a balance has to be struck between causing harm and achieving benefits that a particular scheme embodies.
In the planning balance element, yes.
Yeah.
But I understand that we're referring quite closely here to issues of setting to do with,
I'm with you.
design and heritage.
Absolutely. This is step 4 in the setting guidance.
Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't mean, does it, that Historic England have it's not policy, but have some guidance which say that in order to be acceptable, harm must be minimized and demonstrated to be minimized in every case to be acceptable.
No, it's part of the process that
Yeah.
you're to go through. If I may, I'd like to just. I haven't finished my answer, is what I'm saying. Yeah, and it's something that the local planning authority is also instructed to take account of when they're doing the planning balance. 195 of the NPPF.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it obviously, as we can see in
avoid,
this
minimise.
case, applies, with even greater force, perhaps, to the local planning authority doing the overall assessment. But that's fine. Not GPA 3 guidance that has to be minimised in order to be acceptable for the reasons that we know about. You obviously don't claim, do you, Mr. Stroud, in your evidence that there's some other scheme that should be preferred that you've identified to either of these two schemes? No.
Not a proposed scheme or a fixed design.
No.
Although there are, of course, all of the work that's been done on the emerging local plan, on site allocations and so on,
Yeah.
which gives all sorts of stuff about volumes, potential heights, which...
It does, but I'll come to the guidance in a minute. But in terms of your evidence, you're not asking by way of anything you say in your evidence, i.e. the inspector to accept any particular alternative as acceptable, where in this case these are not.
All I'm assessing is
No.
the proposal that's in front of us in terms of my findings of harm to heritage.
All right. And as part of that, obviously, it goes together with your not undertaking the 202 balance, if you like. You haven't, I can see from your evidence, Mr. Stroud, assessed the iterative process between heritage and other considerations that goes into a scheme coming forward.
Well, I mean, the design process, yes. That's part of the other stuff. And
yes, you've looked at the design. I know
yeah.
that you've read the design access statement, but the relationship between that and amounts of housing and affordable housing and mix and so on, that's not something that you've looked at.
In the end, that will be part of as you say, the paragraph 202 planning balance, which belongs to the local authority. Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer to my question.
Well, I know about it, and it's been in my mind, but it's not part of my assessment in
thank you.
reaching my conclusions.
All right. You do refer in your evidence, and I'll just take you to it just for the avoidance of any doubt. It starts on page 48. 48 of your proof. you refer, as you did a moment ago, to the Great West Corridor Plan. Obviously, you don't, Mr. Stroud, deal in your evidence with the status of that document, how much weight should be given to it, and so on, as a matter of planning judgment, do you?
That would never be part of the, and that's not, that doesn't influence what my evidence is trying to provide, which is a clear assessment of the impact of the proposed developments on heritage assets,
Sure.
on the historic environment.
So this part where you go on to identify differences between the heights of what's proposed here in the draft height guidance in the master plan and policies and so on, that's not a central part of your assessment, as I understand it.
Not a central part of my assessment, but for example, in my evidence in chief, I tried to describe, why the proposed developments have the impact they have, and it's relevant to understanding. It has helped me to understand that the height of the proposed developments is part of the problem.
What helps you to understand that?
Well, having a background, all of the work provided in the Great West Corridor Plan,
so you have
the views assessment has helped inform me. That's all evidence before the inquiry, for example. And so looking at that, I can draw interesting conclusions about that, about likely visibility, position, and so on. So it's useful to that extent. Yes.
I see. So I understand what you said. Yes, you've taken it into account in some ways. That policy and the heights in the master plan and so on, as you tell us, has been the subject of objection, hasn't it, by a number of parties, including by Historic England itself?
Objection initially, and then a process where we've been working through the disagreements. Yeah.
But those matters, and whether those heights are the right heights, and whether there should be a star here or a star there in the final version, those are all matters for the local plan examination, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Yeah.
And Historic England's a consultee in that as well.
Yeah, but the outcome in terms of planning, and therefore the amount of weight to be given to them, is unknown at the moment, isn't it?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
I know that you're not giving planning evidence, but I'm only asking you this because you have confirmed that you've taken this into account, this topic in some way. These matters, so the master plan and the relationship between the master plan and any allocations policy in terms of heights for these two sites, is an outstanding matter, isn't it, for the later stages of the local plan examination? Do you know?
Well,
that?
It won't be adopted policy until the local plan is adopted. Is that
Right.
what you mean?
Well, I mean, you could have just said yes to my question. It's another way of putting the same point.
Well, but I'm not sure quite what you mean, so I was trying to put it in a way.
Right. So these policies and guidance, so the master plan, its relationship to policy in terms of what the correct heights are, if you like, or whether they should be maxima or minima, Historic England's points, those are all outstanding points, aren't they, pending the outcome of the local plan examination and the adoption of the plan?
Outstanding points, you mean that,
they've not been settled?
Well, in the sense that they're not part of an adopted local plan,
Yeah,
no.
That's right. And they may change, obviously.
Between now and the adoption,
That's
yes,
right.
they may.
And so less weight should be given to them than is given to an adopted plan.
Well, clearly, I understand that that's part of how planning policy works.
So you need to bear that in mind when you're thinking how, if at all, they help you understand whether these proposals are acceptable.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you done that?
Yes.
Okay. Right. All right. And so how have you taken into account that they're draft?
Well, the fact, because I'm aware of that and I've acknowledged it throughout, for example, in my proof of evidence, that it's an emerging local plan. I'm careful to refer to it in those terms. And what I understand is that what I've been doing is using the independently produced capacity study and views study, which is acknowledged in the Great West Corridor Plan to be the evidential basis, the evidence put forward to justify this emerging work around heights. I'm using that as a piece of evidence before me, and the views that have been produced there, as I say, one amongst many of the visual aids and the studies and so on.
Can I just give you one particularly pointed example? If you look at your paragraph 5.79, please, on page 54, you say, in contrast with the specific maximum appropriate building height parameter of 65.5 AOD for the Tesco site, ... the application proposes parameters rising to 79.8.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in reading that sentence, does the inspector have to bear in mind that you acknowledge or have taken into account that it's draft?
Yeah.
They may not be maxima, and they may not, in fact, be 65.5 in the end.
You're quite right, Mr. Warren. I take your point. It would be better if I'd said the specific maximum appropriate building height parameter as indicated in the emerging local plan document.
Yes, to which less weight should be given because it's not been tested.
Less weight should be
Right.
given insofar as, yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, thank you. And so your assessment work, finally, just in terms of approach, I know that you have referred, excuse me, to the majority, if not all, of the corpus of work that other people have done. You haven't done your own HIA or HTVIA, you or anybody at Historic England?
No, I'm drawing on
No.
all the documents that are provided. Yeah.
And you've relied to some extent, as I understand it, have you, on Mr. Spence's work?
I know that there's a legal meaning to the term relied. I always find it suggests that I am depending on it in some way, which is not the case, in that I've used lots of information and I've tried to be as informed as I can be about the shortcomings as they've emerged and so on. So,
Well, again, you, if I may say so, that was a little bit unclear in your evidence in chief. Do you listen to it? Do you acknowledge that there are methodological problems which go to the validity of Mr. Spence's work?
there have been attention has been drawn to methodological problems that might mean that some views are less reliable, and then there are other issues, as I heard in your cross-examination of
Yes.
him about the limitations of things like AVR2s and so on, which I'm well aware of and which are general in a sense, which I apply to my.
So you've
use of his
taken all
work.
those points that I made to Mr. Spence into account, have you?
I've tried to.
Right.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Of course, not when I was using them to produce the proof, because that's come up in your cross-examination. But insofar as I've been aware of them, and at the moment when I became aware of them, I've taken them into account.
Yes. I mean, I think one of the difficulties, just to help the inspector, is obviously those points about Mr. Spence's proof and methodological problems, some of them explained by AVR work, which happened when it happened. You didn't know about those when you formed your view, did you, about the scheme in your written proof?
It depends what you're referring to.
Yeah, so for instance, whether one could, we'll come to the details of a couple in a minute, whether you can see the scheme in certain views that Mr. Spence's evidence appears to show you can, but in fact you can't.
Well, as I said, it's fundamental to the way I use some of those views, for example, MSCB one, which no doubt we'll be talking about, that, first of all, I use the views relative to what's important about them to me. So I wasn't interested in whether in that frame you could see the view. That's not my primary concern.
Right.
And so I used it in collaboration with my own, observations from site. As well as then, as it became apparent and as I became aware of them, evidence about the limitations of that or errors in it.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. And obviously all of this is in the context, I stress, the inspector having been to the site and should have seen these things and formed her own view about what you can and might not see of the scheme. But insofar as the inspector is looking to give weight to your evidence, Mr. Stroud, we don't have, other than the Mr. Spence work and the AVR work and what we've got in front of the inquiry, any other views, for instance, do we, from you or HE, which say, look, here's a model that we've done, you'd be able to see the scheme from here.
Yeah, no, we haven't produced a model, partly because we were never provided with the View City model we repeatedly requested. So it wouldn't be right to there would be methodological problems with us trying to do that.
Well, okay. I mean, that's another matter. I'll let Dr. Mealy deal with that. But you obviously, since we last sat, you've taken the view in the 6 months interim that you weren't going to produce any further evidence on any views that Mr. Spence may have gone wrong that you wanted to go back on, for instance.
No, that's right.
No. Okay. All right. That's the first section. Thank you. Let's turn to the World Heritage Site. Start with the obvious, no direct impact on the World Heritage Site itself.
Do you mean physical?
No
impact?
direct impact. Yeah, so it's no building. It's a setting point.
It's a
isn't
setting
it?
point,
Yeah.
yes.
And there's no direct impact on the buffer zone either, is there? It's a setting.
Again, it's the setting.
Yeah.
The setting of the buffer zone in the
So
setting.
it's
It doesn't properly have a setting. But...
So to the extent that the buffer zone forms part of the setting of the World Heritage Site, your concerns are about the setting of the setting. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Well, let me put the question again. So to the extent that the buffer zone forms part of the setting of the World Heritage Site, your concerns are about the impact on the setting of the buffer zone as setting.
Well, if you like, but the buffer zone is more than the setting of the World Heritage Site.
Well, it's not the World Heritage Site, is it?
No, it's not.
No, it's
But
part of the setting.
It's part of what UNESCO calls the wider setting of the World Heritage Site. That's how I regard it.
Absolutely. Well, that's what I put to you. So
not the setting of the setting. It's part of the wider setting.
No, the buffer zone is part of the wider setting. Is that what you're saying?
Both the buffer zone
Right.
and the wider setting are part of the wider setting.
Let's take it in stages. Let's take it in stages, Mr. Stroud, because I'm a simple fellow. The buffer zone is part of the setting, and so to the extent that there would be a setting impact, so seeing things from the buffer zone that lie outside the buffer zone, that properly analysed would be an impact on the setting of that part of the World Heritage setting, wouldn't it?
My problem with what you're saying, you see, I wouldn't say yes, because I've never put it in those terms, because the buffer zone isn't the designated heritage asset.
No,
And
I know.
so, we're not assessing the setting of the setting.
Well, that's the point I'm making, Mr. Stroud. Forgive me. We don't do that, do we, in heritage, whether it's a World Heritage Zone or otherwise. We don't look at impacts on the setting of the setting.
But this is an artificial distinction, because in World Heritage Site guidance and in UNESCO's own documents, the one that's most recently been accepted to the Inquiry Library, we're instructed to think about the buffer zone as one thing, but a World Heritage Site has a wider setting, of which the buffer zone might not entirely encompass.
Okay.
So your question, it sort of doesn't arise.
Well, I think we'll let the inspector decide whether or not it arises.
Yeah.
I've put the
Well, this is
point and you've
my
answered
view.
it. So to the extent that it arises, you're looking at where the buffer zone is concerned. The impact of seeing the scheme in some views from the buffer zone is an impact looking out of the buffer zone at something else, isn't it?
Where we're talking about looking from the buffer zone out of it, not within the World Heritage Site, yes.
Yes. Well, that's what we are talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, for instance, the towpath views to which we'll come are within the buffer zone.
Yes.
Views from Syon Park are within the buffer zone.
Yes.
The impacts are on things that lie outside that, perceived
right.
or seen from within, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right. Do you say that the site lies within the setting of the World Heritage Site in general, in more general terms, in a broader sense?
Yes.
Okay. And it lies within the setting, despite the fact there's no intervisibility, is there, between, as we'll come to, between the site and the World Heritage Site? I'm choosing my words carefully, the World Heritage Site
Well, I
itself.
disagree that there's no intervisibility.
Okay, well, that's about what you can and can't see, is that right?
Yes.
You can't see it, so you can't really see it at the moment, can you, from the World Heritage Site?
You can see the Gillette Tower, which is positioned between them. But I mean, I get the point that there is nothing on the two applications.
Where could you see the Gillette Tower from?
Well, as I say, from
within the
from
World
points
Heritage
within the World Heritage Site, approaching the Isleworth Ferry Gate, for example, and in gaps between the trees around the Woodland Walk, around the.
Okay,
the
well, we'll
area
come
of the
obviously
CV1.
to those 2 points in a moment. All right. So subject to those 2 points, there's no intervisibility, is there, between the site, the scheme, and the World Heritage Site itself?
It's not just 2 points. I mean, subject to what I say, as I point out, the possibility of seeing the Gillette Tower, which I acknowledge is not on the application sites, but falls between them. So I can't say that there's no intervisibility.
Well, okay,
Isn't that what you asked?
we'll come to that. You haven't done your own assessment, other than the one you say, well, I formed my own view from walking around, which is pretty difficult, I have to say, to cross-examine. The inspectors formed their own view about this. There is no functional or other connection, is there, between the appeals site and the World Heritage Site?
Well, except insofar as it's in the wider setting, as we're discovering.
Well, I'm exploring the degree to which that is true or whether that matters. And so obviously when one's thinking about setting, one looks at degree of visibility, as we know, lots of case law about that. There also might be, given the definition of setting in the framework and experience, matters of functional connection, historic connection, etc. None of those points applies, does it, in relation to the appeal sites when considering the WHS? No other connections?
No, I mean, no.
So the question of intervisibility will come back to, no other connections. All right. Now you say, and I'm going to take this stage by stage, and you've repeated it again, but let me just take you back to your proof on this first of all. Page 116. 116. Under the heading Assessment of Harm at the top there. The proposed developments would appear in glimpsed views from inside the World Heritage Site. Okay. Now that comes in your proof from page 103. If you go back a few pages, at 6.56. assessment of impact.
Hmm.
And you refer there to some views of the applicants along with some of Mr. Spence's views.
Mhm.
And you say they demonstrate that the proposed developments would be visible across open areas of Syon Park.
Mhm.
Open areas of Syon Park. Now, even if you're right, and we'll come back to this, about the ferry gate and the glimpses through the woodland, that's not what you actually had in mind, was it, when you wrote open areas of Syon Park?
What's not what I had in mind? Sorry.
The glimpsed views through twigs and so on that you're now referring to, or through the gate. You meant there, did you, that it would be seen from the side parts of the Syon Vista, for instance?
I'm talking about open areas of Syon Park. So what I intend to refer to there, let me just double check that I am not misunderstanding you. Can you point me to, oh yes, open areas. We're visible across open areas of Syon Park. So I'm talking about, what I'm intending to refer to is that whole area I was talking about in my evidence in chief, where you move out of the kind of enclosed, more southerly areas, and there's the whole stretch where the landscape around Syon Park becomes more open.
I see.
That's what I'm trying to refer to.
But you say that you would see across that area, and then if you carry on reading the sentence, forget the bit about the much of the Thames side boundary. We'll come back to that. And at points within it between the southern limit of the World Heritage Site and the Syon Outlook. Yeah? So that's the area of the ferry gate and glimpses through the trees in the woodland. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I'm not going to ask you about the problems with Mr. Spence's viewpoints, the ones 1 to 4 that you refer to in the first part of that sentence. Do you see?
Mhm.
At the end of the first line, the inspectors had that evidence. But in relation to the other glimpsed views that you identify there, I think, first of all, the ferry gate,
Mm.
the inspector's been there, obviously. And the question, I think, is it whether there would be anything more than a negligible glimpse of it in the distance. It's a judgment, isn't it? We can have a look at the photographs if we need to, but one has to come, doesn't one, through the woodland, as it were, behind the now, at the moment anyway, closed ferry gate, and look through above the closed part of the gate, past or through a piece of vegetation that we saw in the images that we looked at, and across into the distance at whether you can see anything. Now, the inspector's got a form of judgment, hasn't she, about whether that actually amounts to anything more than, whether that actually amounts to visibility or not, in a real sense.
Yeah, I mean, so you've just described the view as you see it.
Yeah.
It's an approach to an important marker on the boundary of the World Heritage Site, and it's the nature of the approach to the gate and the way you would move over the gate that in which view AF is evidence. You would be able to perceive at points the proposed development, and sorry, you have to.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
were
I
you trying
think
to get
it's a little. This, I mean, you may be aware of this. I don't know, but it's a common phenomenon in planning inquiries where there are lots of views taken and people pore over. Or in all of the views that are produced for ease of exposition, the scheme is intended anyway to be located in the middle of the view that you produce, so that you can see it. Yeah, and obviously there are a number of views taken, and the item moves around. In relation to the ferry gate, the real world question which arises is that whether one would actually perceive it. We can see it in a very, well, I won't characterize it. We can see it in some of the images, but the question for the inspector is whether that would actually, in the real world, be perceptible to most people standing in that location.
That's the question for all of us. That's part of the judgment I've exercised.
And we know that you and Dr. Mealy differ about that.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen his reasoning at length about why you wouldn't see it or why you wouldn't perceive it in that view. But it appears that we disagree.
But I mean, obviously, the inspector's been there, so it involves, doesn't it, making that judgment, thinking about amount of the view that it takes up, how it appears, how big it is in the view, what's in the way, how far away it is,
Those are all relevant. Different conditions that might apply.
different
yeah.
conditions, etc. So all of those matters are worth or should be taken into account. But you said as part of your answer, well, it's an important place, approach, and so on, to and fro. That's not, those points aren't relevant, are they, to the straightforward point about whether or not you would be able to perceive it?
No, there's visibility, and then they are relevant to a question of significance and what matters about.
If you can
that
see it,
view.
yeah.
If one, yeah.
I'll just take that point up with you now, ma'am. So this is Ferrygate. I won't come back to it later in the cross-examination, just for your note, ma'am. The Ferrygate's position in Q, a Victorian addition, added after local people petitioned, we know, to access by the river in a particular way. But Dr. Rutherford gives evidence about this, doesn't she, in her note, which I think you don't disagree with, as I understand her note.
Do I disagree with any of the note?
Well, you don't disagree. Well, do you? I don't know.
No, I don't know. Is that what you're asking?
You made a general reference to it earlier on in glowing terms about her work that she'd done in relation to the Isleworth Gate. But should we look at it very briefly? Core document 8.7.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. There's no rush.
Okay. I'm relying on the internet to bring me the core documents I don't have by me, so I'm a little. So 8.7.
I have something much better than the internet. Dr. Mealy, who's brought the hard copy for me, so I'm lucky in this particular respect.
I brought some, but not all. Okay, I have it. Yeah.
It's core document 8.7, and it's called Historic Analysis, the Isleworth Ferry Gate. So do you have the document?
I do, yes.
Okay. So if you look, please, at section 3, which is called the History of the Isleworth Gate within the Arcadian Landscape. And there's a section in it, 3.2, which is headed Origin and Siting of the Gateway 1870 to 72. And it refers to Hooker taking some convincing that a public gate was necessary in this position. Yeah. Section 3.2, ma'am. It's on page 7. Yeah.
Or 8 is in the document.
Thank you. It's PDF page 8, is it?
Yes, PDF page 8.
Front cover's number 1.
That's what I was guessing at, yes.
So, section 3.2 took some convincing that a public gate was necessary in this position. It was to serve those residents of Isleworth who would use the ferry opposite the church that operated. But do you see the beginning of the next paragraph? At present, it is not precisely clear. Do you see that bit?
Yes.
At present, Dr. Rutherford said, it's not precisely clear how the position of the gateway was decided upon, but minimising its visibility in the Arcadian landscape was a key driver adopted by Hooker. Gate site may have been intended further north towards the line of the Scion Vista, in a position which would be much more conspicuous in relation to that vista. The position chosen as the furthest point south from the Scion Vista without encroaching on the cottage grounds. Yeah. So it was tucked away, wasn't it, in short, in the corner of the composition by Hooker, far away as possible from important views.
On the contrary, the important views, we know from other parts of the evidence that the views across were considered very important. And so I suppose what you're trying to get at its exact position on the boundary. Tucked away is not how I would characterize it, but you're right.
That's what Dr. Rutherford, forgive me for jumping. That's what Dr. Rutherford
she doesn't say tucked away, does she? Can you point
well,
to
she
that?
says, doesn't it, put as minimizing its visibility in the Arcadian landscape was a key driver adopted by Hooker. Position chosen furthest point south from the Scion Vista without encroaching on the grounds.
Yes, I thought you might be getting at that. There are different ways to minimize visibility. So yes, of course, putting it where it is minimizes its visibility from the Scion Vista. That's true. But also, one of the things that's a point of discussion about the gate is how its visibility is minimized by not being a big brick portal or something like that. So there is also the sort of design and the form aspect of its minimized visibility.
It's not a ceremonial entrance, is it? It's an expedient public entrance, and we can see from Dr. Rutherford what purpose it was originally serving.
Of some interest,
and why it was put there. Yeah. All right. The view that it came to service, if you like, so it was bringing people to see, as insofar as looking across the river to the Brownian landscape at Sion, was the Sion Vista, wasn't it?
I don't see why that should be the case.
Well, that was the view, the main view that was being created in the Victorian time. You and everybody else agrees about the history of the development of the gardens. And we know that the gate was put as far away from that as possible. It was bringing people in to the main attraction, in this respect at least, which was looking across from the Sion Vista, wasn't it?
I don't think that follows. You're sort of you're suggesting that the reason the gate was needed in a way was in order for people to come and move up and stand at the Sion Vista.
Yeah.
But I disagree. What people wanted was access to the gardens.
Well, yes,
in
I
the
know,
round.
but put my question carefully. Insofar as they were coming to look across at the remnant of the Brownian landscape, etc., that was from the Sion Vista, wasn't it?
Well, I will. Well, what I will say is that I take your point insofar as it's not a designed, a formal designed view. So yes, people weren't coming across the gate in order to look back over the gate and wonder. But that is a byproduct of the fact that the gate was there, and it was a consideration in the siting and the form of the gate. But yes, the Sion Vista is a formal, or the Sion Outlook rather, is a formal view.
Yes. And in terms of the Sion Outlook or the Sion Vista, we know what we're talking about there, the open grassed area with the benches.
No, the Sion Vista is something much bigger.
All right. The Sion
an
Outlook
important
at the end
distinction.
of the Sion Vista, I'm eliding two things. So the area from which you would actually be able to see Sion House and the park from within Kew Gardens. We agree, don't we, that from that area there would be no visibility of the scheme.
Well, as I say, and I acknowledge the point you've been making about my not having presented evidence, on paper. But my assessment is that the very, 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 very southernmost edge of the Sion Outlook, you can see the Gillette Tower, the Sion Lawn, and therefore I judge that you would be able to see. But to your point, across the vast area of the Sion Lawn, no, there would be no visibility because the proposed development would be behind vegetation and trees on the Sion side.
Okay, well, beyond, I've obviously we've put in front of the inspector the evidence that AVR produced about the views from within that area. Ma'am, you've been there, so I'm not going to take up more. Would you or wouldn't you see it? But anyway, your view about impact on Kew has depended in part, hasn't it, on your own assessment that there would indeed be, even though it's very limited, some view from the Sion Outlook of the scheme.
I mean, that precise amount of visibility, which is what I'm saying, and the possibility of glimpsing it from the southernmost edge. But it's also taken account of my general acceptance that you wouldn't have visibility from the Sion Outlook, for example, in View Y.
Yeah.
Where it would be concealed.
But what's the answer to my question? Has your view about impact on Kew, the World Heritage Site, been informed by your judgment that you would be able to see it to a very small degree from the Sion Outlook? The scheme
in part, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I want to look, having briefly touched, Madam, on Ferry Gate and Sion Vista. We'll come back to a couple of other points in a moment, but I'd like to just identify, please, points about the towpath. Now, the Thames Path. The Thames Path lies outside the World Heritage Site, as we know. Yeah,
It does.
I just want to look briefly with you at what the management plan says or doesn't say about the towpath. This is our core document. You've got it separately, no doubt. Our core document 10.1, ma'am. 10.1. And if you're looking at it electronically, ma'am, page 5 of 164 is where you need to go. Okay. Which in our hard copy, Mr. Stroud, is page 3.
Thank you.
There's an executive summary there of the document, ma'am, if you have it. Page 5 of 164 in the Yeah, and it talks about why the plan is needed, management plan is needed, and it talks about setting in particular. And so it refers, doesn't it, to developments in the wider city beyond the World Heritage Site. A reflected number of applications currently coming forward for major development along the Great West Corridor in Brentford. The World Heritage Site has a very specific set of relationships with its setting, which are an integral part of its design, its experience, and therefore of the OUV. So a point that Dr. Mealy makes that I just seek your agreement on is that what we see in this document, and indeed what we don't see in the document, is very much a product, isn't it, of a keen interest, a focus indeed on the relationship between potential development in the Great West Corridor and Kew.
My characterization, I mean, yes, in that it would be, this document has been produced in the full knowledge that there's lots of development proposed on the Great West Road, and that was an interest in, absolutely.
Yeah, to the extent that the setting part is, first paragraph is really all about dealing with and analysing impacts from large development in Brentford.
It's foregrounded in that section on setting, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, there is a separate appendix, isn't there, which deals with setting in the document, which is Appendix D, I think, sorry, D. Now, ma'am, that's on page 116 of 116 in ours 114, Mr. Stroud.
Yep.
And at the beginning of that section, D, setting of the World Heritage Site, we've got an introduction, and then we've got D2, need for an up-to-date description of setting. Yeah. And it talks again about development in Brentford, existing and proposed, and Icamos's views on the matter. And then it says, in the second paragraph, the primary cause of this concern, can you see that?
I can.
The primary cause of this concern is the development of buildings, particularly tall buildings, which are visible from within the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's correct, isn't it, as a matter of fact, that in this need for an up-to-date description of setting, the authors of the management plan don't identify as a primary cause for concern visibility from outside the World Heritage Site.
That's right. It's not stated there, yeah.
And if we think about one of your main points, the relationship, well, it's one of the main points of all three of you, but the relationship, the Brownian relationship between Sion and particularly the end of the Sion Vista. At page 119 of 164, which in our case, I think is 17. Lost it here.
Description of setting?
Yeah. Just give me one moment because I was working on the electronic and I've got one page ahead. Okay, just give me one moment, sorry. I've got my... Could you just remind me, ma'am, because you're looking at the electronic version. Forgive me for doing this. Page 119 is which hard copy page? Do forgive me for asking. In the electronic. Yes, and the electronic copy. What does it say? What hard copy page is it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's 117. Yeah. Forgive me. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes. So in terms of the use of the relationship between Sion and Q, do you see D8?
Yeah.
Overview of the key elements.
Yes.
It identifies the site. I think that's the site at Kew, the World Heritage Site. Retains its rural/pastoral aspect, actively supported by the Thames and the parkland to its west and south, and by the relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment around.
We're under D8, sorry. Are we?
That's D8, second paragraph of D8.
Sorry,
Are you with me? It's on hard copy, page 117.
Yeah, and D8 is at the... Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at D8.1, and that's... Yes, okay, second paragraph. Yes, sorry. And so could you remind me of the thing you wanted to draw my attention to?
I was just putting to you that the point about the characterization of the setting here begins, the landscape of the gardens has its roots in early history. Do you see second paragraph?
Yeah.
And it talks about supported by the relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment around it, place where people can encounter nature in both its managed and more wild forms. And so the point that you made about Russin Urbe,
I never know.
Yeah. But in terms of the relationship between Syon Park in particular, if you looked at the second main paragraph in the right-hand column, it begins through these almost 3 centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
I do.
Of landscape change, the garden's various designers have cultivated the enclosed and separate character of the site, I guess, through consciously working and reworking the details of the relationship between the changing site and its environs. I'm not going to read it all out, but if you drop down to the next sentence, it says, in some instances, are you following me? In some instances,
I do.
an Arcadian setting
yes.
has been drawn into the gardens so as to make the gardens appear larger, e.g. the relationship with Syon Park. In other instances, shutting it out. Yeah. So what we're dealing here with at the Syon Outlook and its relationship with Syon across the river is effectively what Brown was doing, was borrowing the landscape that he had created, in part anyway, at Syon, and drawing that in to what's now the World Heritage Site.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Again, that's a point, isn't it, about the view and the experience from the World Heritage Site?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And the towpath outside, but yes.
Well, you say that. It doesn't say that, does it? It says...
No, but I made the point.
In some instances, an Arcadian setting has been drawn into the gardens. It doesn't say... It's very important that it's visible from the towpath, doesn't it?
It's of course not. It's a yes. I mean, yes. I just make the point that it's not a physical drawing; it's a visual one, and so your view crosses the bits outside.
That's right. And below you, below the ha-ha, where people are passing by, you don't see that, as with sheep, etc., and other ha-has and so on.
Yes, yes.
Your view flies across the top of it to Syon, and that's the magical effect, etc., that Brown was after. But that's quintessentially about views from Kew itself.
Yes. Yeah. As a tiny point, I'm not sure it's true that he ever managed to make it so that you couldn't see people passing. I just don't think we know. But clearly, the effect of the intention is to try and elide the two.
All right. Thank you. And then if you go on, please, to page 1, 2. This is difficult, this one, because the sentence, rather unhelpfully, is broken over about 5 pages. Stay on the page that we were looking at. Do you see D8.1?
Yes.
Right at the bottom, it says D1, strong sense of enclosure and separation.
Yes.
The Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, are a place apart, semicolon, designed, and then we have to go to page 124, or, ma'am, in yours, 126 of 164. Designed, ... over several centuries. You with me? At the top of hard copy, page 124, to be appreciated from the inside and separated from the everyday and increasingly urban landscape outside. Okay, it's another identification, isn't it, in this document, of the focus on views from the inside of the World Heritage Site and the gardens, rather than from anywhere outside them.
Well, I think it's trying to draw a contrast between inside views and outside views. So I think what it's trying to draw attention to is the idea that there are different kinds of that there is a kind of there's an internality, there's an external, and that both things are shaping your experience.
Well, I'm just asking you about what's written by the authors in the management plan, and here they're talking, aren't they, about the design evolving over several centuries to be appreciated from the inside. not to be appreciated from the outside.
That's what it says there, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then there are all sorts of other references in this section about controlling the views into the designed landscape. So if you look at the bottom of that page on the right-hand column, 124, 126 in the PDF copy. Do you see views into the designed landscape of the gardens are also carefully controlled, mostly screened by trees and walls. The views into the landscape that do exist are largely at the entrances or from the Thames path, particularly the end of the Sign Vista. Yeah. So a view in at the end of the Sign Vista. Yeah. All right. And we can see that, can't we? If we look at the analysis drawings, if you like, figure 3, which is on the following page, that's your page 127, I think.
Yeah.
It identifies, doesn't it, open to the River Thames along the stretch of the sign outlook. Yeah. And if you then go to how this analyzes views, figure 4.
Yep.
And we've got a drawing with a kind of rough triangle on it, which has certain views in it and vistas. It's really the vistas, I think, that we're dealing with at this point, isn't it? Not the view, the little eye views, but the two vistas that intersect.
Yes, I mean, clearly there is if I were drawing this diagram, I would also put a wider view at the end.
Yeah.
And I think it's sort of implied by the crossing of the two vistas.
Well, maybe. I mean, if you look at views out at figure 5, which is on page 130 of the hard copy. So, ma'am, that's your 132, I think. Figure 5, views out. Sorry, ma'am,
Yes.
do you have that? Views out. We've got a view, haven't we? And well, we can see where Chris Blanford and have put it at the end. It's indicative, obviously, but it's at the sign outlook, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And I've taken you to those, obviously, references to views from the inside gardens, the assessment in diagrammatic form of where the views are, to give you the background, really, to a point that Dr. Mealy makes, and I think Mr. Frainman as well, just to seek your agreement on it, that there isn't, is there, in the management plan any indication at all that views from the Thames path are important for the OUV of the World Heritage Site?
That's not stated in the management plan.
No. And I mean, it's easy to say, well, is it there or isn't it there? But given that we agree that the purpose of the management plan in part is to assess again setting with an eye to potential threat, if you like, from tall buildings outside the site, had the authors considered that the towpath played an important role in the setting of the World Heritage Site itself, then it's fair to say that you would have expected them to have put it in the document.
I wish they had.
Yeah.
More
But the
clearly.
answer to my question is yes, isn't it? You would have expected them, if it was that important, particularly in this context, to have at least had one sentence about it in here.
Well, I acknowledge that Kew is a very large and complex site. So I'm taking issue with the word expect, I suppose. I'm saying that, yes, I would have expected in the sense that it would be better if they had. But
well, you say that. I mean, I think HE were consultees, weren't they, of this plan?
I think so.
Yeah. So again, it doesn't appear to have been something that your colleagues, I know that you weren't involved yourself, said you really must mention the towpath because that's critical to an understanding of OUV. There's obviously nothing of that kind, is there, in the management plan?
There's no statement that that views from the towpath exclusively are essential to the OUV.
No. Or indeed even part of feeding into the OUV, contributors to the OUV. There's not a statement of that kind either, is there?
Well, it's explicit reference to the towpath, no, but as my evidence shows and where I quote from it, it's extensively implied by other things in the management plan.
Extensively implied, okay. Well, no doubt those implications can be put to Dr. Mealy. Your harm assessment then, just to come back to that, please, for the World Heritage Site. So look at we started, I think, with page 116. Can we just go back there, please, of your proof?
Of my proof?
Yes, of your proof, yeah. So your judgments about harm. And I've asked you already about part of the first sentence, the glimpsed views from inside the World Heritage Site, I asked you about the ferry gate and what your evidence did or didn't comprise in terms of material. One of the points that, just to finish off on that before we move on to the towpath, one of the points that I think you relied on originally was the Mr. Spence picture next to the lodge. You referred to it again, I think, in your evidence in chief in one of your slides, next to the hut, the white hut.
That was a piece of evidence I used to.
But you acknowledge, though you politely don't say so in terms, that the AVR work shows that to have been factually incorrect or incorrect as a piece of modelling.
That particular view of the impact, it does seem that it was not in the right place. I think Mr. Spencer's admitted that himself.
Yeah, and in terms of whether or not you would actually see the scheme from that location, the inspector has stood there and has formed a view, no doubt, about whether that's the case. But you've taken into account, as I understand it, that you can see it from there.
Yes, because I've done the same thing. I've taken that as a piece of evidence, and then I've gone and formed a view.
All right. Well, we'll comment and leave the inspector to make her mind up about that.
And when I say from there, I have not said from the exact viewpoint as MSC1.
No, absolutely. No, I understand. You should further down to the left, if you like, nearer
around
the
that
hut.
area.
Yeah. I understand that. Well, classically, a point for the site visit, that one. So I'm not going to cross-examine you about that. So that's what you've taken into account anyway, in relation to glimpsed views from inside. I mean, the fact that we're not dealing with tracking behind Sion when you're on the Sion outlook, and we're dealing with glimpsed views between twigs and next to them, maybe next to the hut and so on, is an indicator, isn't it, of the magnitude and the importance of the intrusion, if you like, even if one can see it in those locations.
I accept the point. I think what you're trying to draw a contrast with is I say that one of the intrusions is that it tracks behind the views. Well, that's not the case in a static glimpsed view, clearly.
No, but no. My point wasn't so much about tracking; it was about your use correctly. I think even if one can see it from next to the hut, for instance, these are glimpses.
Yes,
they're not intrusions into the main design vista retained in the Victorian time from Brown's original concept.
They're not intrusions into the Sion outlook. No.
All right, and then you say the proposed document would appear in glimpsed views from inside the WHS. And in a long sequence of towpath views across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape joined by the Thames. Now, obviously, the inspector will form a view about whether it's a long sequence or not. You've walked up and down. I know you've extracted bits from the film. It's about 80 meters, I think, isn't it? That length.
Oh, I haven't measured it. And do you mean the length of the animation?
The length of the animation shows, because of where the vegetation is, the stretch in which you would see the proposed building in relation to Sion House.
Well, no, because some of the other MSC views that we have showed that it would be visible beyond the stretch that the animation covers.
Yeah, but I mean, those are you relying on Mr. Spence's evidence?
Well, I'm using those views, and I don't think that there's evidence that they're so wrong that it doesn't show that it would be visible then along a further stretch of the towpath that.
Well, there is, because we have the rebuttal appendix, haven't we, from Mr. Mealy's evidence, where AVR go through those views and show them to be mistaken and the building in the wrong place. Do you remember that?
Well, can you take what I'm trying to establish is visibility. So I accept that the views might be wrong in some degrees. But
it goes. The point that AVR make about those is it goes to visibility, that you would not see the building in those views.
Can you take me to the rebuttal?
Yeah, by all means. Yeah. So if you look at the we've done that one. Oh, no, I know that. Okay, yeah. No, that's all right. So the AVR is in your rebuttal appendix, isn't it? Yeah, so the exercise that AVR do, going through all of the the views and pointing out their errors, is in core document 1.17. And I think, ma'am, you may have that on hard copy, but it looks like you do, ma'am. Rebuttal appendix. Well, it says, yes, that's right. I mean, it's the one with the AVR exercise. ID, sorry, did I CD? Forgive me. ID, thank you very much. I wrote that wrong at the front. All right. So in ID, forgive me, 1.17, the rebuttal, we have, I can show you this just first of all, just by reference to the the contents page of the AVR document. Do you have that? It's page 2 within that rebuttal. Looks like you're still looking for the document
Yes.
itself.
Sorry, I have. I realised I had it.
Are you with me? So you have to turn it sideways, obviously, but the
contents page.
If you look at the
Yes.
contents page, you can see just to the right-hand side that views 1 to 15 of Mr. Spence are analysed and the errors in them shown.
Mhm.
Okay, so within those, any of those which indicate from other than the stretch which is modelled in the film,
Mhm.
that there would be visibility of the appeal scheme are shown to be incorrect. Can you see that?
Well, can you show me them?
Well, no, I'm just putting the general point to you. I mean, you appear to have taken a different view. And
Well, as I say, I've used these views as the evidence about methodological errors and actual errors in the views producers come to light advisedly and acknowledging all of that. And so, as I say, as with MSc View 1, as we discussed, I've used that evidence and then, cross and compared it with my observations. And I haven't yet seen anything which shows decisively that there would be no visibility.
Well, let me put it this way, and we can look to see if there's a corresponding image that you've drawn this from in here. In terms of areas which lie outside that which is modelled by AVR in their moving image, where do you say that the building would be seen from on the towpath outside the 80 metres? Well, where have you formed the view that it would be seen from?
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
Let's take it in stages. The model
Mhm.
is of the 80-metre stretch between where there's thick vegetation towards the northeast and thick vegetation towards the southwest, if you like, on the Thames Path.
I don't
That's the
have
slot.
the image before me, but yeah.
It's the 80 metres. It's the one that you took the screen grabs from on the.
I understand
the
which
okay.
animation you're referring to, but I don't
Fine.
have the map showing where the stretch is before me.
Well, and so my question is about your evidence.
Mhm.
Where do you say that the scheme would be visible from on the Thames path, other than from that stretch, in relation to Sion House? I mean,
I think I say. Well, no, forgive me. I'm going to have to. For one thing, I say it would track behind the house.
yes, in those views that Dr. Mealy acknowledges himself and are modelled by AVR. Yes, but my question is, I'm trying to drill down, you see, to help the inspector about from where else what other views other than that stretch of 80 metres you've taken into account in forming your view? Because you say a long sequence, you see, of towpath views.
Well, it's evident in the. Have we still got my slides? It's evident where the animation begins, the building's visible.
All right.
So implicitly, if you just step out of frame behind the animation, it would also be visible.
Well, no, that's not true, because it starts there, because you've just come past all the vegetation on the bank, which occludes the view.
Well,
that's why it starts there.
But the nature of the views changes slightly. So but vegetation doesn't completely occlude it. That's what the MSc views show. And despite their errors, as far as I can see, for example, MSc View 4 errors. The wire line, we're behind Sion House.
Which one are you looking at? Sorry.
Let me just check I'm giving you the right references.
From there to there. You can't see it. No.
I mean, yeah, so can I offer you pages 18 and 19?
Oh, sorry, of this document we're looking at, yeah. Yeah, of the AVR
Of appendix 2 of the
review.
AVR rebuttals.
Yeah.
So we're south of the house on the towpath. And forgive me now, what I'm not cross-checking now is whether on plan we are within the length.
We're in the 80 meters there.
Are we?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, there we are.
I mean, ma'am, you can check that if there's any doubt about it against the film, which obviously Dr. Mealy will be playing briefly when he gives his evidence in due course, just to talk to it.
Would it be helpful just to highlight for my record at least, the
Length where it's taken from.
where you've got the MSE views and the
Yes.
errors, which ones of those are within the 80-metre stretch?
Yes,
I'll just-
but just to give you a reference, ma'am, to where the film is taken. So the main appendices, core document 1.8.6, Dr. Mealy's main appendix. Sorry, yeah, I mean, but it's really just for your reference. This is where you see the green line marked on them.
It would be useful for
Aerial
mine too.
photograph.
Yes. Where
Yeah.
1 point, and what's the
ID.
appendix? Which?
It's the main proof. It's CD. Oh, sorry, I've got written ID. It's ID 1.8.6. Sorry, I keep writing CD instead of ID.
And there's appendix 1, 2, and 3.
It's within the main text, I think, isn't it? Of the appendix.
Which appendix?
Appendix 4, internal page number 11.
Of the main evidence, ma'am.
That's the main 1.8. Yes, you.
Yeah, I'm not.
What was the ID reference that you gave earlier?
1.8.6.
1.8.6. The ID reference or CD reference?
Sorry,
It's their ID.
their IDs.
ID, yeah. Appendix 4, AVR
It's
London.
slightly
report.
weird, even though they were exchanged for the inquiry. It's been given an ID reference in them. Yeah, that's why.
Oh, this is yes,
Well, I
I've
thought it
got
was
the
a
hard.
hard
Sorry, I had it in the hard version. I'm sorry, Mr. Is that the plan there you're referring to?
It looks like it. Yes,
It's
that's
it's
right. It's
an
got a
aerial
green.
photo.
It's got a green
Yes.
strip along the. That's it.
Oh, goodness. What does it say on the front cover? Sorry.
It's the appendix. Do you have a hard copy?
I'll use the digital one.
Well, it's appendix 4 within the appendices to the proof.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it. ID
Right.
1.8.6. So I was just, we've got even though, ma'am, I was referring to it just for your benefit initially, as where you see
The green
length,
line.
the green line, where the video is taken from, within which those images fall. And you can cross-check those against the locations in both the original AVR work, TVIA work.
Can you?
Not sure I can do that briefly, ma'am. I think the one that was being referred to was view 3 of MSE, I think. That was the one that was being referred to. Yes, AKA, though it's not the same, obviously, precisely. But yes. I think that's.
I'm sorry, I have to take issue. It's not in the animation, according to that plan.
Oh.
If you look at the views map,
Which one are you looking at?
I'm
Mr.
looking at the composite map that was produced, but it's MSE's views that we're interested in.
Yes.
I've got it on my proof. I'm sorry, it's because it's in my proof. It's very
That's all
large
right.
scale.
Which
Page
page?
71.
Page 71. Oh, yes.
So we were looking at this, and I drew your attention to MSE view 4 errors,
Yes.
and the rebuttal analysis discusses how the wireline is in the wrong place because it's vertically positioned. AVR London say wrongly, but their evidence says it would nonetheless. I mean, the effect of this is to say it would nonetheless be visible in MSE view 4. If you look at my plan 71, MSE view 4 is taken from the boundary of the World Heritage Site. If you cross-reference with your plan, the animation ends short of the boundary of the World Heritage Site, quite clearly. So MSE view 4 is not within the length of your animation.
Yeah. I think we were slightly, forgive me, it's no doubt my fault, but we were slightly at cross purposes because the view that I was concerned with was the tracking. Do you remember we got caught up in whether it was tracking across the top, where you would see the proposed buildings in relation to the house, to Sion House itself. So that's why I was looking at view 3, in the MSE. So
Well,
not
what you
view
asked me
4.
was, where do I say in my proof that you would be able to see the house outside the length of the animation? Well, here.
That's right. But in this particular case, in view 4,
Here's the evidence.
so you're looking at MSE view 4, are you?
Yes.
Yes. And in that view, the degree of, well, you're looking over, aren't you, some of the glass houses and so on. We don't have there, do we, in the view, the appeal scheme with Scion House in view?
Sorry, well, apparently not, but
No. Well, that was my question. See, I was asking.
You haven't mentioned the appeal scheme with Scion House yet.
Yeah, well, it's no doubt my fault, as I said before, but I was asking about the extent to which, as you say, visible in a long, where are we? Yeah.
Exactly, here.
Well, it's view 4, you can't see Scion House. Yeah, there's no Scion House in view 4.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I understand.
You might be able to see the proposed buildings from elsewhere, but that's not the point about the Brownian landscape and the connection with the historic cultural landscape of Scion Park. So that's the point. The reason why AVR have modelled that stretch is that's where you get this key set of views, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
In my recollection, you get glimpse views of Scion House right up this stretch, which we're talking about,
Well,
outside the length of the animation.
Well,
Glimpses, very small glimpses.
Okay, well,
But,
very small.
you do. You're aware that the house is approaching, because also you've seen it. If you're walking up the towpath, you've also seen it at points at the old.
You
deer
have,
park,
and you've
so-
also seen all sorts of other things, Mr. Stroud, like the Haverfield estate and so on. I'm talking about specific points where there's an intrusion into this sequence of views of the scheme with the house. Okay, so I started by taking you to your assessment of harm again, which is, I know, it's right, no. Proposed development would appear in glimpse views from inside the WHS, and you say in a long sequence of towpath views across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape joined by the Thames. Okay, so we've established that in relation to views where the proposed buildings would be seen in association with Scion House itself, it's that stretch, isn't it, that AVR have modelled moving.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then you say that there would be a visibility in other places.
Sorry, I must slightly take issue. I can't absolutely verify what you just said from the evidence in front of me that you can only see Scion House in exactly that animated stretch. But I take it what you're telling me is that they've begun it there because that's their assessment. Yes.
Well, that's the evidence, Mr. Stroud. That's the evidence. So the inspector's been there, but you haven't produced any of your own views. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at your judgment here that it would the proposed developments would appear in a long sequence of towpath views. Now, you said a moment ago you'd know it was there, particularly if you'd been walking along, you'd get some glimpses of it. But that's, I mean, to the extent that you would get glimpses of it, they wouldn't outside the 80-meter stretch be glimpses of it in association with the house and the parkland in front of it, would they?
Well, that's what I again say. I can't, based on the evidence in front of us, say beyond the 80-meter stretch of your animated film, you would not get any glimpses of the house and the proposed
So
development.
you don't know.
Well, I can't demonstrate it with evidence, but my assessment is that I absolutely agree with you that further south of the animated film, we're not seeing good frontal views of Scion House. But
No,
there's a point where
that's obvious.
you become aware of the proposed development and you also see Scion House. As you move up the towpath, then there's a long stretch which continues beyond the animation to the north. This obviously isn't contentious, it's just not where you're focused. And you get those views from the towpath with the proposed development, not tracking behind the house, but beyond it.
Okay, but again, I just want to come back to it. In your key summary of the reasons why you think there would be the amount of harm, you say, middle of the scale in relation to the World Heritage Site, you say you'd see in glimpse views from inside, this is your 6.68 again, and in a long sequence of towpath views. Now, if the inspector agreed that it were just the modelled 80 metres that AVR have done the moving film, I take it you'd accept that that's not a long sequence of views. Is that fair?
Let me just, I want to be sure I read what you're pointing me to. 6.68, long sequence. Yeah, the proposed developments would appear in a long sequence of towpath views.
Yeah. So
I stand by that there's a long sequence of towpath views where the proposed development would be visible.
okay. Well, I've asked you about where other than the 80 meters. My question was, I'll just put it again.
But you were
If-
asking me about in connection with Sion House.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
But
and that's not what I say here.
yeah, let me just put my question again.
Mhm.
So my question was, if the inspector agrees with us that where you would see the proposed buildings in association with the house and the parkland in front of the house, the 80-meter stretch, would you agree that that's not properly described as a long sequence of views?
Not really. I mean, if I were to write that again, maybe I'd think about those words, but I don't think it's wrong to say that there's a long sequence where you can see the house and you can see, I mean,
Okay.
80 meters is quite a long way.
Quite a long way. It's about a minute's walk, 80 meters. The impression, obviously, that you give that I wanted to work out with you whether you know what you actually take it into account was of an extensive sequence up and down the towpath where you'd see this. That's what I'm exploring. You appear to have said that an extensive a long sequence of views would be affected, whereas in fact it wouldn't be, would it? It would
Well,
only
we
be
just disagree about whether you can describe the area where you would see the proposed developments
As
and
long.
bits of Sion House and landscape as a long sequence.
That's right. Well, you think it's long, and we think it's 80 meters, about a minute's walk. Not long.
Yes, we're a little comparing apples and pears. That's my adjective about the length, and you've given me an exact measure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right.
How do we describe
ma'am,
that length?
I've just exploring. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Exploring what it was. It's 1:00, ma'am. So I'm still in this general subject, but that is a break that we could take.
Thank you very much. In terms of progress, you still have 3 hours over.
Yes. Yes.
So if we've got the room for as long as we like. Did anybody have any issue with sitting later if required this evening? Okay. So we'll take a break. We'll take the 45 minutes and then we'll resume at 1:45. Okay, thank you very much.
I understand. Yeah. I just want some lunch.
Yeah. Welcome back. Just need to check anything arisen over the lunch adjournment that I need to be made aware of.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Nope. Thank you. Back to you.
I wonder whether, are you cold, ma'am? I have to say, I'm finding it slightly
It's a bit
chilly. I don't know
chilly,
anybody
yes.
else. Could we just, a chill has fallen on the room, but it's literally the air conditioning rather than anything else.
Mum, we'll have a look at that and
Thank
try and
you.
That's really kind.
warm us up a
Is-
little.
Not enough hot air, is that what you're saying?
Exactly. I'll do my best.
Very
I'll
droll.
do my best.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Stroud, we were dealing with your paragraph 6.68 on page 116, and we'd looked at glimpsed views from inside, long sequence of towpath views, and it continues across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape. Okay. Now, just looking at across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape, we agree, don't we, first of all, that as we said earlier, so I'm sorry, this is a repetition, that the main designed juxtaposition is from what's now the Scion outlook across to Scion Park.
not by Brown, no.
Sorry?
Not by Brown. Brown didn't design the Scion outlook.
Sorry, but well, okay, let's take it in stages. So Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape doesn't all remain at Kew. It's what you've mentioned here. We have a remnant of it, don't we, that was widened and changed in the Victorian period. Yeah? That's what you're referring to here when you say across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape at Scion Park.
Joined by the Thames. No, you're not. You're talking about both, aren't you? Scion Park and
Well, yes,
its
yeah,
relationship
yeah.
with Kew.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not only the outlook from Kew. It's expansive on both sides of the Thames and extends beyond the Scion outlook.
So this is assessment of harm to the World Heritage Site. I don't want to be picky, but just reading it in a straightforward way, okay? You're saying it would be glimpsed, the proposed developments are glimpsed in views from inside the World Heritage Site and in a long sequence of towpath views across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape joined by the Thames. So that's Scion Park on one side, Kew on the other, correct?
Forgive me, I am still. The towpath views are clearly from outside the World Heritage Site, as we just discussed. And so the views you get, the views over to Scion are across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape of Scion. I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm really not trying to be difficult. I'm not
All
sure
right.
what
No,
it is.
I'm just trying to understand from my own part what you are referring to there, because you say that it would appear in a long sequence of towpath views, and then you say across. So I'm taking that to mean views. The buildings would appear in views across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape joined by the Thames.
What I'm saying is the proposed developments would appear in towpath views, appear across Brown's expansive Arcadian landscape. So if you're on the towpath, the proposed developments are appearing in views across Scion Park.
I see.
I believe that's what I'm saying. in
Right.
that
Okay, that's
sentence.
fine. If that's what you
Yeah.
mean, that's absolutely fine. So towpath views across Scion. Okay.
Yes,
I
you could
see.
have rewritten it that way.
I see. All right, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Now, in terms of towpath or Thames Path views, as we said earlier, I think they are a kinetic experience, are they not?
They are.
And unless one kind of literally parachutes down into the middle of them somewhere, one's come from somewhere and goes back to somewhere, or goes from one place to another. And the kinetic experience, as the inspector will have seen, is necessarily informed, isn't it, by all the views that one encounters along the Thames Path in this relevant stretch.
Yeah, just as you say, if you're on the Thames Path, you've got there and you've had other experiences along the way. Yeah.
And I think even in the 80-meter stretch, as the footage that AVR produced shows, when you're walking in a north-eastern direction at that point, actually the first thing you see along the river is past the Haverfield Estate, isn't it? Haverfield Estate at the end.
Well, I don't know about the first thing you see, but I take the point that when you're on that part of the Thames Path, then you can pick up the Haverfield Estate when you're looking up the river, or rather down the river, sorry, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So do you accept that there's a difference in kind between the kinetic views that one has up and down the Thames Path and the views from the Scion outlook as we now have it?
Well, I mean, Yes, except for the point that you could walk along the edge of the Sion outlook by the little railing, and you'd be getting similar views. But clearly, yeah, you're sort of orientated in a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, the Sion outlook is called that, and it's the end of the vista, which is also called it for a reason, because it's a as you call it, I think, in this paragraph, don't you? A composition. Distract from the composition. Yeah, it's a carefully constructed composition. That's the whole point. The towpath is different in kind, isn't it? The Thames path, because one's going up and down, seeing a whole range of other things as well.
It's true, and a series of different compositions. Yeah,
indeed. All right, thank you. And in 6.29, just keep a finger in page 116, please. But just go back to page 85, man. This is in the proof. You're talking about the Brownian changes to the landscape here. Are you with me? It begins Queen Caroline's grandson.
Yes.
Yeah. And you say in the second sentence, Brown's priority was to open the landscape to the Thames and make it, that's the Thames, I think, a principal landscape feature.
You're right. Yeah. Thames.
One of his most public controversial interventions was the replacement of the long-walled river terrace with an open lawn protected by a ha-ha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you tell us, and I don't think this is an issue, that needed to be effected by an act of parliament enclosing the road. And that came at the price, as it were, on condition of retaining the towpath there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What you then say in the rest of that paragraph, you talk about intimacy with the garden, with the river, and an apparent elision of the landscapes either side. Again, that's the apparent elision is the illusion, if you like, continuity, isn't it? Using a ha-ha and incorporating the river as between two parts. Yeah. Okay. And then you say at the end of that paragraph, today's towpath is effectively an artifact of Brown's design, and along with the lawn around Sion Outlook, it best allows appreciation of, and then you talk about the ha-ha and Sion as a key physical feature. Now, before I go off on a tangent, you're not saying there, I take it, are you, that the towpath is as important as the views from the Sion Outlook in terms of the OUV of the World Heritage Site?
No, it's not. I mean, especially not in terms of the OUV, because they're not within the World Heritage Site. Okay. But they are part of the whole sequence, and the towpath was always there, so they're not unimportant.
Yes, but the towpath was there, wasn't it? As it were, beyond or at a slightly lower level than the than the ha-ha. So the ha-ha, even though it may not hide everybody, particularly the tall or those on horseback, even though probably not on the towpath. But anyway, it wouldn't hide everybody. But plainly, one of its intentions was to some extent to mask what was going on the towpath. Is that right?
I think probably there would have been horses on the towpath as an aside. But anyway,
yeah, sure. But is that right? It's one of its principal intention was to allow continuity by, to some degree, masking what's just behind it on the edge of the river.
As a design feature, that the function is exactly as you say, to not to draw attention to what's going on beyond the ha-ha, except when you see the Thames and
that's right. That's what you mean by apparent elision.
Yeah,
you don't want to draw attention to those that are just behind the ha-ha. You want to vault
the only caveat I'm putting is that we don't have any evidence, as far as I know, which shows what that original Brown arrangement of ha-ha and towpath was.
No, but we know, as you tell us in that paragraph, that it needed an act of parliament, and the towpath was retained. So the towpath wasn't, as it were, a designed part, was it, of the Brownian landscape? It was a required expedient for functional reasons.
Well, it was part of the design insofar as the existing context of anywhere is part of the design, which is a topic we might come back to in another context.
Well,
so Brown was designing; he had to retain the path, rather like if you're designing a building, you have to retain the context. But it wasn't his creation.
I think my question was about the relative importance of it within Brown's design. It's there, as you tell us in your 629, because of the procedure that had to be gone through to enclose the pre-existing road and retain the towpath. It wasn't by any means central, was it, to the artificial idea of elision between the two landscapes?
No.
Thank you. Now, a short section, please, on some of the kind of articulation of these points, ma'am. These are more to do with framing it rather than the judgments themselves. I just flag up 5 attributes of outstanding universal value, OUV. So page 75, Mr. Stroud, of your proof. So that's the inscription, the 5 attributes.
Yep.
Paragraph 6.16, ma'am, in the proof. And you say at 6.17 that the setting contributes to 3 of these attributes, 1, 2, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you go on, don't you? We'll come to this, to give your view that, that to varying degrees, not only are those 3 attributes engaged, if you like, by these schemes, but they're all harmed by the scheme.
Yeah, I find harm to some degree to aspects of all of those.
Yeah. Okay. And can I take the 2 that we don't agree on first of all? So attribute 2 is top of your page 76.
Yeah.
This is the a setting of the iconic architectural legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you say at the end of that little subparagraph, you see on page 76, this attribute would only be indirectly affected by the proposed developments, but is relevant to understanding their impact on significance. And I take it that you say that because none of the buildings within the World Heritage Site, the pagoda or the palm house, etc., would be directly affected or intervisible with the scheme.
No, the only one is the ferry gate, but I don't judge that is iconic, so it's not part of the iconic architectural legacy.
No, I don't understand you to say that, and I think you make that clear, don't you, on page 89 at 6.35 of your proof, where you come to deal with this attribute 2, and you say Q contains dozens of listed buildings and structures, many of them highly graded. Among them, only the Isleworth Ferry Gate has a setting that would be directly affected by the views. Obviously, there's a judgment there. However, genuinely iconic buildings are indirectly relevant. Now, whether they're indirectly relevant, you're not suggesting they would be indirectly harmed, are you, by this scheme?
Indirectly harmed? Well, yes, I do think that there is an impact on, well, not on the buildings, no, but on this attribute as part of OUV, but not via a particular building.
Well, this attribute is about, isn't it, the iconic architectural legacy. So by contrast, say, with the Citron scheme, where the proposals that were under consideration, part of which anyway appeared immediately above the orangery from the Great Lawn, we don't have any such effect here in relation to the genuinely iconic buildings, do we? So in terms of how the iconic architectural legacy would be harmed, where are we looking? Are we looking at 6.36 to 6.38 of your proof? So again, I mean, in 637 you're talking about Scion House, but that's not a part of the iconic architectural legacy of the World Heritage Site, is it?
It's part of its setting.
So what's the answer to my question? It's not part of the iconic architectural legacy that was inscribed as one of the attributes of the World Heritage Site.
It's not inscribed as part of the World Heritage Site itself, no.
Right. And so you talk about Scion House in 637 and 638 and portrayals of it in art and so on. But in 636, you're not saying, are you, that the pagoda or Decimus Burton's Palm House Grade 1 are affected in terms of their setting by this scheme?
I think that they have a wider setting, which includes the areas that are affected by this scheme. So those areas are relevant to the setting.
I'm sorry, I missed that last half a sentence. Sorry. So you said,
so those areas of the areas of the World Heritage Site which are part of the extended setting of those buildings are affected by the scheme.
areas are that are part of the wider setting are affected. That's a different point, I think, from the one I'm asking. I'm asking you whether you say that because of this scheme, anything about those iconic architectural buildings would be harmed.
No, the pagoda would not be harmed. No,
No.
for example, which
So there wouldn't be. You say they are indirectly irrelevant, but the scheme would not give rise to harm to them.
Individually as listed buildings, no.
No. All right. In terms of attribute 4, just go on to page 91, please. Horticultural heritage.
Mhm.
I think you're talking there. I mean, well, let's start with the basics. The horticultural heritage attribute is about, isn't it, the history of gardening?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. It's different, isn't it? Which is why it's a different attribute from the cultural landscape and the landscape design point, which is attribute 1. I think.
Yes, but very connected.
Well, you say they're very connected. There isn't, is there expressed to be? The reason why there are separate attributes is that they deal with separate aspects of OUV.
Yes, in that. Well, you see, I wouldn't say separate because clearly they're all connected, and so something that's separate, but a discrete, not discrete, perhaps hard to express. But clearly there is a lot more to horticultural heritage, and when you read the management plan and the assessment of outstanding units of value, there's lots that goes into horticulture that isn't an aspect of garden design strictly.
Yes.
Horticulture as a whole, science,
Yes.
clearly.
Gardening, direct design of wheelbarrows,
Cultivation of
etc.
plants,
Yes.
presumably.
No, absolutely. But your 6.41, with which you conclude this short section, finishes alterations to the riverside setting could indirectly impact appreciation of this attribute.
Yes.
And as I understand it, what you're saying there is that the horticultural interest at Kew might be affected by seeing tall buildings kilometre plus away in the Great West Corridor. A little bit difficult to see how that might be the case, I have to say.
Well, the inspector in the Chiswick Curve inquiry, which is one of the things I referred to. One of the ways in which it affected, one of the ways in which previous schemes have been found to affect the World Heritage Site, including in that case, in the inspector's view, was because of impacts on the Arcadian character, which is an important part of setting in the sense that it provides the character in which the environs of Kew are enjoyed and appreciated.
Yeah, that's the world apart point from Mr. Griffiths' inspector's report in the Curve. I know that, but that's got nothing to do with horticulture, has it? I mean, that's not about gardening, garden, botany.
Botany, I'm not sure is mentioned in relation to horticulture.
Well, that's what you say in 639, but
perhaps, I'm sorry, yeah.
So I don't know about your reference to Mr. Griffiths' inspector's report, but I just put the point to you again. You say it could indirectly impact appreciation of the attribute. The value of Kew as embodying horticultural heritage wouldn't be directly, would it, harmed by any views of buildings, even if one had them, in the Great West Corridor?
Not directly, I say indirectly. Yeah.
All right. Greenhouse. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So just go back then. I think there's just one point just to deal with your points on attributes 2 and 4 together, and that involves the views of ICOMOS, for which we'll have to go, if you can bear it, to the, I'll try and get this right this time, ID 2.34. ID 2.34. No, that's the ICOMOS technical review for Kew. Yeah, the March 2.34, ID 2.34. Technical review for Kew, March 2022.
Yes.
Are you there, ma'am? Thank you. It begins by talking about when ICOMOS received information concerning two developments in February of this year. And it provides an analysis which is set out below. And as part of it, obviously, is identifying which criteria. We have to be slightly careful with our terms, but we can see that they equate, don't they, to the attributes that we've just been talking about. So criterion 2, exhibiting an important interchange of human values, botanics, science, economics. Criterion 3, cultural tradition, contributed to advances in many scientific disciplines, particularly botany and ecology. And criterion 4, landscape, that illustrates a significant stage in human history, and that's where we have the landscape design point.
But they don't equate to attributes. That's why there are criteria and there are attributes. They're
Sure,
different things.
but forgive me, but the focus of this response by ICOMOS on the basis of the information they had was to say, just following that list, of these, criterion 4 is the most relevant in considering the present development proposals. Yeah, in views associated with the historic landscape design and across the buffer zone. So that's the landscape significant stage in human history and landscape design point, not the points about science or economic exchange or botany.
No, and I agree. The most relevant is the landscape design. Yeah.
When they go on to, we can have a look at this in a little bit more detail. They talk about, don't they, having looked at the buffer zone on page 2 of 6. It goes on to describe the scheme on page 3. I'm just making sure that we understand how this is set out. And then it talks about the distance of the projects from the World Heritage property and the buffer zone. Do you see that on page 3?
Yeah.
And then it says what they'd received: Heritage Statement, Volume 2 of the ES for Tesco. 2 letters from HE who object to both proposals were also submitted. Yeah.
Sorry, I've slightly lost you.
So I'm about halfway through page 3. What they had in front of them.
Documents consulted. Yeah.
Yeah. They say, this is obviously what they'd seen in March. Nevertheless, it's considered that the visibility studies and the heritage statements are inadequate for the purpose of describing the true impact on views. And then they set out their analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about where they are likely to be visible from. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think anyone contributing to or writing this letter had they, to Kew in order to prepare this letter. They're just working on the documentation as I read it. I think they would have said we made a site visit on the 10th of February or something.
Presumably, but I've got no reason to. I've no way to know.
It would not appear anyway, would it, that they made a site visit? And so they refer to the material that they had received, and that included the HE objections, didn't it?
But yes, it did.
As we've said, the HE objections, the inspectors got them, had a look at them before. They allege, don't they, views of the building from the Sion outlook.
You'll have to give me a moment. I only don't want to say yes until I'm sure that I'm.
That's all right.
I don't know about allege, because at that point, let me see. If you'd like me to give a straight answer to that, I just need a moment.
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. I didn't anticipate that it would be difficult, that one, but by all means, check.
Sorry, I mean, it might take me a moment. You see, what I understand that you're asking me to.
I mean, we can deal with it a different way, and then by all means you can check if there's a factual question
Hmm.
about it. I think I did put the question on the right factual basis. If you look at the analysis paragraphs that begin at the bottom of page 3, they say the developments in question are likely to be visible. Sorry, let me wait till you're there.
I've now
You there?
left it. ID
234
analysis. Yes.
Yeah, the developments they say in question are likely to be visible from places within the southern part of the World Heritage property.
Right.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that isn't something which is dealt with in the TVIA material that they refer to. It can only, as far as they're concerned, have come from things that are said in the HE letters, you see. So there is reference in those letters. That's where it comes from, that point.
Well, again, I don't know where
Come
they drew
back
that
if later
sentence
if you
from.
want to say something about that, but that's my understanding of those letters. And they say the tall buildings being considerably higher than the tree scheme would appear in the background to Syon Park and appear behind Syon House, the main eye catcher, etc. Yeah. But the point that I really want to drive at here is not so much whether they were right in how they were judging what would and wouldn't be seen, but what they said about it. At the end of that paragraph, they said this would affect the property's integrity with respect to criterion 4. So that is the one, as we go back up, that refers to landscape and the stage in human history and landscape gardening by Brown and others. So it equates, doesn't it, what they say the harm would be to your attribute 1, not to your attributes 2, iconic buildings, or 4, horticulture.
Yes, I mean, as I say, I don't like the word equates because I think it's important in World Heritage terms that there are criteria under the World Heritage Convention and there are attributes that properties have. So there's a sort of automaticity you're implying, but I accept that.
I don't think I am. I think it's just a common sense point. Forgive me, Mr. Stroud.
Okay, well,
they're not saying, are they, there would be harm to the horticultural or iconic buildings aspects of
no, they're not.
Q. No. Okay. All right. So if we go back to your attribute 1, the palimpsest and so on, I don't want to take too long on this, but let's briefly look at your page 87. And that is the section in your proof where you are identifying what the management plan says about what makes up the attribute.
Yes.
So first sentence of 6.33.
Yes.
8 surviving physical features, which are key, you say, to this attribute. And you say all of them are relevant to understanding the impact of the applications on the setting of the WHS. Features A, C, D, and E would be particularly affected, and the rest are relevant. Yeah? You with me?
Yep.
And so if you turn over, A, C, D, and E are Victorian garden layout and buildings by Nesfield and others. The remaining aspects of Capability Brown's landscape design, including the Ha-Ha connection. Yeah, that's C. Strongly enclosed sense of otherworldliness, D. And a relationship with the River Thames and Arcadian landscapes. Yeah. Now, the first of those, the Victorian garden layout and buildings, obviously there wouldn't be any effect, would there, of the schemes on those?
Well, we did previously discuss that there's a very limited effect in the. I believe that it would be possible to view the proposed developments from the very southernmost bit of the Syon Outlook, but the Victorian garden layout goes beyond the Syon Outlook.
Yeah, I mean, it's expressed, I think, clearly, isn't it, that it's about the layout and the buildings, the design of the garden in Victorian times.
Doesn't say, yes, sorry, Victorian garden layout and buildings. Yeah.
Neither the layout nor the buildings would be affected by the scheme, would they?
Well, we talked about the Isleworth Ferry Gate, so no, I don't agree. That's a Victorian part of the layout of the garden.
Right,
And
so
indeed, the whole area, we talked about the Woodland Walk and so on, a lot of that is Victorian.
Yeah. Again, I think you're confusing, aren't you, what you're saying about views with what the physical features are that are key to the attribute. That's what you're telling us these are, physical features. So the garden layout and the buildings would not, those physical features would not be affected directly, would they, by the scheme?
Well, if you're talking about direct effect on physical things, then nothing would, because we're talking about setting impacts.
Right. Okay. Well, the answer to my question is no, the garden layout and the buildings would not be affected directly, isn't it?
They'd be affected directly through their setting.
Yeah, except they wouldn't, would they? Because the buildings, as we know, apart from the famous ferry gate, wouldn't be affected, would they? No buildings would be affected, as we discussed earlier.
But the ferry gate's part of the layout.
Okay, but it's not affecting. Seeing that a glimpse, if you did, of the buildings wouldn't affect the layout. Because your point is, oh, look, you're at the gate. So you'd know exactly what the function the gate was playing in the layout. It's not affected by seeing the scheme through it, is it? It's not confusing the layout or changing the layout in any way.
Well, so yes, you're saying the layout of the Victorian Gardens would not be directly changed by the proposed scheme. No, I agree, because we're dealing with a setting case.
All right, so that wouldn't change. And C, obviously, that's where we have our debate about the remaining aspects of Capability Brown's landscape design and the ha-ha connection. But again, to the extent as you put it in the preceding paragraph, that these are the 8 surviving physical features, there wouldn't be anything about the surviving aspects of the Brownian design or the ha-ha which would directly be physically affected by the scheme, would there?
Well, the views and the landscapes he intended you to appreciate when he was designing the landscape would be, yes.
So that's what you say about remaining aspects of his design.
Well, and actually the same applies to A. I mean, this comes back to this point about setting, doesn't it?
Well, no, it doesn't, with respect, Mr. Stroud, because as you say, it's your evidence. The management plan identifies 8 surviving physical features which are key. All of these are relevant to understanding the impact, and that the features would be particularly affected. And I'm putting to you that, in fact, they wouldn't be affected at all. You're muddling up setting with impact on the features, aren't you?
The features have a setting, and the setting would be altered.
D, strongly enclosed sense of otherworldliness. Now here, we have the cyan outlook, obviously, which is a designed look out, as we know. Otherwise, there'd be no effect on the enclosed sense of otherworldliness, would there, with the scheme?
Other than what, sorry? Otherwise, you said?
Well, we've got the analysis the inspector's going to undertake about whether the cyan outlook is affected or not. We say not. You say tiny bit in the corner to be decided. The rest of the strongly enclosed sense of otherworldliness wouldn't be affected, would it?
No, I disagree with the discussion we had about glimpsed views elsewhere that would...
Right, which you don't illustrate for us, and we can't tell exactly where they are.
Well, we've been through that.
Yeah, all right. Well, there we are. It's a matter of weight, I suggest to you, Mr. Stroud. And the last one, its relationship with the River Thames, and in particular its Arcadian landscapes. Again, the physical relationship of Q with the River Thames and the Arcadian landscape isn't affected, is it?
Well, yes, it is. Insofar as its setting is
point,
important to helping you understand that relationship,
Right,
and the setting
again.
would be altered.
Again, I mean, obviously it's your evidence. If you want to talk about setting as well as the physical features, then fine, but that's not, it appears, what that list is about. But there we are. All right. Okay.
May I try and elucidate what? I mean, I understand that list is directing us to the physical features of the site, which are part of that attribute expressing its OUV.
Yeah.
So it's directing our attention to parts of the physical asset, and the physical asset has a setting.
Right, I know, but the physical features themselves aren't affected. That's the point I'm making to you.
They are through their setting. I mean,
Right, okay,
the
well,
setting of the physical features is part of the.
you do realise, don't you, that the setting of an asset isn't the asset
Of
itself?
course, I do.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why this document identifies, doesn't it, the physical features which are of particular importance in contributing towards OUV, isn't it? That's why it talks about what's actually there.
Well, it's describing the physical asset.
Yeah. Doesn't mention the setting anywhere, does it, in that list?
Well, no, not literally in that list, because that's not what it's about.
There's a section on setting which we looked at earlier, which doesn't mention the towpath, for instance, at all.
No, I agree
No.
with you with that.
All right, okay. Well, if we want to find out, I suggest to you, do you agree? If the inspector wants to find out what the management plan thinks about setting, then she needs to go back to Appendix D, doesn't she?
But that's not the yes. But if you're willing to accept Appendix D as the sole statement on setting, but it's a very complex site, and so I put it to you that in order to understand setting and its impact on significance in the round, you need to understand things in as much breadth as you can.
You can put it to me if you like, Mr. Stroud. But there we are. I've put the point to you. The Arcadian landscapes we've discussed. So can I just then turn to RPG and conservation area? So this is the end of the bit on Q, ma'am, just so that you know where we're going. It's the longest by a considerable margin of the 4 areas. The RPG 6.51, please, of your proof. That's on page 100. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay, so here you say, this is obviously in the section which begins in the middle of page 100. The boundaries of the RPG are coterminous, and I won't read it all out, but you'll remember you say at the end, the significance and setting of the Old Deer Park is discussed in the section of the conservation area insofar as it's distinctive. But otherwise, I analyse the effect of the proposed development on the RPG through the analysis of the World Heritage Site. So can I summarise? There isn't another different point that you make about impact on the conservation area over and above what you say about the World Heritage Site. Is that right?
Do you mean RPG or conservation area?
No, I'm so sorry. The RPG. Do forgive me. Otherwise than the points you make about the World Heritage Site, you make the same points about the RPG.
Well,
It's that last clause on the
yeah,
page.
yeah.
So you talk. That's why I got confused. Forgive me. You talk about
Yeah.
discussing it in the section on the conservation area in relation to the Old Deer Park, which is part of the RPG.
My conclusions on the harm to the World Heritage Site are I apply them to the
Yes.
Rochester Park and Garden in terms of
So there's
significance.
no separate point that you're taking about the RPG impact over and above what you're saying about the World Heritage Site. Is that right?
I don't think that there is, according to this paragraph.
Okay, well that's true. I'm just making sure that this is the bit where you're making your points about the RPG. So as far as I read it, you're not taking any separate point. Is that right? Over and above the World Heritage Site points.
That's what this paragraph says.
All right. The conservation area is on the next page. Page 101, 652. And in the last sentence, you say, since the significance of this area of RPGQ and its particular setting is anyway the special concern of this assessment, due to its exposure to the proposed developments, I largely consider the significance and setting of the Royal Botanical Gardens conservation area to be identical with the WHS and the RPG. So again, you're not, I think, advancing, are you, any new main point about the conservation area?
Well, not there, no, but I do know that, I mean, I think I'm making, I think I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think I'm making largely do a lot of work in that sentence because what I'm saying is that the significance and the setting of the, I say, if you took largely out, it would say significance and setting of the Royal Botanical Gardens to be identical. And I require it to say largely because it's not exactly identical.
No, crikey, that's the kind of point that lawyers get criticised for making.
Sorry.
Mr. Stroud. Most of the points you make about the conservation area are co-terminus, if you like, with the World Heritage Site and the RPG points.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are some, though, that are conservation area specific. And
Yes.
what are they?
The conservation area boundary includes the Thames Path, the towpath.
Okay. And so you say in that paragraph, except that it includes the adjacent towpath, its character and appearance is that generated by the World Heritage Site's attributes of OUV, though with emphasis on the contribution made by the riverside and the towpath. Yeah? And then you refer to the conservation area statement. And I just wonder, I think if this is to be a separate point, can we just look at that? That's core document, I hazard to say. 10.30, ma'am. Are you with me? So do you have that, ma'am? 10.30, the Q conservation area appraisal. It's quite short. You describe it as concise, I think, don't you, in your 6.52, which it certainly is, laconic. But it does say, doesn't it, the bits you quote, I think, are about the value of you say, it stresses the value of the ha-ha wall and the unique soft landscape character of this stretch of the towpath. Now,
Sorry, are you saying that's something I write?
yeah, in the middle of your 2/3 of the way through your 652, you say the concise CA statement stresses the value of the ha-ha wall.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that drawn from the paragraph under character, the riverside wall outside the garden grounds?
I suppose it is.
Yeah, so it's not really about the ha-ha, is it? No, that's about the wall.
Well, but the wall is what is what forms the ha-ha. It's a retaining wall.
Is that really what that means, though? It says the riverside wall is of great value, forms one of the more remarkable stretches of the 213-mile-long Thames path. I mean, isn't that about the wall that we see round a considerable portion of Kew?
No, because we're at the riverside, on the riverside wall.
I see. So you say that includes the ha-ha, but and then it says the soft landscape and absence of motor vehicles adds to the quality of experience. But it's not drawing any attention here, is it, to value of views from the towpath in terms of understanding the World Heritage Site?
In terms of understanding the World Heritage Site, no.
No. All right. And it's interesting. Do you see problems and pressures there towards the foot of page 1?
Yes.
Development pressures which may harm the balance of the river and landscape dominated setting and the obstruction or spoiling of views, skylines and landmarks. Now, if we're thinking about views from the Thames path in that connection and the inspectors, as it were, bearing that sentence in mind, she needs to take into account, doesn't she, that the CA, Conservation Area Appraisal, identifies that there is a dominance in these views of the river and the landscape.
That's what it says there, yes.
Yeah. And if one's to be faced with one of these problems or pressures manifesting itself in this case, it would have to be something which either obstructed, which I don't think is the case, but obstructed or spoilt a view or a skyline or a landmark.
No, there's also the balance element.
Oh, there's the but that's a balance of the river and the landscape dominated setting. Yeah. So,
yeah. But
you're not suggesting, I think, that the views of the scheme would unbalance the relationship between the river, the landscape, and the built environment, are you?
Well, yes.
I see. So you think that the views of the building next to Sion House would be so great in terms of their impact that they would unbalance the relationship currently between the river, the landscape, and built development?
They would affect the balance. So development pressure may harm the balance of river and landscape dominated setting. I'd say this is a development which causes harm to the balance of river and landscape dominated setting.
But when you say harm, when somebody says harm to the balance, they mean affected to such a degree that it becomes unbalanced. That's the inherent in the concept of balance, isn't it? If you harm balance, if I harm my balance, I'd fall over. You know what I mean?
I suppose. Well, that's not how I'm interpreting it. I mean, I understand it to mean there is a balance, and perhaps it's a delicate balance. We say sometimes.
Well, it doesn't say that there, does it?
I'm talking in general terms. I mean, these are words. There's a sort of metaphorical element. They're trying to capture something in a sentence.
Okay, well, there we are. The inspector will make what she will of that bit. And can I seek your agreement, though, that in any views that you say would be had of the scheme from the towpath, from the Thames path, you're not suggesting that the appeal scheme would dominate those views, are you?
Not dominate the whole view, but in some cases, you know, Scion House is what is intended to dominate and does dominate if any element does. And in some cases, it would impact that dominance. It would be so distracting and competing that it would, affect the, if you like, the balance of dominance in some views. Yeah.
Okay, but I think one has to see that a point like that in the context of the overall analysis of effect, that you're not suggesting that it would dominate the scheme any of the particular views that we're looking at from the Thames path.
Would it dominate the? Are you asking me? Would it dominate any of the views or the landscape? What's the?
I think I said views, didn't I, in my question? Yeah.
Would it dominate the views? It would come close to dominating.
You think it would come
In
close
some
to
cases.
dominating the views? Okay.
In some cases, I wouldn't say that it would become the dominant feature, no, and so it wouldn't dominate to that.
It wouldn't dominate in any of the views, would it?
Sorry?
It wouldn't dominate in any of the views, would it?
It wouldn't dominate any of the views individually on its own. No.
In some views, yes. All right. And we can come back to that. Fine. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn on to a similar point under the heading Scion Park and House. Could we have a look at an image to begin with at AVR Y? So I'm looking Y. So I've found this in a couple of places, but I'm finding it in core document 10.51, which is that a set of AVR visualizations.
View.
So first of all, can we start with page 35, which is AVR Y, I think. So this is the view from relatively centrally in the Scion Outlook location. And obviously, I'm not going to put you anything about whether the schemes would have an effect on this particular view, because you're not alleging that. But one thing that I do ask for your agreement on is how very strong and dominant Scion House is in its relationship with the Scion Vista and the Scion Outlook, or the Scion Outlook to be precise.
Yeah, it is the. You're in no doubt about what you're meant to look at there. It dominates.
Yeah, and it dominates because it's an extremely robust composition with fine detailing in extremely good condition. Fair? Fair?
But not just that. I mean, because of the way it's disposed in the landscape and the way the landscape frames it and so on.
Landscape frame, landscape foreground to it that one can see on the other side of the river.
That contributes.
Yeah. All right. Just keep that document to hand, because we'll come back to it. I'm going to cut straight to whether Scion House and the park would be harmed, and I'm going to start with the points on archaeology.
Right.
So I first of all, you have a section on this, just to give you a reference, pages 119 and following of your proof. Mm-hmm. So the archaeological interest, obviously you give us the diagram at page 121 of where some of the archaeological remains exist and so on. But plainly, the archaeological interest of Scion House and Park would not be, first of all, directly affected, would it, by the scheme?
If what you mean, can I, in my words, I would say, the archaeology of Scion House will not be affected by the scheme. The actual archaeology,
no,
the deposits, the physical archaeology,
and the interest. I mean, the value of the archaeological interest at Scion House isn't going to be affected, even if one were to see a building on the Great West Corridor
Well,
in
no,
adjacent-
I disagree. It was because, as I point out, um, archaeological significance here, or archaeological interest as part of the significance of Sion House, as in many archaeological sites, depends on setting to a little degree, insofar as a lot of the time archaeology and appreciating archaeological significance depends on interpretation. We're not digging it up every time, and
Sure.
and the effect in the setting impairs that interpretation.
Does it? I mean, I obviously I take your point about some archaeological sites setting being helpful to understanding it. Stonehenge, good example. But here, the Sion Abbey archaeology, which is to the extent that it exists, largely subterranean, just wouldn't be. It's there. It would be there, wouldn't it, for investigation and understanding whether or not one could see a new building on the Great West Corridor.
It would be there for investigation and understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, and understanding. I mean, its understanding and its value wouldn't be affected. You wouldn't go along
well-
and think, I can't understand this anymore because of that building over
Yeah,
there.
no, you wouldn't say that, no.
No.
But one of the ways you would interpret the significance, the archaeological significance, which would draw on the setting and views of it from across the river, would be affected by the proposed developments and negatively affected.
I'm so sorry. I just simply don't understand how you would draw on views from the other side of the river in understanding the archaeology. The archaeology.
Can you see the orientation of the house in relation to the archaeology?
I'm looking at your
My
page
diagram.
121.
Yeah.
I can't see page 121 standing outside Kew or on the towpath, can
No,
I? That's
precisely, which is why you might go to the other side of the Thames and try and understand.
and investigate, exactly. Investigate what's under there and how interesting it's
No,
got
to
nothing
the
to
other
do
side
with
of the Thames. One of the ways you might try to understand and appreciate that archaeological significance would be to interpret it by, for example, going to the other side of the Thames path, on the Thames path, and looking at Sion House and using that view to understand its archaeological significance.
Have you had to stand on the other side of the river to understand what the archaeological
I haven't
significance
had
is?
to, no, but it
No.
adds to that experience.
Well, do you need to, though? I don't need to. I can see from the written documentation.
It enhances it. On the contrary, there are lots of archaeological sites that we go to visit in order to understand the location of the archaeology, its setting.
I see. I'm with you, but so how important has this point been in your assessment of degree of impact on Sion Park?
Not hugely. It's an aspect of the impact.
But you've taken into account, have you? By the
Yes,
sound of it?
yeah.
I see. And if the inspector disagreed with you on that, would it affect the outcome of your assessment?
It might do. I suppose it depends how much, it depends on your assessment of significance in the first place, and then, on the impact. And one might reach a different conclusion.
Are there any other archaeological consultees who've objected to the
No.
setting?
As far as I'm aware, no.
No, I see. All right. And has this view that you've expressed in your proof been supported by any archaeological experts at HE? I haven't seen.
There are
anything.
archaeologists in my team.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anything in writing from them.
Well, I have not included a signed letter from colleague archaeologists saying they agree with my assessment. No.
I see.
But it is, archaeology is a part of an aspect of the special interest of listed buildings sometimes, and it's something that we think about. I'm not an archaeologist, I can see.
No. All right. And then page 121, please. Historic interest. Now, you set out, obviously, the very extensive and deep historic interest associated with Sion in 6.78 and 6.79. Henry VIII's coffin resting there, Battle of Brentford, Charles I visiting his children. I won't, obviously, if I go there, cease to be able to understand that Charles I visited or there was a battle there if I could also see the scheme, would I?
No, but the point is more or less the same, that that as an aspect of the way you might understand and appreciate that would be impaired to some degree.
Well, it wouldn't be, though, would it? I mean, I'll just put it to you bluntly. Nothing about seeing a building in the distance on the Great West Corridor is going to make me think any differently about how noble, pathetic, or otherwise Charles I visiting his children before his execution might have been. It's not going to have any effect, is it?
When you go to appreciate those views, one of the things that these very fine views of Sion House from across the Thames gives is an appreciation of this house and its setting and its very long history. You can read all sorts of things in the views and from these views of the house about the evolution of the house and the landscape, and particularly its Thameside setting, both immediately and in relation to other assets in London, like Hampton Court, where Charles I was imprisoned, and so on. And so my assessment here, because I think it's important to draw in the historic interest aspects of significance where they're relevant, is to point out that the proposed development would shatter what otherwise, not shatter, sorry, perhaps that's too strong in this case, but it would confuse and change what is otherwise a substantially historic view. And that's quite special in terms of appreciating those aspects of historic significance and the setting aspects of historic significance. It would change what you're seeing.
Did you agree, though, that the inspector should ask herself as part of this, would my or other people's appreciation or understanding of the history of the building and the parkland be affected by seeing the proposed scheme? Isn't that the key question? Would my understanding and appreciation of the historic value be affected?
I suppose what I'm asking for recognition of is that there are lots of ways one goes about appreciating and understanding. You know, if I look at a picture of a listed building,
What's the answer to my question, Mr. Stroud? I'm so sorry. I mean,
Oh, well,
I ask it. The inspector
what I
may
want
or
to
may
say, sorry, I
not make
apologise.
it.
Can I say then yes? Because I mean, what was the question?
The question was: isn't the inspector to ask herself, would my or other people's understanding of the history and the value of the history at Sion be affected by the schemes?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So you don't say that an understanding of the history would be shattered. You'd say it would be confused and changed. And so, just to take an example, seeing the scheme would confuse one's understanding of the visits of Charles or the fact that Henry's coffin rested there.
To a very small degree.
To a degree that is the other side of real, I put to you, Mr. Stroud. I mean, it just wouldn't have any. How could it possibly have an effect on that?
I disagree, because as I was explaining, one of the special qualities of these views is that you appreciate the house in its historic setting on the Thames, where a lot of this action was happening. Yeah. And those are ways that we get at appreciation of the significance.
Not affected. It's in the background. These buildings are in the background, a kilometre away. They're not affecting people
no longer,
drowning in the Battle of Brentford.
It's no longer a historic view. You can't change history. When we talk about affecting historic interest, it's not about changing what happened in the past. It's changing our appreciation and our understanding of the significance of it now.
Thank you. All right. And then artistic interest. Do you accept, in relation to this section that you have at 6.80 and following, the work that AVR have done to understand whether the Canaletto view is, I think you called it composite, didn't you? Or a word like that in your evidence in chief. It's not a real view.
I have issue with it. What do we mean view? I mean, the painting does not.
It's not photorealistic in the sense that it shows things not in their right place in relation.
We don't go to paintings for well, we do sometimes. It's not a photorealistic image, no.
Thank you. All right, and so to say that image and the value of that image would be affected by the scheme, as AVR show, doesn't mean anything, does it? Because the appeal scheme, if one were to look at it from the position where Canaletto actually painted this, would be entirely hidden by the house itself. No. You've seen the work that they've done on the Canaletto view.
Can you put the last bit to me again?
Yes. Do you remember when they've remodeled? Because the point is that actually, despite the picturesque conceit of putting the river in between where he was standing, he was actually standing or sitting well into the park, wasn't he, inside?
Well, not entirely, because there are different components of the image. So it's a composite insofar.
No, when he's painting the house. So you've, I don't want
yes,
to
I've seen that.
So the view of the house is taken not from this side of the Thames, but from the Sion side of the Thames, much closer to the house.
Right.
If you're standing or sitting on that position and you model where the building would be, it would be hidden by the house itself. That's what the AVR work shows. Correct?
That's what that evidence was showing.
So do you accept that the Canaletto view, in inverted commas, to the extent that one has a look at it, would not be directly affected by the proposal?
Directly affected. And what do you mean the Canaletto view? I'm sorry. The view in which, for a start, the Canaletto view is an approximation we've all made of, there are various points on the Thames path which help you access this painting and the composite views or perspectives it's providing. and those views would be affected.
Yeah. I'm asking you about the value that you ascribe to artistic interest in Sion House. Okay, so that's the section that begins at page 122. And in that connection, at 6.82 on page 124, you say that one of the aspects of artistic interest is the Canaletto view. Yeah,
6.22, sorry?
6.82
6.82.
on page 124.
Yes.
Okay, the canvas is an important artifact of Canaletto's stay in Britain, enjoying the patronage of Sion's owners and so on. And then over the page, look, you've given us a picture of the Canaletto painting. The AVR work, this having been raised during the course of the discussions about the scheme, shows that perhaps, as you say, unsurprisingly, the Canaletto view is a composite view, which isn't realistic. And this view, however interesting it is in general terms, doesn't tell you anything about whether this scheme would or would not be harmful, does it?
You're saying this painting
Yeah.
doesn't tell us anything about whether it would or would not be harmful.
No.
Well, it does, in that we know a lot of important things about this painting, and particularly its sort of canonical, position in relation to the art historical depiction of the Arcadian Thames more widely. So what I'm saying is I don't agree, I think, with what you just said.
Okay, I'll just put it one other way. Let me take it in two stages. Firstly, I think you agreed with this. Can I have it for the record, though? You accept that what the AVR work shows about the relationship between this painting and where things actually lie in real life?
I haven't interrogated it, but yes, I accept the work that's been done, yeah.
All right. And secondly, the value of this painting, and indeed others to which you refer, of Sion House and Park, is to show how important a cultural artifact Sion House and Park are.
The value of the work that's been done by AVR?
No.
The value of the painting.
The reason why the paintings and the art historical aspect of this is interesting and important is because they show how important Sion House and Park are, or were. Otherwise,
in relation to the significance of Sion House and Park, yes, that's that's how they contribute.
That's right, and they tell you something about people's attitudes culturally, artistically at that time.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. And so if one wants to look at how people thought about Sion House in the time of Canaletto, so mid 18th century and indeed through to the 19th century, one can have regard to this resource, not just Canaletto, but other things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. And in terms of its value, I think this is a point, isn't it, that goes... When I say this, I mean the reference to the artistic interest, the reference to the artistic interest, goes to one of the things that, I won't take too long, that the inspector warned us off discussing at too great a length, which is the significance of the assets. My rather crude point about this doesn't tell you much about what the impact would be, is none of these paintings, or whether they're composite images or more accurate sketches, tell you anything about what the impact of the scheme today would be, do they?
Alone, no, because it's not in them, clearly. But they do insofar as they tell us about the significance that would be affected.
Yes, the significance, but not the actual, the degree of harm or harm.
No, but you need them to understand how the artistic significance would be affected.
Yeah, except I think that's the opposite of what I put to you. So the artistic significance is encapsulated, isn't it, in a series of paintings and other cultural objects, engravings and the like, which tell you about what was happening in culture and art at the time they were made.
Well, not entirely encapsulated. It's all slightly theoretical in that what we're talking about is the artistic significance of Sion House and Park. Yeah. And so they don't exist solely in the paintings, but also, it attaches to Sion House and Park.
I understand that, but we for the purposes of analysis, you and everybody else has divided up the interest of Sion Park and House into different categories. This is the artistic one. I'm saying that the the heart of the artistic interest here, the connections with the paintings, is contained within the paintings and the drawings themselves, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is that artistic interest is in this case a property of the significance of Syon House and Park. So I just slightly have trouble theoretically with saying that it all exists in another solely in other cultural objects when what we're dealing with is the significance of Syon House and Park.
Yeah, I think I put the point, ma'am. I hope you've understood the way that I've put it. I'm not going to put it. I'm not going to put it again. All right. So. Okay, I want to fall back finally to deal with 3 or 4 main points on impact where the proposed scheme would be seen along with the house and the park from the queue side, from the Thames path. And can we just go in your proof then, please, in that connection to 6.114, 6114?
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. And in the second sentence there, you say specifically, by its complex visual interference with the roof line and profile of the house and dominance over it in Kew Riverside views, the proposals would cause medium harm, medium high in the range of less than substantial, cumulatively with the impacts from the Western Parkland. So I just want to understand, are you saying that the impacts caused by views looking from the towpath next to Kew on their own would cause medium high, less than substantial harm?
To Syon House and Park, no, I'm saying that what I say there is that the medium high judgment relates to all the views taken in the round, so Western Park, London.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of what you ascribe the harm to, or what you say causes the harm, complex visual interference with the roof line and profile of the house. So, first of all, when the inspector's judging this, she, again, matter for her, obviously, how much weight she gives it, but do you accept taking into account the moving footage is useful and relevant?
It's relevant, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Useful? You've taken stills from it. Do you accept that the actual kinetic experience would be useful to model?
You make a point that, well, yes, it's better than not having it. Yes. Yes, it's useful.
Right.
It aids my judgment. Good.
Okay. So, and you don't take any point about its accuracy?
No, I don't raise any problem.
No.
I don't know.
Okay. And so when the inspector's looking at those images, the moving images along the 80 meters on the Thames path, she will see, won't she, that the proposed buildings are a substantial distance from the viewer?
Well, again, what's the substantial distance? Yes, they are distant from the viewer and behind, further away than the house and the foreground is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the house, as we discussed earlier on, the house has in those views, I think I took you first of all, remember, to AVRY when we were looking at it from the Syon outlook, but the same is true if one looks at views A, G, and A, F. Let's go to those. The house itself is well, ma'am, I was thinking about going to the ones produced for the site visit because I think Mr. Stroud drew particular points from them in terms of informing his judgment. So view AG is on page 78, ma'am, if you've got that document we were in, which is core document 10.51. So I asked ma'am about the moving images. I'm not going to cross-examine on that, obviously. That would be a technical challenge beyond me, I'm afraid. But here we've got an agreed presentation, if you like, of an image along that route. Do you have that, Mr. Stroud? View AG?
Yes, sorry, I'm on AF. Yes, AG, yes.
And you referred to this in positive terms in the sense that you said that it was a presentation which helped rather more than some of the other presentations to understand what would really be seen by the eye.
That's it. I
Yeah.
prefer the, yeah.
Okay, and one of the things that would be seen by the eye is the very substantial foreground involving the river and the park. Yeah.
Mhm.
In the foreground, obviously that's not affected, is it, by the scheme?
Well, we had a discussion about We had the discussion about balance in relation to the conservation area
Yes.
character. Yeah, so
Well, it's
it
not
changes the balance of built form, river, and landscape.
how much you see of the appeal scheme from here
Yeah.
changes it. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. So we can see the appeal scheme next to the, I'll call it right hand, forgive me, I know that's a crude way of doing it, but the right hand castellated tower
Mhm.
at Sion House. And to some extent, though, it is, I think you'd accept, wouldn't you, relatively difficult to see other parts of the scheme lying behind the crenellations.
Well, because quite a large part of the scheme, indeed the 17-story part, is behind a tree.
Yeah. In this image, yeah.
Yes, in this image. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so in this view, and obviously I've already made the point about the moving view. You're asking, I think, the inspector to agree with you that the appeal scheme would dominate Sion House. Is that right?
What I say is it would interfere with the roofline and profile of the house and dominance over it,
Yes.
which actually I accept is rather unclear. I think that's a bit of a drafting error.
Well, you say specifically by its, and you say interference and dominance in the same way, by which I understood you to mean that it would have a complex visual interfering
Dominance
effect,
over the
and it would be
house.
dominant. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So you're asking the inspector, are you, to accept that it would be dominant over the house? Is that right?
Well, at points and in certain perspectives, yeah.
Well, not in this one. They plainly.
No.
All right.
That's particularly in this case. I mean, it would be more dominant if it weren't partly behind the tree.
Yes, sure. But I mean, even if one were to see it further, which way would it be? Further later in the, I think it would be, wouldn't it? Later in the run, you wouldn't suggest, would you, given that the eye would obviously perceive the proposed buildings as being well behind, wouldn't it, Sion House?
Yeah, you'd be able to perceive
You'd be able
it
to see
further
depth of
behind.
field, yeah. And you talked
Yeah.
about motion parallax in response to a question from Mr. Linus. The eye would be able to see that it was, the proposed scheme was behind, and that it was a considerable distance away.
I explained in my evidence in chief the limitations of motion parallax in this case, in my view.
Okay.
But you would, I don't deny, you would still be able to perceive that it's further away than the house. Yes.
Yeah. And do you accept that the profile of the house, including the turrets, the lion, and the crenellations, are very strong features? I mean, they're not particularly fiddly, are they? They're bold, clear features.
Yes.
Right. And so the inspector has to decide the extent to which that would be muddled or confused by seeing something trapped
Yeah.
behind it.
They're bold and clear collectively. They are quite fine as well. But yes, how much it would be? Yes, that's right.
All right. And you said in your evidence in chief a couple of times that when asked about the layering, do you remember Mr. Linus asked you about the idea of layered townscapes and so on? And you said, well, that's a euphemism. You said that's a euphemistic expression.
I think that Mr. Froneman was using it slightly euphemistically in that.
Yeah,
context when it was asked.
I mean, we can ask Mr. Froneman in due course whether he was or wasn't using it euphemistically, but that's your understanding. I mean, I think it follows, doesn't it, from the fact that one would, from this viewpoint and similar viewpoints up and down here, understand where the proposed building was
in relation to the house.
in relation to the house, and indeed the park in the foreground.
You would be able to.
Yes.
I don't think it would be entirely straightforward, and it would take some work from the viewer.
Well,
I
really?
mean,
I don't know.
yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I mean, you can't really have it both ways. You say it distracts, but as soon as you look at it and are distracted in your, and I think to some degree in Dr. Mealy's judgments as well, as soon as you look at it, you understand what
Yes.
it is and how far away it is.
Yes, but the distraction is an element of the harm.
Well,
and
that's right.
one
And
of
that's
ways in
the
which
element that, forgive me for interrupting, that's the element that Dr. Mealy acknowledges. What he doesn't acknowledge is that having had your eye slightly drawn by it, you would then think, metaphorically, my goodness, look, it's shattered or it's dominant or it's confused the understanding of Sion House, because the eye will immediately understand that it doesn't do those things because it's a long way behind. Do you see?
Yeah. Well, I see what you're. I see what you're saying, but I do think that it's at points in the way it tracks behind the house becomes quite a dominant feature, and especially there are moments when it's further along in the landscape where, because it's up on the skyline, it has a degree of dominance in the views. And
we say a degree of dominance, is that if that's a funny old expression as well. I mean, something's either dominating or it doesn't dominate.
Yeah. I accept there are problems with the kind of.
It's more or less prominent, isn't it, at various points? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, one thing I think that we do need to just bear down on slightly is calibration of some of these terms, because in your 6.114 on page 151, halfway through, when you've talked about the cumulative impacts and so on, you say that they're visual distraction and shattering of character. Now, again, I think, have you slightly drawn back from that?
Shattering of character? No, I think character is. I would say character is shattered.
Shattered. I mean, shatter means. What do you mean by it? Destroyed, like I think of shatter.
Right now, it is an almost perfect and intact Arcadian view. It is almost the historic view. I mean, almost down to the tiniest amount. And the appearance of this at various points, right up on the skyline, as something you couldn't not be distracted by, in my assessment, something you couldn't not see, would shatter that historic intact character.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
In the sense of break it, it would no longer be
in the sense of break it.
Character.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, it's an interesting use of the metaphor. I mean, it's not shattered in the sense that it is destroyed such that one couldn't possibly understand it or use it. So if you shatter a window, that's it for the windows, glass,
true.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Or a vase.
Yeah.
If it's shattered, then you just look down and think, alas, it used to be a vase. That's not the case here, is it? What we're dealing with is a degree of intrusion, not a shattering.
Well, in particular relation to, as I say, this opportunity you have to feel the illusion, to feel the sense that you are in an intact historic view, well, that would be shattered.
Okay.
I agree that there are other qualities of the views in the landscape that wouldn't be completely lost.
That point, though, does depend, doesn't it, on there being an illusion? Because you can't shatter an illusion unless you've had the illusion to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, and an illusion or a character is the word I use.
Well, again, I think we're slipping around here. If you're saying that the illusion would be shattered, then it's obvious that these views from the towpath don't allow for an illusion of being in the 18th century to arise, do they? Because it's a kinetic view where one is subject to a variety of different modern influences.
Well, an illusion is not. I suppose there are different senses to the word illusion. I don't mean the absolute sense that you're in the 18th century, but one of the values I think
that would be a delusion, I think, rather than
exactly. Yeah. One of these, one of the values of these views is to allow you a sense of illusion.
Yeah. But the illusoriness of it is transient, isn't it? For the reason I've just given, that if you turned just a quarter of the 90 degrees from this view, you can see the Haverfield estate.
Yeah,
you're on a walk where you've seen all sorts of other things.
Yes, I mean, I would note one of the special properties of this stretch is that because of the particular curve in the river, because of the way things are disposed, and because of the way the landscape at Sion opens and so really draws your attention, actually those interferences are much less over parts of this stretch that's affected.
Yes, no, I'm with you. I'm addressing your point about one of the effects would be the disruption or destruction of an illusion. And I'm saying that the illusion doesn't arise, does it? Because if you get to this point, it's not as if you've, had short-term memory loss or you're wearing blinkers. You take it into account in the context of everything.
Aren't we back where you were illusion delusion? I mean, what I mean by illusion is an opportunity for illusion. I don't mean an absolute, that the viewer has the absolute sense that there is, that they are not in the, as you said, it would be a delusion, not an illusion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, you're not relying on any suggestion of large-scale tree removal in reaching your view, as I understand your evidence.
No.
Okay, thank you. The western park, the other side, if you like, of the house, from the ones we've just been looking at, 6.115, please, in your proof, page 152.
Yes.
Tall and where are we? Tall and large buildings already appearing. in these views? I think first sentence.
6.115.
Yeah, 6.115.
Yes, sorry, yes.
So unlike over the East Lawn area, the one we've been looking at so far, some harm has already been caused by the impact of tall and large buildings in Western Parkland views. And then you talk about the Lion Gate and novel height and building and so on. Now, you accept, I take it, that when the inspector's looking at views from the Western Parkland, one of the consequences of the 20th century, I think largely 20th century development that one can see at from various points in the Western Parkland is that tells one about the growth of London around Syon Park.
Yes, that's something that you understand when you see those buildings.
Yeah, it's part of the history of the area and the context for the park, isn't it?
Well, yes, yeah.
And these are obviously very important assets, but it's also true, isn't it, for instance, that there is heritage value and interest in development on the Great West Corridor, the Great West Road.
Yes, there is, yes.
So, I mean, Gillette Building, for instance, itself listed and a collection of buildings in that location. So, to some degree, and it depends also on where you're standing and which direction you're looking in, one is already seeing from the Western Parkland a relationship between older and newer.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And so here, your point is novel height and bulk in close proximity. So again, a difference in degree.
Not to degree. I mean, in that clearly the scheme is not as tall as some of the buildings that have gone before. It's novel in particular impacts. As I began my evidence in chief, height, bulk, position, those together make it novel. There's nothing as tall in that position.
Sure.
There's nothing in that position that you can see from the park.
Understand that, but these are modern buildings outside the park, part of the development of London. And as we know, that we've just been exploring, that's been happening for a while. And so these changes are changes in degree, not in kind. It's not the first time one would have seen a modern building from the Western Parkland, is it?
I don't entirely agree, because kind is, it's very important that, this is not, one can treat the landscape as a whole and say, if we're talking about the entire landscape, then there are existing intrusions. But what's important is to understand that when you're understanding the significance of the registered park and garden, for example, at Syon Park, is that that's not sort of equally distributed. You've got to dig into it, and not all parts of the park are equally significant and so on. So it's novel insofar as, those impacts are affecting the park differently, and its significance differently, because that's distributed differently.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I don't think actually we're disagreeing with each other.
Probably not.
When you say it's novel because of height and location and so on, that's my point. It's new, it's higher here and it's there rather than over there. But that's a difference in degree, not in kind, because one already sees that relationship between old and new London from within the park, doesn't one?
The trouble with degree is that it's a sort of measure, and kind is a qualitative thing, isn't it? The type, the form,
that is the point that I'm putting.
Well, no, I'm saying that it is different in what it is, in the way it appears in the landscape and what you see when you look at it. I mean, these are qualitative things.
So your view is partly informed by the idea that one is seeing something quite different in kind from what one sees already in places from the Western Parkland.
No, one is seeing something that has it's, in this case, 21st century development, but I take your point about 20th. It's modern tall building development, and you're seeing it in a different way, in a different position. So it's different in kind as you experience it from Syon Park. But I mean, I accept, yes, you're right, that it is modern tall building development, yes.
Yes. All right. So anyway, I've put that point twice now. All right. So can I just take you quickly to your page 144 of the proof, where you show us, as I think you did in part in your slides earlier on, a couple of views. View R. Yeah.
Yes.
And I know you've seen the AVR work, which looks at the differences between these two images already.
Yes.
But I'm just going to ask you about view R. Again, it is true, isn't it, that in these views, we'll come to the Lion Gate, close to the Lion Gate in a second, but subject to that one, these views across the Western Parkland the building would be seen largely, if not wholly, within the canopy of the trees.
Sorry, these views in
Yeah.
R,
Yeah,
it would be at the level of the canopy of the trees.
that's right. And,
Yeah,
and of
yeah.
course, there are trees, mature trees indeed, in the foreground and in the middle ground, which help to frame the building. They're closer to you, obviously, but you can see just looking at R, the kind of degree of intrusion or new presence that the buildings would have, can't you?
You can see from view R the kind of intrusion. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and it would be, wouldn't it? In view, this is a representative view that was agreed between the council and the
Yes.
applicant. It would be a small component, wouldn't it, in a view like this? Indeed, in this view,
Are you looking at?
view R.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the interesting things about 28mm and 50mm lenses. If we're talking about this visualization, is it a small component? It gets smaller if you use a 28mm lens. It gets bigger if you use a 50mm lens. If we're talking about the real world view, then I don't think it is a small component. It's a very distinctive and different component looking in this direction, because it would be the largest building you see looking in this direction from this area.
So you think it would be a large component in a view like this?
Yeah.
But I mean, the inspector's been there. She'll have seen the foreground of the park being very extensive, won't she?
Yeah.
Before you get to the building or views of the
Yes.
building.
Yes. Yes.
Trees in the foreground and
Yeah.
indeed near the edge, which, because of perspective, as view R shows you, look much, much higher, obviously, than the building itself. And so the way that it interposes itself, if you like, into these views varies. But in many views, like view R, it's going to be, because of perspective, a relatively small component in the view, isn't it? In terms of its dimensions.
Because of perspective. Well, in that it won't appear as, it won't be as significant in the view as the foreground trees. No, but also, there are other components there are other, I'd just modify that by pointing out that because it's a tall built form in an otherwise largely, landscape, soft green context, it also attracts additional, it attracts the eye. It's contrast, and the contrast exaggerates up to a point, increases its sort of role in the view because it's doing something different. It's introducing a contrast.
Well, you say that. I'm not sure that everyone would necessarily agree with you, Mr. Stroud, about that. I mean, one takes into that appears to have informed your view. But just looking at these two images, I have to say, and I put it to you as an example, not my view of any particular importance. My feeling is that one sees the scale and interest of the park, which comprises the majority of both of those two views, as the dominant component in those views by a long way.
The park remains the dominant component of those views.
Right. Okay.
The landscape. Yes.
Yes. All right. In terms of the ornamental bridge being harmed, just go back, would you, to page 152. Let's go to page 152. So you say there, the considerable new harm will be caused. In the Western Parkland, harm to the ornamental bridge would be medium low. And obviously you mean due to changes in its setting there. But you've given us an image, I think, haven't you, which you drew from the pre-application material, I think, on page 146?
Yes.
Where we can see sketched in, again, you're not suggesting, I think, any material or any marked difference between how the scheme is illustrated in this and the scheme as it came forward, are you?
No, I don't believe.
No.
No reason to think that's wrong.
And sorry?
I have no reason to think that visualization is wrong.
But I mean, here we're standing on the bridge. We can see the dotted line of the scheme. Your assessment is that the harm would be medium low in less than substantial harm. But
not based on this view, no. Not solely.
But I mean, this is the view from the ornamental bridge itself, isn't it?
But the as I went through my evidence in chief, the ornamental bridge is part of this extended landscape sequence with the collaboration of Brown and Adam. Now, it happens that this is the element in that sequence, the built element in which they didn't collaborate because it's by Wyatt. But it has considerable interest in its own right. You pick up the proposed developments in longer views, as I also showed in my evidence in chief. For example, view S, I think, is the particular one where you see it, and the proposed development would be up above the tree line behind it. So there are other impacts I'm basing that assessment on.
Yes, I'm with you, but surely the view of the asset here, the ornamental bridge, from the ornamental bridge is important, isn't it, in deciding whether the scheme would harm it?
Yeah, in my assessment, based on site visits and so on, using the reference of the Homebase pylon and the Gillette Tower, you would also see it on the approach to the bridge and at points beyond. And its setting properly, its really significant setting is that extended sequence.
Yeah, I see. But I mean, you accept presumably that there would not be anything remotely approaching even a low, less than substantial effect from this viewpoint.
From this particular image?
Yeah, from the bridge itself.
No, I agree, yeah.
No. So further off, obviously the inspector's been there. It's a relatively low-lying feature, isn't it? Unnecessarily, because it crosses a pond, the lake. Yeah, the witness is nodding.
Sorry?
You're nodding, I was saying, for those who can't
sorry,
see.
yes, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. The Lion Gate, then, by affecting the significant drive from the Lion Gate, and you say, I'm looking at 6115 again, sorry, page 152. You say the harm to the Lion Gate would be medium high. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, 6115.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
You do you rely in that forming that judgment on the MSE visualization at all?
There's this thing, I'm sorry, I know that there is a legal meaning to the word rely, but I don't use it because it sounds to me like you're saying
are you
my judgment falls apart without it, and that's not what I'm saying.
Look at page 146, and I'll just put where we were with the bridge. We got the viewpoint 7 at the bottom of page 146, and I'll put it in terms that are less alarming to you. Do you take into account MSE viewpoint 7 as informing your judgment about the degree
It informs my judgment, yes.
Right, okay. You can see, obviously, that there is some difficulty with the way the MSE have gone about blocking out the colour,
yes,
which affects, doesn't it, the impact of the trees along the edge of Scion Lane?
Yes.
It shades them out, basically, so diminishes their effect as...
well, you can perceive them.
Yeah, you can, but they're behind the red, aren't they? That's what's happened. He's put the red over the top.
Yes.
Yeah, so that they would be darker, wouldn't they, even in the winter, and they would obviously be fully leaved in the summer. So that they are, those trees, aren't they, an intervening layer between the Lion Gate and the scheme?
Yes, they are.
And in a sense, don't they mediate between the scales of the Lion Gate and the scale of the proposed building?
I mean, they mediate visually.
Yes.
Scale, I'd say that I will agree that they mediate visually. Yeah.
Mediate visually. All right. The function of the gate itself. You've given us a helpful picture, I think, of it in an early publication, haven't you?
Yes.
Relating to it, and I think that's on
the 1951 guidebook. I think
that's it.
I can't remember where it is though.
I don't have a note of it, but that's I think a picture which still, it's on page 130.
That's right.
Figure 34, cover of first public guidebook to Scion House. That's 1950. I think I'm right, aren't I? A picture of looking at the gate on the way in.
That's right.
It as an entrance.
Yes.
You're not saying, am I right, that its appearance, its function, its grandeur as an entrance would be diminished by the schemes that would be obviously behind you the other way?
Well, you'd understand it. I mean, you wouldn't see the proposed development when you're entering, but you'd understand it as an entrance and an exit when you're appreciating it in the round.
I mean, I think at the moment it's not so much used.
That's true. Yes,
that's true. I mean, I'm taking the longer view here. It's an entrance and an exit to the extent that it forms because the Lion, I think, looks out, doesn't it, rather than than back into the park. As an entrance, its function and role, etc., wouldn't be harmed, would it, by the scheme?
Its function, well, it's a gate functionally, so you could still walk through it if it were open.
Yeah.
But its function in the landscape would in the round be affected, but as an entrance and an exit.
Yeah, would it though, really, looking this way? I mean, you can see just it frames, doesn't it, views into the into the park. It's very grand when you're approaching it.
Also,
onto
friends views
it.
out of the park, and it's very grand when you approach it from the
This
rear.
is a series of questions aimed at looking at it from the public realm.
Right.
So it's a function. This is what was focused on in that guidebook in the 1950s. Do we agree that there would not be harm to it as an entrance from the outside?
Yeah, I'm saying there's no. I don't think that standing looking at the gate, your appreciation of it would be harmed from the outside.
Okay, thank you. So from the inside, we have the images that we looked at a moment ago, showing the mediating trees and the proposals behind. This is another example, isn't it? This view and views like it of the way that we would, the eye would be drawn by the height of the new building. Yeah.
Yes.
But as soon as the eye is drawn, the brain understands distance, depth of field, difference.
I mean, as soon as, I don't know, because one of the things about architectural treatment, for example, or various other factors can influence how much it's easy to distinguish that. So it can be easier or less easy to appreciate depth of field, distance, and so on, depending on the architectural treatment.
Fair point in general, but I don't think you're suggesting there's anything about because we're dealing with Homebase here. It's a full scheme. We've got the drawings and materials and so on. You're not saying there's anything about it which makes it difficult to understand, are you?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, I think that it's pale color and so on. I think that there are aspects of the design which don't help to distinguish.
Don't help.
If we're talking about being able to distinguish visually, for example, between the gate and the scheme, well, it would be possible to design something where the visual distinction was easier. But of course, these are all things that need to be factored into overall design.
No, understand. You could design something that was dark and it would be more of a contrast. But my point here is, it does undermine the value and the significance of the asset. One of the points is scale and how one would understand the scale. That's why I put to you the depth of field point. But you would also understand, whether it's immediate or seconds later, that this was a modern building with no functional or other connection with the gate.
Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, gosh, they've made that gate big at the back.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, what aspect of the significance of the gate would actually be harmed? Its function wouldn't. Its understanding wouldn't be harmed. What would be harmed?
Well, I didn't agree that its function entirely would not be harmed, because it's one of its functions is to mark the boundary. It also has this landscape function as an eye catcher, as a draw, as an attractive architectural feature, and all of those things would be harmed by the distraction and the competition of the proposed development in the background of the view.
Not sure we agree with that. In terms of its eye-catching role as a marker to the boundary, to the entrance and the exit. I mean, look at look at page 146, where you've got that view of Mr. Spencer's, just for the sake of argument. It's got the red shading of the building behind. It's very flat, isn't it, through this western part of Syon Park?
Well, everything. No, you're climbing to the gate.
Well, okay.
Sorry,
I'm not saying it's literally flat, but I mean,
it's not very flat.
Look at the
what
picture.
you said.
Well, look at the picture. There aren't any pronounced changes in level, are there, through to the gate? Or are you saying it rises to the gate?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I can see that the topography is evident in that image, for example. Slight. I mean, it's not a hill.
Okay.
I agree. It's a slight.
So the view
incline.
rises to the gate inside the park. The gate has not just a gate, but it has obviously the full structure to either side. It's light. It's obviously part of the park, isn't it?
Well, you can understand that it is part of the park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And one's not going to cease to understand it as part of the park because of a building that looks different behind it, is one?
No, but your appreciation of that fact would be your appreciation of how it is intended to be part of the park, and its function in the park and the landscape would be impaired by the distraction and by the competition visually. And also, you say as an eye catcher. Well, as an eye, if there's something behind it that's also catching your eye, its effectiveness as an eye catcher is diminished.
Yeah. I don't think there's an enormous amount of difference on that point between you and Dr. Mealy. He says they would catch the eye and distract to some degree. But bearing that in mind, one has also to ask, doesn't one, whether the essential understanding of its role within the parkland would or would not be harmed. So can we just focus on that? the essential function
Yeah.
of the gate as a piece of ornamental edge periphery structure would remain, wouldn't it?
I mean, the gate would not be gone. You could still go through the gate if you wanted. You can still see it from across the park. But in several of those aspects, as we just discussed, its function, as you put it, would be diminished to various degrees by the proposed development.
All right. You say, I think, don't you? Just check this, please. 6.115. We started here. Medium, high, less than substantial harm. So that, bearing in mind our discussion at the beginning, is in the middle and up towards the end of the spectrum between nothing and very, very severe effect on the gate.
Because what's important about this gate, it's a grade 1 listed building. What's important about it is its extremely fine architectural detailing, its role in its part in the oeuvre of Robert Adam, and his intentions for it as a grand thing on the park boundary, as a showpiece for the whole park, as the symbol of the place. Those are parts of its function, and they would be impaired by competition and distraction in various views at points, a really powerful impact that diminishes its grandeur up to a point. And also there is an element which we haven't got on to talk about, which is in my next paragraph, about the way this group of structures along the drive, they have a very important reciprocal setting relationship, which means that harm to different bits of them, as I borrow the words of an inspector in a different appeal. The sum is greater than the parts.
Yes, I picked that up. I think it was that way around, wasn't it, rather than the other way around? But I don't want to take too long on this because it's a very common, if I can say so, general topic, specific facts. But the inspector will be very familiar indeed with this kind of argument. The architectural and historic interest of the building, wherein some of its significance lies, would not be harmed, would it?
Well, the setting of those things would be harmed.
Yeah, but its architectural interest is not. You have to be quite close, don't you, to see, as per that picture from the 1950s, to see the Adams architecture.
No, because another aspect of its architectural interest is the way the colonnade is used to pick up to catch the eye in longer views, and its scale and its detailing and its sort of mass apparently on the periphery. Those are all aspects of its architecture. They're aspects of its architectural interest, and your appreciation of those qualities would be impaired by the proposed development in some views.
You have to be quite, and the inspector's been there, I'm sure. You have to be quite close to see the detailing, don't you?
See the detailing, yes.
Yeah. So when you're close to it, and that's where you appreciate the detailing of the gate itself, the architecture of the building and its value as a piece of architecture would not be harmed, would it, by the scheme? Because there's no direct impact on the architecture. We're not dismantling it or suggesting it be changed.
This word direct, what I deal with is significance and setting. And the setting of the building would be harmed.
What's the answer to my question, Mr. Stroud?
Well, put it again, please.
The architecture of wherein resides some of the asset's significance would not itself be harmed.
The architecture, in the sense of its physical form, would not be harmed.
So, well, its physical form, none of its fabric would be affected.
No.
Its function as a gate would not be affected.
If you mean its function as a gate that you can move through, no.
No, its role, as we discussed earlier, from the outside, in terms of announcing Scion Park, we agreed would not be detrimentally affected. On the way to looking at it from the inside, one would readily understand what it was and the role it has within the park.
Well, the degree of your readily is impaired by the proposed development, I would say.
Well, are you saying that one wouldn't understand that it was a gate from the inside?
No, you would. I said readily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
You said readily, and I said that's the bit that I would slightly take issue with.
Okay, but when you put all these points together, Mr. Stroud, just think back to your ascription of degree of harm here, medium high, more than halfway between a negligible impact and seriously damaging the heritage value of the gate.
Yes,
and
because
that's not by any means a sustainable ascription of harm. It's an utter overstatement.
I disagree. I disagree.
All right. Similar point about the pepper pot lodges. As you said in your evidence in chief, one of the main, they have an axial relationship, don't they, with the avenue? And let's have a look at one of the images. Have you got core document 10.51 that we were looking at before still available to you? It's this one with the images in. 10.51, ma'am. Page pages 40, in the PDF, ma'am, I think it's 40/81. If you're looking at it in the flesh, it is view AE, which is on page 40, I think, of the hard copy as well. Tell me when you're there, Mr. Stroud.
Sorry, can you give me the reference
Page
again?
40 within core documents,
Right, sorry,
10.51.
I misunderstood that. I apologize. It'll take me a moment. I am there.
You're
Yes.
there? Okay. So this isn't a view which looks straight out between the pepper pot lodges and down the avenue. So we're missing the left-hand one, if you like,
Yeah.
in this view. And it's deliberately, as we were saying earlier on, got the scheme in the middle of the image.
Yes.
And we note, don't we, that the scheme has no axial relationship with the Lime and the Lime Avenue and the pepper pot lodges.
Only insofar as it is not on axis. It's pulls you. You to look at it, you're looking away from the axis.
That's my point. So the answer was no, it doesn't have an axial relationship with it.
If that's what you mean, then no.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant by an axial relationship.
Okay, there we are. That's what I meant.
Right.
So it's not straight ahead of you in the design
No, it's
view
not. No.
down the axis.
No.
One has to look sideways.
Yes.
And then from this view, in relation to the nearer of the pepper pot lodges, we have, don't we, other buildings within the estate
Yes.
which partly occlude the view.
Yes.
Those that have been repurposed and are used for a variety of different functions. And we have largely, I think, the Tesco Blue AVR2 hidden, but we can see the top of Homebase, can't we, which is rendered because it's full. And again, it's right, isn't it, to say that one doesn't lose an understanding of the function, the architectural interest, or the historic interest of the pepper pot lodges by the glimpse of the building off to the right.
One's appreciation of those things is impaired by the distraction to some degree, in certain views and in the experience of the park. But the architecture of the pepper pot lodges remains. Their actual sort of placement in the park remains, but their function comes partly to experience, and the experience would be changed by it.
Yeah, well, you say that. I mean, in terms of one's eye being caught, one's eye is directed, isn't one's by the design.
Yes.
Down the formal axis of the landscape, framed in the near distance by the two lodges. And in order to glimpse this building, one would have to actually look sideways. So your eye isn't distracted because it's being directed down the.
Well, I'm
the
saying
line.
that your eye would be distracted.
Well, why would it be if, unlike this picture, looking directly at the scheme, one's actual view is directed by the design away from the proposed
That is
building?
the desire of the design. But this is, in this view, for example, the only thing outside the park itself which deepens the view in that 45-degree angle away from the axis or whatever. And the function of that would be, in some cases, to catch the eye. The potential experience would be changed, and the view would be deepened off this axis in a way that you began to appreciate for the first time in a view, for example, like this. Things going on outside the parkland, and that would be a distraction.
But you know that things are going on outside the parkland, Mr. Stroud.
You do know, but it's about experience. I mean, you know intellectually that things are going on outside the parkland. It comes back to the illusion delusion.
Not intellectually. Setting is about experience. So you're not suggesting that one doesn't have an experience of Syon Park, which takes into account that it's in the middle of London now, are you?
No, that's true. Yeah.
So this is just about degree of distraction at this point. And I'm putting to you that it would barely feature in one's view here because of how very strong the designed relationship is for the viewer. Do you see?
Well, for a start, one of the reasons I prefer the 50mm crop views is because it becomes clearer in that view, and that's closer to what the eye sees when you're moving around a landscape. The eye is drawn around a landscape and alights on things to try and understand them, and the eye would be drawn to this building off the axis. So this axial exit in this particular little sequence of views coming out of the house would be changed and negatively changed. Yeah. Whereas, as you say, the intention is for the axis to fully hold and totally dominate the experience without competition or distraction. That was the designed intention.
Yeah, but the difficulty with all of that, Mr. Stroud, is that you say, again, 6.115, that the effect here would be to diminish or to harm the heritage significance of the pepperpot lodges to a medium degree within less than substantial.
Yeah.
So halfway between not having an effect at all and ruining them.
But not based solely on this image.
No, I know, not based solely on this image, but there aren't any other locations from which the proposed building would be more dominant in terms of one not being able to understand what the pepperpot lodges were.
Well, there are various points across the lawn when you're approaching the lodges and you're experiencing that axial sequence outside the lodges view R. You're appreciating the pepperpot lodges. You're on that axis, and that's where you get the glimpse across to the Lion Gate. And in that view, again, the function of the proposed development would be to distract you from those buildings as the thing that's articulating and guiding your eye through the landscape, and become a different point of focus, taking you away from that designed intention, which is key to the significance of the pepperpot lodges, because that's why they're there, is that function in the landscape, to hold the boundary of the house between the house and the park.
And as I understand it, before we think maybe about a short break, what you're asking the inspector to accept here is that glimpsing the top of the Homebase building would prove to be such a distraction that the function of the pepperpot lodges in the landscape would be diminished. That's in a nutshell what you're asking her to accept.
Yes, and not only in this view, but the effect of this view, amongst other impacts, would be to diminish the landscape function of the pepperpot, appreciation of their significance as part of the landscape.
So one would, to a degree, not be able, you say, to appreciate their significance in the landscape despite their relationship to the formal axis.
Well, not to agree, not be able to, but your appreciation would be diminished. Your already appreciation, the degree to which they're able to fulfill their function as intended and designed, and so their significance is fully shown and experienced, that would be reduced to some degree.
So, but I'm sorry, I just push you one stage further on that. But what that means, though, in English, is that you would, to some degree, be less able, as a viewer here, to appreciate and understand their significance. Is that what you're saying?
Well, of course, one could eventually arrive at an understanding, but your experience of them and your experience of their significant qualities would be impaired by this distraction in the various landscape and architectural relationships.
All right. I mean, the inspector will have seen how big they are in themselves, and obviously in the landscape. They're not massive structures, are they? They're markers, aren't they, within the landscape? So they're not intended, are they, to be dominant in the views?
To be dominant in the views, no, but they're not to be dominant in the views. I mean, they're very important features in the views.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's the end of Scion Park and RPG and Q and general stuff. I've got a shorter section on Osterley and then a very short section on Gillette still to go. With Mr. Stroud's assistance, maybe half an hour to 40 minutes, something like that.
So we're at 20 to 4 now. If we take a break until 5 to 4. And then, then we'll just have to carry on. So if we break until 5 to 4. Thank you. going then. Thank you. Just before you do, Mr. Booth, can I just check roughly how long do you think you'll need in cross-examination?
Well, I was pulling Mr. Linus's chain and suggesting I had 5 hours only, but I've been red penning a lot of what I was going to ask, and so I'm going to be reduced. It's not going to be. I think you've given me 1.5 hours, madam. It's not going to be that long. My best guess, I think, is probably 45 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I had you down as 1 to 1.5 hours. So
Yes, it's going to be 45 minutes. I hope.
okay, lovely. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stroud, Osterley Park. Can I understand, first of all, please, whether you are saying that there would be any harm to the significance of the house as a result of the schemes?
No.
No. Okay. The park, you say page 169 of your proof, paragraph 6.140.
Yes.
You need to look about 3/4 of the way through the paragraph on that page. This, and in particular the effect on the Wick Green Gate group, would cause a medium-low level of less than substantial harm to the RPG. So that's your summary, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Of
Yes.
impact on the park. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we can see it actually in that first sentence there. You deal with it more in more detail elsewhere. First sentence of 6.140, you say the setting is already, as you put it, affected by nearby suburban development and views to more distant large-scale developments. Now, when you say affected, do you mean that in the sense of harm?
Yeah, I mean, in general, what I'm talking about is other views of tall buildings further off, and well, also there's the M4, and those things clearly were harmful to the significance of the park. Yeah.
Well, you include there nearby suburban development as well as more distant large-scale development. Are you saying that the suburban development is harmful?
Yes.
Right. And to what extent do you take into account some of the suburban development, obviously some of which is a conservation area, and the later, taller development are reflective of the development of London in this location next to the park? To what extent do you take that into account?
To what extent they are reflective? Yes, I mean, you see suburban development, tall building developments in the distance, and you sort of, they tell you something about London's development in this area. Is that what you're asking? Yes.
Yes. And by which I mean something of value about the growth of London in this area, this part of London.
I mean, of value, yes. Yes, that it's valuable. Yes.
Well,
To know
isn't
that.
Well, isn't it? I mean, part of the suburban development is a conservation area.
Uh-huh.
It's got some value, hasn't it, in terms of
Yeah,
being
it
an
has heritage
example
value.
of,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And what the suburban development, in particular around the edges of the park that you describe in the evidence and the inspector's scene, shows is that around the park, in all the views that one has, one is not likely to form the view that one is in the countryside. It's not a country house garden in the deep country, is it?
In all the views, I mean, as you've been putting to me, there is a whole experience, and I agree that when you go to Osterley Park, you don't have the impression that you're in the countryside. No.
Right. Thank you. I mean, I think it's must follow, mustn't it, from the fact that this, as you say, the setting is already, you say, affected, but informed might be a more neutral word, by nearby suburban development and views to more distant large-scale development. That means, doesn't it, that not only does one not have the illusion of being in the countryside in Osterley Park, but that one knows precisely that one is within London, actually, but within a large settlement.
One knows. Sorry, I didn't quite follow. So
yeah, the fact that you can see extensive, I think it's true to say, suburban development as well as more distant large-scale developments make it inescapable as that the experience is part of London.
Part of London. Well, for a start, I don't agree that it's quite inescapable. There are parts of Osterley Park where you can escape that to some degree.
Well,
But also part of London, I don't know how much it's sort of, it feels Londony. I haven't really tried to form a view on that. You are aware certainly of suburban development and more distant, larger scale urban development.
well, I mean, I think one has to be realistic about these things. So when you go to Osterley Park, you know that you're not in Birmingham.
Well, yes.
Yeah. So it's London that you're in. You can see London suburban development from the mid 20th century. You can see modern tall buildings.
Mhm.
So the experience of Osterley Park is permeated, isn't it, with an understanding that one is in London.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And so your paragraph 6.135, which is on page 164, you're talking about the visual impact of the proposals, particularly the Tesco proposal, and the combination of schemes dominating and distracting from the gate lodges and drawing the eye and so on. Do you see that there? And you say, towards the end of the paragraph, you say, perception of tall buildings at such proximity, that's closer, I think you mean there, would shift the still predominantly suburban character here into a more urban register, reducing any illusion of rurality. Now, I mean, the inspector has been there. There, to the extent that there is any illusion that you're in the countryside, it is, would you agree, at best fleeting?
Well, so there are. I'd like to try to unpack two slightly different things, because I agree that as a visitor, any moments where you might genuinely believe yourself to be in the countryside would be fleeting. But what I'm referring to there, the illusion of rurality, is the designed illusion of rurality, which is key to the significance of the English landscape garden landscape. So it's an aspect of designed interest which contributes to the significance of the historic design landscape.
I understand that, but the fact that you're, as against that idea, moving from suburban context to urban context doesn't make any difference, does it? Because the suburban context for Osterley Park already tells you that you're not in the country, doesn't it?
Well, it does make a difference. It comes back a little to this degree or kind. Well, it becomes a different thing, and indeed, in its actual form, it would be quite different visually as an intrusion, I would call it. So it doesn't make a difference to. It doesn't make a difference to. Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel I have.
Well, let me put it to you bluntly. It's completely unrealistic, Mr. Stroud, to say, isn't it, that a shift from suburbia with tall buildings also visible to suburbia with more tall buildings visible reduces any illusion of rurality, because there is no illusion of rurality there anyway.
Again, there are the separate points of a visitor's actual illusion of being in the countryside, and then there is the illusion of rurality that's created by the designed landscape, which is part of its significance that you go to appreciate. And the actual factual change in scale to an urban register, that has more impact on appreciation of that latter quality than the suburban does.
Yes. So if you say more, then that's a change in degree, is it?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, it's as well. Yes.
So not what you said a moment ago.
Sorry, no, that's true. There is both degree and kind here.
Right. Both degree and kind.
It would be an increased intrusion. Yeah,
but I mean, at the very most, Mr. Stroud, it's a matter of degree, because there are already tall 21st century buildings visible, aren't there, from a number of viewpoints within Osterley Park?
It's a different character as well. It changes your experience of the landscape, that you're not surrounded by small, suburban houses that are close to the perimeter, where you understand a kind of, your experience of the park and the character of its setting. So the way your experience of the park is framed for you changes in kind as well. Tall buildings, many lights, a skyline that appears much higher above the trees. Those are real qualitative changes to your experience of the design significance.
I just make it clear, I'm not going to ask you about what one can and can't see in images and the degree to which the proposal jumps up above trees or sits within them. The inspector can make her own judgment, obviously, about all of those things. But it's just, I want to focus finally, before I move on the question of whether what is valuable about the design of the landscape at Osterley Park is materially changed by seeing more of something which one already sees, which is what you're telling us. So you can already see suburbia with tall buildings, modern buildings visible. You say there'd be more and they'd be closer, obviously Tesco in particular. So it's a change in degree, but it doesn't, in any of the locations that you particularly identify, does it change one's understanding of the fact that Osterley Park lies within, it was within itself a design to look a certain way, but it lies within London?
Well, as you began by saying these things have value. I mean, it doesn't. So I'm just trying to work out what you've asked me as a question there.
Okay, shall I ask it again? None of the, I'll make it really simple. The change from suburbia with tall buildings visible to suburbia with a couple more tall buildings visible, Tesco in particular, is a change in degree, which doesn't tell you anything different about the setting or the value of the designed asset, does it?
Well, the setting would change. There would be tall buildings near the perimeter of the park.
Yeah, but there are now.
Much further away from the perimeter.
Okay.
And so your visual experience of them would be quite different. And as you began by saying, if there's something of value, I don't think that the value of understanding things about the London townscape really contributes to the design significance of the landscape. But that value you were talking about, whatever it is, well, that would also develop, wouldn't it? Because what you're seeing has changed. You understand tall building development at closer quarters. Don't think it has anything to do with the design significance of
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I entirely agree with you. The fact that you'll be able to see the Tesco scheme tells you nothing about the value of the Osterley Park designed landscape, because we already know that it sits within London. One can see tall buildings. So it doesn't change one's understanding or appreciation of the park as an artifact at all in this particular.
Well, it does change your appreciation. It doesn't contribute to the significance of the park.
No, well, the question is not whether it contributes to the significance,
Well,
but whether, as you
were
allege, it causes medium degree of harm, less than substantial harm to it. Anyway, I mean, I've put the point. You say, can I summarise, that it would cause harm to the significance because there would be more modern intrusion, and that would undermine one's appreciation. Am I right? Is this a fair way to put it, of the rurality of some of the design within Osterley Park? Is that a fair summary?
Its character would change, and then at moments when you're trying to capture a sense of the designed, a rural character of the park, which has been changed anyway by the setting, it would have a greater impact and a different impact in its actual form on your experience of that rural, the efforts to create a kind of rural landscape in this.
Yeah. One point just to pick you up on, the character would change. Do you mean the character of the park would change?
Yes, but that's not what we're judging in relation to the RPG. But for example, I mean, it's an aspect of it. But for example, the conservation area has a character and appearance, and that would.
I'm coming to that.
Change. Yeah.
I'm coming to the suburban conservation area in just a second. But you said at the beginning of that, when I tried to summarise in a sentence or two, well, here's a longer version of it. You said, and you began by saying the character would change. So you meant the character of the park would change, did you?
Yes.
Okay. And it would change because of a greater and more proximate amount of modern development than one currently has.
Yes.
Right. And so when one's trying to understand the value of Osterley Park and the rural intentions of its design and so on, you say it would make it more difficult to understand those intentions, do you?
Yes.
Right. Because one would simply not be able to see that the hedgerows and the little lodges and so on were intended to be rural?
No, there's a bit of a leap there. One would be able to see, but there is interference, and there's an element that impairs your appreciation. There's an element that changes the experience that you're having, takes you further away from that designed experience. Further away
from that design experience. I mean, again, I'm sorry for saying this again, man. Absolutely classic conservation RPG kind of debate. This the RPG in the conservation area has its own characteristics. We're talking about a setting impact, and the question is whether they would undermine one's ability to appreciate the park's character itself. And sometimes it's a new intrusion, and there isn't anything like it. Here, the entirety of Osterley Park is shot through and redolent of being within London already, isn't it? It wouldn't make any impact.
Yeah, but there are different parts, different views. The different parts have different significance, and you get to appreciate different bits of it from different areas.
Yeah, but don't you see? Sorry, Mr. Stroud. Don't you see my main point here? Don't you accept my main point here? That the understanding and appreciating the design intention, which is what you're essentially saying, that's not going to change because you can see another, not the first, but another tall building nearby. I mean, look at the images that you've given us of the little hedge road path to the lodges. What one's going to be able to understand all of that from within the park? That's not going to change at all, is it?
I disagree. When you're approaching the lodges, for example, in these views, there's a really it's not perfect, but there's a much, without the proposed developments in the views, there's a much readier and a more immediate sense that you're approaching lodges in a rural setting. You appreciate without any interference, any distraction, the intention of creating a sort of a rural landscape inside the boundary and what it's trying to hold out, and then the proposed development would appear, and that understanding, that the appearance of that and its readiness would be reduced.
Yeah, I understand that, but in the end, your judgment, medium to low, less than substantial harm. Again, medium means halfway, broadly speaking, between not having any impact and having such a bad impact, you begin to lose key aspects of its character. Again, I put it to you, Mr. Stroud, that even if you're right that there's a bit of a distraction in one particular set of views, or there isn't at the moment, that mustn't it, medium low, be a complete overstatement as to the degree of impact?
I disagree, especially talking about in the round. So, as I've said, the significance is distributed differently, but then when you think about the whole asset and trying to do that calibration, what I'm saying is that the intrusion is new in the sense that it is nearer. It brings that sense of urban development nearer. All of the qualities and the distracting things about the roof lines of tall buildings and so on, and the way they intrude above the perimeter, become nearer and harder visually to ignore, more apparent in lots of views. So no, I disagree. I think it is changed, especially in the round, and to a low, medium level of less than substantial harm in terms of the significance of Osterley Park where it stands, given the previous intrusions as well.
All right. Well, I won't go back over it. I've put the points to you. You're sticking with medium as part of your
low medium.
Low medium. Yeah. What does that mean?
I mean,
low,
so
medium.
What I was trying to find, I find that in this particular case, most of my judgments are in the middle of the scale of less than substantial harm. So got low, medium, and high medium as an attempt to improve to make the calibration clearer around that medium level.
Yes, I see. And are you asking the inspector to form that view, and indeed the Secretary of State to form that view, low to medium impact on the significance of the RPG, bearing in mind the whole of the RPG? And where its significance lies.
In the end, what you're asked to decide is the impact on the significance of the heritage asset,
yes,
including cumulatively. Yeah.
So yes, I mean, you have to take into account, don't you, not just those areas where the building would appear, but what's left that isn't affected.
Well, that's not how we're instructed to go about it, but it is relevant, the degree to which there are better areas, or there are areas where the significance is really well preserved, or very much apparent. And
yeah. But do you see my point? I mean, when you're making a judgment that it would cause a medium or even medium low degree of impact on significance, that's the significance of the asset that you're talking about being impacted, isn't it? Yeah. And so the inspector has to test that against common sense and ask not just what this particular set of impacts would be, but how it sits within the context of the overall asset significance.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. The conservation area part, I won't go over again because you've said, let me give a reference, 6.131. It's on page 161. You say the conservation area of special interest is substantially provided by that of Osterley House and Park. Yeah.
Yes.
So Osterley House, obviously no allegation of harm.
No.
Park, we've just been debating. It includes a well-preserved late 19th century interwar suburban development. Yeah. And in relation to the in late 19th century into more suburban development, as I understand it, your point is that if you look at 6.132, that proximity, difference in scale, juxtaposition, views above roofscape and so on would harm the character and appearance of the conservation area. Is that right?
Yes.
It's an impact on its setting, obviously.
Well, it doesn't occur inside the conservation area, but it does
Yeah,
change the character and appearance of the
I think
conservation area.
part of the Tesco site is actually within the conservation area, but
That's
we're not
true.
we're
That's
not
true.
arguing about that little row of
No, and
of
also I
houses.
accept
Yeah.
that the
That's
impacts
right.
I'm talking about come from bits that aren't in the conservation area.
Yeah, sure. And so the taller parts of Tesco in particular, you say would harm the character and appearance of the conservation area. Now, I mean, it is obviously a suburban, relatively low-rise, moderate density area of decent quality, which is why it's been designated as a conservation area. But you've walked around there?
Yes.
Yes, and so you'll be, and it's illustrated in some of the pictures, you'll be aware that when one is in that area, it has quite a homogeneous and distinct internal character to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the extent to which that would be undermined by seeing something obviously different behind is a matter of judgment.
Yes.
But one always, again, it's a classic instance, one always has to ask whether seeing something different behind causes harm or not, or whether it's just a juxtaposition. Now, why precisely would seeing the taller elements here above the roofscape cause harm?
Well, let's look at what's special about the conservation area. We're told it's its character and appearance.
Yes.
It seems to me, for example, in the view from Oaklands Road, I mean, evidently the appearance of the conservation area in that view would be profoundly changed.
Well,
by
except it
some tall
wouldn't be,
buildings
though,
in
would
the
it?
background.
The appearance of areas outside the conservation area would be changed, but the appearance of the conservation area itself would not be changed. Would
This is a difference of interpretation, I think. I mean, you can say quite rightly that the buildings in the conservation area would not, in their own appearance, be changed. But the conservation area is that street and that street view, and in the backgrounds and in the sky of the view in that conservation area, there would be brand new tall buildings. So the appearance of the conservation area on that street, for example, would be really considerably changed.
Okay, there's no statutory duty, is there, in section 72 dealing with settings of conservation areas?
No.
The policy asks us to have regard to the settings of the conservation area. But your point isn't really so much about harm to the setting; it's about intrusion of the setting into what's
Into the character and
characteristic,
appearance,
etc., of the conservation area.
Yes.
Again, I mean, you'll be familiar with many examples where this has been looked at by inspectors in the Secretary of State. And it's often said, isn't it, that if the special characteristics of that area, the types of buildings, their detailing, their disposition, their spacing, their gardens, etc., is not affected, even though one can see something next to them, then the special character of the conservation area isn't affected. Are you familiar with that analysis?
I'm familiar with the argument,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Gillette. Gillette, 6.146 of your proof, last section, obviously. You say Fletcher's landmark, that bit you see on page 174.
Yes.
Fletcher's landmark for Gillette Corner was appropriate, etc. Fletcher's building exploits the obtuse angle of Scion Lane to dominate the corner with a long elevation without looming over the junction. Now, obviously, we know that the junction's a relatively complicated one because it's got the piece in front with the petrol station. And so it's not right on a corner, is it, of the Great Western Road? It's offset.
So I mean by the oblique, the way the junction is kind of formed by an oblique crossing.
And the main impact of not necessarily just the tower, but the overall composition is when one's heading east into London. Because that's where you see the front, isn't it?
You mean when you're coming down the Great West Road heading for London, that's where you get the
that's where
impact of the
that's the principal
That's what it was
design
designed
elevation.
for,
Isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. And in that view, obviously, Homebase is off to the right on the other side of the junction, and Tesco is largely, isn't it, to the left with only a small piece behind as you go past. Yeah. All right. The space in front of Gillette obviously would not. There's some minor changes to highway layout and so on, but the space in front of Gillette would not be changed, would it, by the proposals?
No.
All right. You say at the moment that the setting of Gillette is relatively degraded. And that's your 6.149, page 175. Yeah. And you're not suggesting, I think, that the proposals detailed at the moment for Homebase, outlined for Tesco, would not be capable of being high quality neighbours or development on either side?
Are you saying the actual developments as proposed?
The buildings. So we've seen the pictures of Mr. Patel's scheme
Yes.
for the Homebase site.
Yeah.
There's nothing in your evidence here which suggests that you're criticising its architecture as a poor piece of design.
Well, I mean,
Is there?
except in that it, as I say, the harmful impact on the Gillette building is because those buildings would take up so much of the sky. They're massing as they appear alongside the Gillette Tower. Those things would be harmful, and so I suppose it's a criticism to that extent. But I mean, I agree that I'm not going into detail saying what I think is good and bad about the architecture.
Have you formed a view about the quality of the architecture of the Homebase scheme, or not?
Personally, yes, but only in relation to my assessment, insofar as it relates to the historic environment. That's my job here.
Not
The
following-
context and historic environment is part of design quality, as we know from lots of judgments and the National Design Guide. So it's relevant to that degree.
Understand. My question was really simple. Have you formed look at a picture of the scheme on page 178 of your proof, where one's looking up from near the station, up Scion Lane,
Yeah.
and you have the front elevation, or part of the front elevation anyway, of the Homebase scheme on your right-hand side. Yeah.
Yes.
You're not saying, are you, at least I haven't read it in your proof, that the design of the Homebase scheme would not be a high-quality piece of architecture?
Well, as I
on
said,
Scion Lane?
it's clear to me. I'm here as a statutory consultee for Historic England representing us. It's clear to me that the historic environment has a role in good design, as we know from the Tulip judgment and the National Design Guide and so on. So it is up to me to form a view to that extent. And I suppose I am contributing to a view on the quality of the design, but I don't have to reach a view on all aspects of the design quality or its architectural quality. And so
You don't have to do anything, Mr. Stroud. All I'm doing is asking what you have done as part of your
Well,
judgment. So
I have done that.
Have you formed a view about the quality of the architecture in the Homebase scheme, yes or no?
Yes, insofar as it relates to the historic environment.
Right. But you haven't formed a view about whether it would be a high quality scheme in terms of its appearance in the street scene, its materiality, or anything of that kind.
Well, as I say, I can't. I really honestly feel I can't say yes to that because I know that planning policy and case law increasingly finds that the historic environment is part of that. So I've formed part of that view.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't get me wrong, Mr. Stroud. I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I've heard you say twice now that you've taken into account the historic environment. I'm asking you about whether you formed any form of more rounded assessment of the architectural credentials of the scheme, and it sounds to me like you haven't.
No.
No. Okay. Fine. And I go there because you rightly identify that the setting of Gillette and the other buildings here has been degraded by not just the road, but by a lot of poor quality architecture in the area. All right, but you haven't weighed that. What you haven't formed a view, be good design in terms of quality and so on in the planning, in your own balance, in your own work.
Well, again, I say, I mean, yes, I have, because I understand that part of designing a good quality building is taking account of the context and the impact on the historic environment, and I do have views on that.
Yes, but you haven't taken into account what is also considered relevant, which is whether a high quality building in a historic context can be a benefit in the historic context.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's another aspect of impact on historic environments, and I don't think that the quality of the architecture here, as it relates to the historic environment, is beneficial.
Oh, so you have formed a view about the quality of the architecture.
I mean, as it relates to the historic environment.
So what is not acceptable about the architectural treatment of the Homebase building in terms of its architecture, its articulation materials, or anything of that kind?
Well, those are aspects of architecture. What I find causes what I find causes harm to the historic environment is its height and its massing, and particularly in what we're talking about is the Gillette building. So in close proximity to the Gillette building, given its own significance and the significance of its form.
Yeah.
Setting.
I think I understand. I'll make submissions about what you've said, about what you've taken into account. But just have a look at page 176, would you, of your proof, where we've got view C, looking down Scion Lane, Gillette, its long facade, its tower, etc., and ahead of you, the Homebase building, because obviously it's further on Scion Lane. Now, obviously, in that view, the architectural and historic interest and the imposing nature of the Gillette building wouldn't be affected, would it, by the scheme?
Well, it would. You know, at the moment, it quite effortlessly does that. A building can't make an effort in that regard, but the presence of a large building behind it and taking up some of that sky does reduce the extent to which that tower, you know, soars completely free of any other building. So, yeah, does that answer?
Well, I'm not 100% sure it answers the question. I think it partly does, but you could. I mean, we can all look at this image and we can see what Mr. Patel has done. He's set the piece on the corner down. It's stepped up. And there's a taller component behind, on the other side, obviously, of the Great West Road.
Yep.
And in views like this, because of perspective, this illustrates, doesn't it, the continued dominance in this view of the Gillette building, looking down Scion Lane.
Which you say? I would say, you know, it retains prominence here. Yeah, its dominance is slightly less easily achieved, and I do recognise what Mr. Patel's done in pulling apart the tower, and you know that it's got a narrow edge presented in this view. Yeah, I can see all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And if you look then, please, at again at page 178, where we have the wire line of the Tesco scheme, behind the petrol station and part of the long run of the Gillette building. Okay, it's one of the views that one would get, but at the junction itself, when one's crossing or in a car, and one has really the full benefit, if you like, of the Gillette frontage and the tower, the Tesco building is offset, isn't it, behind and to the left?
It is.
And it doesn't impinge or backdrop on the tower, does it, from here?
No.
And this is very near, isn't it, the principal crossing of Scion Lane and the Great West Road?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Your evidence, I think, is that the historic value of the Gillette building would be, and I'm looking at your 6.152 here, 6.152, which is on page 177. You say flanked in these views, you've looked at three there, by much broader, bulkier, tall buildings which would dominate the experience of the eye. I've been asking you about that, obviously, in relation to some of the views, and reduce the clear sky around it, ready appreciation of the building's intended architectural effective dominance, and of the tower's landmark quality be somewhat impaired. Yes?
Yes.
And in relation to the Gillette building itself, that translates into a finding, doesn't it, of what, medium or low, in your view? Look at page 182.
Yes, 6158, medium to low.
Medium to low.
It doesn't,
So,
but sorry, what you asked me was, does it translate? I mean, it doesn't translate alone because there are other wider impacts. I talk about there is a degree of impact from blocking it in wider views, where at the moment it has this landmark function.
yes,
yeah.
I was going to ask you about that. Obviously, Gillette wasn't designed, was it, to be seen from Scion or from Kew or from Osterley Park?
Well, I don't know because I mean,
was
I suppose that the architect was well aware that it would be seen.
Okay. So is it part of the history of the area that buildings on the Great West Corridor or the Great West Road were designed to be seen from the historic assets?
They were selectively designed. In this particular case, there was a design effort to provide visibility, to make it visible. Yeah.
So that's part of the history of the development of this part of London, is it?
Yeah, the Gillette Towers, yes.
Mm-hmm. And the approach, because of the importance of that route into London, of having tall buildings that would be seen from some distance, including from the heritage assets.
So what's the question?
It's part, as is it, of the history of the area.
It is.
That tall buildings were designed, in the knowledge that they would have an effect stressing where the Great West Road is when seen from historic assets?
I put it slightly differently in that it's part of the history of the area that the architect, employed to produce the building that went at this west end, chose to put a feature on his building that would be visible from the landscapes.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can, that's what I have to suppose about his intentions. I mean,
All right. Thank you. The two buildings obviously lie either side. Final question on Gillette. Either side of it, don't they? One's behind and up Sign Lane. The other one's on the other side of the main road itself. And so, do you agree that they would form a group? Gillette, Homebase, and the new Tesco scheme?
a group. I think, yeah, I would accept that they form a group in the sense that, especially as you were going down Scion Lane, you'd experience those as, substantial buildings.
Yeah.
Articulating that.
When you're coming out of town,
Yeah.
going west, we have, don't we, at the moment, the, as you look at it, the Gillette Tower slightly occluded, don't we, by buildings in the foreground, as we know from the images. You can see it, but it's not. It's obviously pointing the other way. So when
At
you're
various
coming out
points,
of
other
town,
things.
you're
When coming out of town, yes,
yeah.
sorry.
And the Homebase building and the Tesco building are part of the way that the architects are trying to mark the transition, aren't they, from the residential area into the mixed and commercial area, past Scion Lane.
I understand that
Yeah.
they. I'm trying to recall from the cross-examination. I mean, I understand that one of the things they're trying to do was create a gateway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And if there was to be, well, there would, if these two schemes were built, and one assumes Gillette stays roughly as it is, one would have Gillette on the corner, facing largely outwards, as we've said. You'd have Homebase on the corner, southern corner, if you like, and then you'd have Tesco behind, wouldn't you, marking Scion Lane?
Behind, where are you positioning me? Sorry?
Behind Gillette, as one looks up.
As you're
Right.
approaching, so you're heading westward.
Yeah.
You would have. Sorry, I think. Yes, the buildings would be where they would be.
Yeah. But there's nothing, I think, in terms of historical pattern. So difference from residential areas to mixed use or commercial areas, difference from small buildings to big buildings. There's nothing alien, is there, in a grouping which had Homebase, Gillette and Tesco along that run?
I think I'm saying yes, insofar as what I understand you're saying is there is nothing ahistorical that's not. It is part of the history that you get to transition from big buildings to the suburban.
It wouldn't be uncontextual for that reason.
Well, but there's lots more detail to that. I mean, it's not uncontextual in principle to have a large building and then across Scion Lane, smaller buildings, but the scale, the massing, the articulation, the handling. I mean, context is a lot more complicated than just big, small.
Sure, I understand that. I'm not going to ask you, Mr. Stroud, about Coty and Westlink, NatWest, and the Quaker Hall. Ma'am, you formed your view about those. You've got written evidence about those, obviously, from Dr. Mealy as well. Not a good use, I felt, of the time. So I'm very grateful, Mr. Stroud. Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Thank you.
You're next. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, Mr.
Hello.
Stroud. Mr. Stroud, just by way of setting out the goalposts, I think, as you can probably anticipate, we're not going to look to cover the whole gamut of heritage assets here.
Thank goodness.
Not really proportionate in the light of all the written material and the questions put to you both by learned friends. I am going to instead focus on, I think, probably asking you some general questions at the outset, and then we're going to look at Kew, Royal Botanical Gardens, and to a much lesser extent, Scion. I'm not going to touch on Ostley or the other assets along the Great West Road, but to be clear, we stand on the evidence of Mr. Froneman, which we consider to be sound, robust, and competent, and we say it's preferred to yours, but I'm not going to ask you questions on that, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. Okay, then in terms of general approach, again, I think we can take much of this relatively swiftly. The position of Historic England at this inquiry is grounded in what you perceive to be harm to heritage significance caused by impact on the setting of heritage assets. Is that fair?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. you don't suggest any material harm to historic fabric beyond what you say regarding part of the Tesco site lying within the conservation area at Osterley. Is
That's
that
right, but I haven't found harm from that impact either.
And in terms of, well, let me put it this way. At paragraph 6.9 of your proof, you talk about having assessed the visual impact of the proposal by reference, and it's really to various documents, the applicant's TVIA, other visual aids that the applicant has provided, and also at 6.10, you move on to MSE or MS Environmental's visualizations as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Just pausing there, I mean, we can agree, obviously, that visibility in and of itself does not equate to harm to heritage significance.
I agree.
Yeah. Those are two very different concepts. Visual impact on the one hand, impact on heritage significance on the other. I mean, the one may lead to the other, but that will depend on the particular facts of the case, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it will depend on the nature of the asset and its particular heritage significance.
Yes.
The contribution which setting makes to that significance,
Yeah.
the impact on the setting,
Yeah.
and the consequences of that impact on overall heritage significance.
Yes.
We can agree all of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in terms of considering impact on, well, OUV or heritage significance in the present instance, can we also agree that the correct approach is to assess the extent of harm to significance having regard to the overall heritage significance of the asset?
Yes.
Because, of course, significance may lie in various aspects of an asset, mind it. With a building, for example, significance may lie in its interior, in the historic fabric.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, of course, it also may lie in the setting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or both.
Absolutely. In terms of harm to setting, it is right to assess the extent of that harm having regard to the overall contribution that setting makes to significance in that particular case.
Yes.
Yeah. Because there will be instances where the setting of an asset makes little or no contribution to its significance.
Yes.
And even where setting does contribute to heritage significance, there may be many aspects of setting that are entirely unaffected by a proposed development.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Turning away then from setting to consider harm very briefly, I mean, more generally, national policy, in particular policy in the NPPF and PPG, speaks in terms of harm as being either substantial or less than substantial.
Yes.
And the harm in question is, of course, harm to the heritage significance of an asset, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in cases where, as I think Mr. Warren touched on with you, in cases where we are looking at substantial harm to a heritage asset, that is where we are looking at heritage significance being vitiated altogether or very much reduced.
Those are the Bedford words. There are other ways of interpreting it.
They
Yeah,
are,
I
I'm
mean,
not holding you to that
yeah,
particular text. I'm giving that as an exemplar.
I'm in the same place as you. Yeah. Yes.
In circumstances where there is harm caused to the heritage significance of an asset which lies in the less than substantial category, you have identified, in this instance, various gradations of harm, in particular, mid-range harm as regards the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to understand, and it's really pursuing a line opened by Mr. Warren, I just want to understand what you say that means then. In terms of the mid-range of less than substantial harm, there must, of course, then be some loss in terms of heritage significance. Is that what you say the mid-range equates to?
There is harm to the heritage significance. Yes.
Loss of heritage significance or not?
Well, yes, it implies a degree of loss to the significance of the heritage asset. Yeah.
Degree of loss. And in terms of that degree of loss, do you say there would be some loss, considerable loss?
Well, I suppose those are words I've deliberately chosen not to use. I understand that we've tried to I try to give a qualitative assessment of harm in relation to significance, and then, for the benefit of the inspector and all of our judgments, to place that, to calibrate those different qualitative impacts using these terms in the scale. So I deliberately don't use a system of words like that, because I'm assessing qualitative things, not a kind of. I don't take that systematic approach where considerable or whatever indicates a mid-range or anything like that.
No. Well, I need to understand what your position is, and indeed, I think it'll help the inspector as well. I mean, you are saying that there is a degree of loss in terms of heritage significance associated with the harm that you have identified. I'm asking you to quantify that loss, and I'm putting to you, by way of an example, and if you don't like this term, please give me another. I'm asking you whether you say there would be considerable loss of significance in circumstances where the harm you identify is in the mid-range of less than substantial harm.
In the sense that considerable, I'll take considerable in the sense that one must consider it when thinking about significance. Considerable.
Considerable. No more than considerable, no less. You're happy with where I've pitched it. Considerable loss of heritage significance.
No, I'm sorry. I also realised that I thought you were saying considerable harm. I mean, that is an adjective modifying the amount of harm. Considerable loss. There would be, as I say, an amount of loss. I would say that there would be an amount of loss that is considerable in the sense that you have to consider it in relation to significance. Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. You say considerable harm. Have we equated that ultimately with considerable loss? I mean, you say considerable in the sense that I am considering it. Yeah. I'm going to put it to you that that's not actually the. It's not the.
Well, this
it's certainly not what I mean. I mean, considerable in that sense means a material consideration, and I'm not talking about it as being whether or not it's a material consideration. I'm asking you to quantify it on a scale. So, and you don't have to use my terminology. I'm offering you free run of the English language. What we have at the lower end would be negligible, a negligible loss. One might then move up to say material loss. One might then move to significant, considerable, substantial. I'm asking you for your term. I need to understand what you say is the position as regards loss of heritage significance.
Well, let me say I don't see that I'm obliged to have a name for it, apart from in the middle of the scale of less than substantial harm, and then to describe it in relation to the particular facts of the case in more qualitative terms.
Well, if you're declining to quantify it.
I'm not declining to quantify it. I'm declining to give it an adjective.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to keep pressing you then.
Or to give it an adjective which applies in every single case without regard to the facts and the.
No, I'm asking you in the context of this case. I gave you a specific example, didn't I? The World Heritage Site. You say mid-range of less than substantial harm. Mm-hmm. We are agreed that entails, in your view, because of course we don't agree, a loss of heritage significance. And you say, yes, it does. I'm asking you how much. And what you're saying is you're not inclined to answer. Now, of course, I'm not going to put the question another time. I'll give you this one last opportunity to respond, though.
Yes, I will say so. I'll use the example you give in relation to Kew Gardens, to the World Heritage Site. The loss to significance would be, I would say it would be considerable in my sense, as I said. It would also be meaningful. It would be, and those are two words. Are you happy with those? There are words I'm sure I use in relation to that judgment in the proof, in relation to the medium harm finding adjectives.
In terms of your saying, I'm going to run with meaningful, which is your word, in terms of your suggesting that there would be a meaningful loss of significance in that context, I mean, does that impact on whether you say the asset should still be classified as being of the same heritage significance?
classified.
Well, let me put it another way. You're not suggesting, are you, that it would justify a change to the listing status of the
Absolutely
asset?
not.
No. Indeed, it's no part of your case, is it, that any of the harms that you have identified to any of the assets would justify any change to any listing status?
No.
No. And there would be no need for any such review, because even on your assessment, all of the assets that we're discussing would all retain broadly the same level of significance in the event that this development went forward.
Broadly the same level of significance. As I say, I find that the significance would be harmed. There would be some loss of significance in all the cases where I say they would. Broadly the same level, I suppose I can agree with that, in that, yeah, if they all remain listed, if they all retain, yes.
Broadly the same, you can agree with that. Okay. Let's then turn to consider Q in a little more detail. I mean, I was going to say you would agree, but of course it's a fundamental part of your case, isn't it, that setting of the World Heritage Site is relevant to its heritage significance, its OUV.
Yes.
And that relevance, that importance, is of course not confined to one particular aspect of its setting. We are concerned with the setting as a whole, as we agreed a short while ago.
Not confined to any one particular part. Yeah, there is a whole setting, which is what's relevant to the significance. Yeah.
And that setting, it comprises the surroundings in which the World Heritage Site is experienced. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we read in the NPPF, and that's what we also read in the management plan, isn't it?
I suppose it is. I can't remember reading that in the management plan, but since it's in the NPPF, yes. I mean, yeah, why not?
Well, on the subject of the management plan, and we're going to go there in a moment, I mean, it's fair to say that you considered that document prior to this inquiry, didn't you?
Yes.
And presumably you gave it quite significant consideration prior to this inquiry.
Yes.
It's an important document.
It is.
Yeah. There's no criticism, is there, in your proof of the management plan?
I did not put a criticism in my proof. No. No.
Nor indeed in your evidence in chief when learned friend examined you this morning.
No.
Criticism levelled at the management plan.
No. I mean, there's quite a lot implicit, as I would draw out if we interrogated it. But no, I don't level a critique as part of my evidence.
I mean, when we look at the management plan, or rather, when we look at the World Heritage Site more broadly, I mean, there are various views from within the World Heritage Site that contribute to its significance, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, I mean, there's views of specific structures, such as the Palm House, and we have many design views within the landscape, don't we?
Yes.
Fair to say that very, very many of these views, even on your case, are not impacted in any way.
Yes.
I mean, this is a very large and complex site, as you yourself have said. There are a number of views that are important. I mean, if we look, and in fact, can we turn up the management plan, please? It's at core document 10.1.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Well, what we have in this document are certainly in the body of the document, before we come to the annex, which deals expressly with setting, we can see that various views are depicted, can't we, in the document?
Yes.
So, I mean, just skipping through it, for example, and one can see after the foreword on page 4 of the PDF, for example, that's the Palm House, isn't it?
Yep. Sorry, I'm not actually following you, but but yes, the Palm House is depicted in the management plan. Yep.
Have you seen it?
So
That
page 4.
Page 4 of the PDF.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on paper.
It's this one, page 2.
Yes.
And then if we move through the document, I mean, there are a number of others, aren't there? Page 57, we've got a view of the Great Pagoda, haven't we?
We've got a view of the Scion Vista and the Palm House as well. That we went past. We've got, yes,
There's
all sorts.
all sorts. The Davis Alpine House, and we can look at all of them, can't we? And when we move into that annex that I talked about, which we'll look at in a little more detail later on, we've got on page 128 of the document, in terms of its internal numbering, we've got certain views and vistas pictured.
Yes.
I mean, none of these images that we look at are going to be affected, are they?
No, but clearly it's not intended to be a complete list of important views, because even the Scion Vista isn't in there, which the management plan elsewhere says.
No, absolutely not. I'm just giving examples.
Yeah.
And indeed, when we look at that annex, Annex D, we can see, because Mr. Warren took you to it, on figure 4 on page 127 and figure 5 on page 130, we have formal design views and vistas, and we have views out, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're not suggesting that there is, I think, harm to any of those formal views and vistas? Or rather, you haven't in your proof, in your chief, or in the cross-examination from Mr. Warren?
To the formal views and vistas that are marked on this map, that is, I mean, I'm reading it quite literally. No, there's no harmful impact.
No. So it's fair to say that in terms of your document, you are actually focusing on those areas where you say there would be an impact.
Yes. In terms of views, yes.
In terms of the assessment of significance of a queue, paragraph 6.12, we see you talk about how complex and rich the fabric of queue is. I think you talk about the 56 listed structures in the following paragraph. And I think 13 of these are either grade 1 or grade 2 star, aren't they?
Yes.
Madam, 6.12, I'm trying to take matters reasonably swiftly. I do apologize if I'm cantering too fast. It's 6.12 and 6.13. 56 listed structures, I think you say. Mr. Froneman notes that 13 of them are 1 or 2 star.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
And all of these are...
But I trust him.
Sorry, again?
I haven't counted them, but I trust him. I haven't counted them now.
I mean, in terms of these structures, I mean, all of those are elements within the World Heritage Site, and some of them are very important in the context of the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
For example, the Palm House.
Yes.
And they all contribute to the OUV.
Yes.
And consistent with what we've already discussed, it's right that we should measure impact on the significance, the OUV of the World Heritage Site, by reference to the entirety of that site, the entirety of the setting to the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In this context, you reference the Scion Vista and the Scion Lawn, and you talk about those in paragraphs 6.44 and 46. To be clear, on that front, my understanding, following your evidence in chief and cross from Mr. Warren, is that you don't say that there would be any impact directly on the Scion Vista.
No, on the Scion Vista, let me just make sure we're talking about the same thing. The Scion Vista extends from the Palm House. It's a walk and a directed view, which then lands on the Scion Lawn. Yeah.
Yes. So nothing in terms of harm to the Scion Vista?
Well, actually, insofar as I said, I assess that you would be able to see the proposed development from the very southernmost part of the Scion outlook. Well, I think that has a sort of residual effect on the Scion Vista, because it's part of where you're delivered to. But that's a glimpsed view, and so a marginal effect if you're only looking at the Scion Vista.
Well, I'm going to take you to the Scion Lawn or the Scion Outlook in a moment. I just want to understand, so I have a note of it, whether you say that there would be harm caused. And it's fine, whatever your view is, I can make a note of it and make submissions. Do you say that there would be harm to the Scion Vista as distinct from any harm which you might identify to the Scion Outlook?
I find the distinction rather. I don't normally proceed by, chopping up heritage assets and saying this bit would be harmed. I suppose I'm assessing what does the Scion Vista do, brings you to the Scion Outlook. I find it. Sorry, I just genuinely find it difficult to say yes, no in that case.
So that's you're not really. You don't wish to answer that because you think it's artificial of me to draw a distinction between the Scion Vista and the Scion Outlook.
No, well, if you're drawing a distinction, it's the distinction I would wish to put is that the Scion Vista lands at the Scion Outlook, but the rest of the Scion Outlook isn't properly part of the Scion Vista itself. Then no, I agree. Yeah, the Scion Vista is where I'm saying that I believe there would be a degree of visibility and a harmful visibility. You're not properly on the Scion Vista there.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that when you are viewing from the Scion Outlook, which we're going to come to in a moment, you are not in the Scion Vista anymore.
You seem to be wanting to make a distinction between the two.
Well, I mean, you have yourself, Mr. Stroud. Let's look at this. 6.46.
Mm-hmm.
The Scion Vista, Cedar Vista, Woodland Walk, and Riverside Oak Walk all meet in one of Kew's most significant bounded areas of openness, the Scion Outlook. All I'm looking to seek to do is draw a distinction between the Scion Outlook and the Scion Vista in that sense that you have done.
Yes.
And in that context, do you say that there would be harm to the Scion Vista or not? It really is a yes or no.
Well, I don't quite agree. I mean, it's more complicated than that. These are components of a whole design that contribute to significance. As I say, when we're talking about setting, it becomes more complicated than saying, there is harm to in a listed building this door. I don't know. Do you see?
No, I don't know and I don't understand, but that's fine. I'm not going to put the point again. I've asked you and given an opportunity to answer. We'll move on. The Scion Outlook, then. There you say there would be harm. And I have a note of the evidence that you gave in answer to the questions put by Mr. Warren. You say the Scion Outlook there would be harm because at the very, 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 very southern end, we had 4 verries.
Did I say that? Right. Okay.
Yes,
you tell
did.
me. Yes, you were counting.
4 verries, I did count. At that southernmost tip, you say that there would be intervisibility. You would be able to see.
I judge that you would, yes.
You judge that you would.
It's my judgment that you would be able to see.
But that is, as Mr. Warren explained, in circumstances where you haven't pointed to and haven't prepared any visualization which demonstrates that. Okay.
Yes.
One of the views that you have pointed to is that one from just to the south of the lawn, Mr. Spencer's view 1.
Yes.
That is taken, and you say you no longer depend on the precise visualization which Mr. Spence provides because you accept the flaws in the methodology. But you say that in and around that area there will be glimpsed views.
Yes.
That is glimpsed views in the context of that shelter. That shelter, of course, is a modern building, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it. The actual fabric is really quite modern, but there have been shelters. It's sort of part of a sequence of shelters that have been positioned around for a long time. I don't have lots of detail on its particular history.
Yeah, I mean, that one, for what it's worth, that faces back into the World Heritage Site, doesn't it? Rather than outward towards the Thames.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not part of the Scion Lawn or the Outlook?
No, it's outside it, yeah.
Now, what we can see from the lawn is existing modern built form, isn't it?
Modern built form. I mean, I've seen Mr. Furneman's evidence where he picks up on little glimpses of modern buildings. Yes.
Sorry, little glimpses of modern buildings.
Yeah, that you can see bits of modern buildings. Yeah. At points around the Scion Outlook.
Yes. No, but I'm interested in your description of those as little glimpses. So you...
right. Yeah.
What's your terminology? Little glimpses of modern buildings. Yeah.
Well, maybe we can get into it in a bit more detail if you'd like to.
No, I'm happy with your answer. that's fine. I'm just interested in how you describe them. I mean, those little glimpses of modern buildings, it's not simply a question of having seen Mr. Froneman's rebuttal. I mean, you've been to the sign
Yeah,
outlook,
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
you? So
Yeah.
you were aware of those.
Yes, especially the ones I think are most apparent are looking up river, when you're looking sort of, where are we? South, out of the outlook.
Upriver, yes. I was going
Yeah.
to say down, but yes, it's
No,
right.
it's
Upriver, yes. And those we see, for example, well, Madam, for your note, I'm not going to ask that you turn it up, given the time, but it's the first of the photographs in Mr. Froneman's Appendix 1 to his rebuttal at ID 1 spot 18 spot 1. I think that's what you're referencing.
Sorry, I do need to turn this up if you're asking me that. Let me do it on here. ID 1.
ID 1 spot 18 spot 1.
Oh, sorry, I've lost my connection. The first.
It has a small page 3.
That's the kind of view I'm talking about, yes.
Yes. So those views upriver. But page 4, for example, is not a view upriver, is it?
We're on the next page, yep.
Yeah. Very
Yes.
slightly downriver.
Yes.
And again, through the trees, we are seeing other 20th century built form, aren't we?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, he's going to speak to those images. Do you know what buildings those are?
I've tried to look into as many of them as I can. I think I managed to identify most of them, yeah.
What are they, so far as you are concerned?
If we're on page 4, I think that those are parts of emerging parts of the Brentford project. I haven't identified literally building to building, but I tried to locate them, and so I'm aware of where they are, roughly the height and scale we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the impact now on the World Heritage Site, as we've already discussed, you have found middle of less than substantial harm.
Yeah. Yes.
Paris 6.68 of your proof.
Yes.
And in terms of what you have relied on in reaching that finding, if we turn up your 6.68.
Yes.
What we see you point to are glimpsed views from inside the World Heritage Site, first of all. Yes?
Yes.
And so far as those glimpsed views are concerned, having heard your evidence given in chief and also in cross from Mr. Warren, I understand that you are pointing to glimpsed views in and around the area of the shelter that we just looked at in MSE 1.
Yeah, and more widely along the areas we discussed. So sort of, yeah.
Those glimpsed views. And also, I think, also, do you point to the view near the Isleworth Ferry Gate?
Yes.
In that context? In terms of views from within the World Heritage Site, that is it, as I understand it. You don't purport to identify anything else.
Well, I'm not saying there are two. I'm saying that there are potential for glimpses in that area, and I haven't tried to list every single glimpse. I mean, I'm afraid because without the aid of further visualizations, I think that it might be of limited use to try and do it with my eyes. So the evidence is limited, but there are those two, and there may be more. Well, sorry, 3. Sound outlook, extremity, a glimpse through the trees, and the Isleworth Ferry Gate. And generally, there are areas around that where those glimpses may extend. What I mean is,
you see, there's a lot. Just unpacking that answer, Mr. Stroud. There's a lot of there may be and potentiality and so on. Yeah. You don't come to this inquiry with any evidence at all of views from the very, 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 very southernmost tip of the sign outlook, do you?
I don't.
You agree that the visualization at MSE 1 is flawed?
Yes.
In both those locations, you contend that in your judgment, there may be views.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know, but you think there may be.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, we don't. I can't provide evidence that there would be.
No. Okay. And then finally, you point to the immediate vicinity of the Isleworth Ferry Gate, where I don't think it's disputed that there would be a view.
Yes.
So those are the only views, and I'm not tying you to a specific footprint. I have to be stood on this particular square meter of World Heritage Site, but those are the 3 locations that you speak to, aren't they?
Speak to you in what term? Because I also talk a bit about the woodland walk and the fact that through the trees you can see Syon House. I can't again provide evidence of to what extent you see the proposed development exactly, but there are some views along the woodland walk. Some possibility of seeing Syon House is what I'm saying.
Some possibility of seeing Syon House.
Yeah, not possibility in the sense of probability. I mean possibility, literally one can.
Right. Beyond that, and I mean, even if you were right, and that's not accepted for a moment, but even if you were right, we are discussing in that context very heavily filtered views, aren't we?
Especially in the woodland walk context,
Yeah.
they're filtered.
Okay. In that context, we've identified those glimpsed views which you say may exist. And beyond that, we are looking at what you describe as the long sequence of towpath views.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I just ask you to drop down to the bottom of your 668? Penultimate sentence.
Yeah.
Currently, the view is screened by the combined effect of various groups of Syon Park trees across most of the area of the outlook.
Yes.
That's the Syon outlook, isn't it?
Yeah.
But from further south, there would be clear views.
Yeah.
So where do you say there would be clear views?
In the places we've just talked about glimpses, in those glimpses, you would get
Yeah.
a clear view of the proposed development.
Right, these are glimpsed views.
Yes, I suppose this comes to what we mean by glimpse. What I mean by glimpse is, that they might be tightly framed. They might only be available over a very small area. But when you have the glimpse, you can see the proposed development clearly, not filtered by trees or branches or something in many cases.
Okay. In terms of your reliance upon views from the towpath, you are there relying on views which are available from outside the World Heritage Site. We're agreed on that?
Yeah.
Looking away from the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
If one were to put those views to one side, that is to say, if one were to discount for the purposes of assessing impact on the World Heritage Site, views taken from the Thames Path, how much further would we drop down in the spectrum? Because at the moment, having had regard to the long sequence of towpath views, you have assessed harm in the middle of the less than substantial range.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know that when you discount, when you carve out those towpath views, where that leaves you.
Well, you're asking me to do an exercise I haven't sort of fully done, in that I was considering both when I reached my assessment of harm. So when I carve out the towpath views, if I'm just talking about the glimpses from inside the World Heritage Site, are you asking how I would?
Yeah, because it necessarily follows, given that the towpath views informed your assessment of middle of the range of less than substantial, I would like to know, when you carve those views out, those towpath views, where in the spectrum of less than substantial harm you are left.
Lower.
Yes. That follows necessarily.
Yeah.
Where?
I would say that we're at a low level of less than substantial harm.
So the low level.
Yeah, somewhere low in less than substantial harm.
Okay, thank you. We can agree, can't we, that the statement of OUV notes that the boundaries of the World Heritage Site contain all the sources of the attributes comprising Q's OUV, can't we?
We can, but there's a bit of ambiguity about it, because there's lots of other guidance that talks about, there's this concept of integrity, which makes that tricky. And it makes clear that there can be other sources of significance that aren't contained in a World Heritage Site.
Yes, but I mean, you don't wish to make any adjustment, do you? I mean, you took considerable time preparing this proof, and at paragraph 6.18, you state in terms the SOUV notes that the boundaries of the World Heritage Site contain all the sources of the attributes comprising RBGQ's OUV. You're not seeking to resile from that proposition, are you?
I wish I had more time to produce the proof, but can you show me where in 6.8 the
Third sentence. The SOUV notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We've already established that you're familiar with the management plan for Q. Yes.
Yes.
Adopted in 2020
Right.
with input from Historic England.
Yes.
And what we find in Annex D of that document is extensive detailed analysis on setting. Yes?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 114 in the document, which is the first page of Annex D,
Yes.
and we look at the first two sentences of paragraph D1, we're left in absolutely no doubt about the purpose of this annex, are we? I'll read it out. This appendix describes the setting of the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, World Heritage Site, and sets out how that setting contributes to the OUV of the WHS.
Yeah.
That's unequivocal, isn't it?
Yes.
And in terms of the purpose, you see, the description of setting is intended to support decision makers with regard to planning applications for developments that may affect the setting and OUV of the WHS.
Yes.
Yeah. So this annex is directly targeted at a scenario such as the one that we're here involved in.
Yes.
Yeah. It's right to say, isn't it, that the plan does not attribute material weight or material value to views across the Thames from the Thames path.
Yes, this assessment here doesn't attribute any,
No, well,
doesn't mention them.
It doesn't identify them as important views, and it doesn't identify them as contributing in any way to OUV.
Well, it
does
couldn't because it hasn't mentioned them. But so no is the
No.
answer.
Are there any references to the Thames path in Annex D that you rely on in contending that views from the Thames path make the contribution you suggest to OUV
Are there any references to the Thames path?
in Annex D?
I don't rely on references to the Thames path in Annex D as far as I know. I do rely, I use Annex D in lots of other ways, but not for its mentions of the Thames path, I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
Well, we know that you don't criticise Annex D or indeed the management plan in its entirety. I mean, we can note, can't we, that there are some references to the Thames path in this annex. It's not as if the Thames path has been forgotten about.
No, because we looked at some of the references earlier, didn't we? Yeah.
Can we turn to page 117, please?
Yes. Of the management plan?
Yes. Do you see that?
Do I see what? Well, I'm on 117.
That's all I'm asking. 117, that brings us into paragraph D8, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that's the setting, rather, that's the section, the context in which what follows comes.
Yes.
If we move through to page 124, and we go to the second column, to the penultimate paragraph, the one beginning separation and enclosure.
Yeah.
And of course, sorry, I should have, apologies. Can you just flick back very, very briefly to page 117? I should have taken you to the subsection title. It's D8, Roman 1, strong sense of enclosure and separation. Do you see
Yes,
that?
yeah.
Yes. So that's the context. So
Yeah.
whilst we are considering a strong sense of enclosure and separation, we turn to page 124. The penultimate paragraph references the Scion Vista.
Yeah. Yes.
And in the final paragraph, it reads as follows, doesn't it? Views into the designed landscapes of the gardens. That is to say, views into the World Heritage Site.
Yeah.
Views into the World Heritage Site are also carefully controlled, mostly screened by trees and walls. The views into the landscape, and again, we're talking about views into RBGQ, aren't we?
Yes.
The views into the landscape that do exist are largely at the entrances or from the Thames Path, particularly at the end of the Scion Vista. Yes? So we see
Yes.
views from the Thames Path being expressly referenced. So the authors of this annex, who are expressly concerned with identifying setting,
Yeah.
and indeed identifying that setting with a view to assisting development management decisions, they reference the Thames Path, but they reference the other way, don't they? Looking into Kew from the Thames Path rather than away from Kew.
Yes, in this paragraph that they're referencing it in relation to views in.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to take me to another paragraph where they reference views out with from the Thames Path.
Well, I
just to
don't
say-
think that is there.
No, it's not there, is it? Mr. Stroud, does that not give you some pause? I'm having regard to the weight that you give to views away from the World Heritage Site, from the Thames Path. Does it not give you some pause that the management plan drawn up specifically for Kew, and indeed the annex specifically concerned with setting to aid development management decisions in relation to that setting, does it not give you any pause at all that this document does not provide any support for your reliance on views from the Thames Path away from Kew towards the development site?
Yes, it gives me pause. No, this document does not provide no support, but yes, it gives me pause. It doesn't give me explicit support for my assessment, as you rightly pointed out.
Right. Okay, so it's the implicit. We've heard that reference a number of times. It's the implicit content. Is it the implicit content of this annex?
Some of it.
Okay. Does it not also give you pause that on your best case, only one of the 56 listed buildings in the World Heritage Site is in any way impacted in terms of its setting?
Gives me pause, yeah.
But it doesn't prevent you of reaching a conclusion that there would be middle of the spectrum, less than substantial harm to the asset.
No, it doesn't prevent me, no. Indeed, well, yeah, we've been through that.
Okay, well, I'm not going to repeat questions put to you by Mr. Warren, but I do have to put to you that your assessment is manifestly overstated.
All right, sorry, okay. Keep putting.
And I mean, we're going to come on to Scion in a moment, but I mean, Mr. Warren touched on your use of language. And for example, your use of the term shatter. I mean, you've been taken to it, and as I understand it, you maintain a position that shatter is an apposite, an appropriate term in this context.
In relation to the character of a particular view is, I think, where we ended up.
Yeah, but of course, it's not the character of a particular view that we are concerned with. As Mr. Warren indicated, and indeed as I have touched on also, we are concerned with heritage significance.
Yes, but I use the word
hang
shatter.
on. We are concerned with heritage significance, and indeed heritage significance not in the round just in terms of setting, but in the round in terms of the entirety of the heritage significance of the asset. Yes.
Which is why I don't think you'll find me saying that the OUV would be shattered.
No, what you say is that there would be meaningful harm in the context.
Well, I don't
meaningful
say that.
loss, rather. Sorry, that's the term you've used.
I said it when
Meaningful
we
loss
discussed it.
in terms of the heritage significance of the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
Thank you. Turning then to Sion. Both the house and the RPG are obviously grade 1 listed there. Yes?
Yes.
That is notwithstanding the large hotel buildings and car park that have been introduced.
It is notwithstanding, yes.
Yeah. I mean, those are obviously relevant considerations, aren't they?
Yeah, as existing harms, previously harmful impacts.
Yeah. When discussing the intactness, authenticity, and integrity of the landscape, one has to have regard to existing harms such as that.
Yeah.
And what you say is that notwithstanding those, and I'm sure we can agree that they are very modern elements, we can agree they're very modern elements which comprise part of the immediate setting of the assets. But notwithstanding those, you find that this is one of the best preserved aristocratic estates and one of the very most historically and architecturally interesting estates.
In London.
Yeah. And of course, that both the house and garden still merit their grade 1 listing.
Yes.
On the topic of modern buildings, I mean, you've talked at some length with Mr. Warren already about views westwards and northwards as one approaches the Lion Gate from the house.
Yes.
And you referenced that in your proof at 696. I just want to understand how far you push the screening point in terms of the modern development that already exists.
How far do I push the screening? But I don't know.
Well,
what you mean.
6.96, page 133.
Moving through the avenues, trees themselves, and young screen planting south of the car park intercedes to screen tall buildings in Brentford.
Yeah. As regards this issue, I mean, you're not saying, are you, that there aren't buildings which are visible in these views?
There aren't buildings which are visible.
So, right, you are not saying that the buildings are not visible, are you?
I mean, sometimes buildings go out of view, sometimes they come into view.
Yes. They do, don't they? I mean, we can see, if we turn at Mr. Froneman's proof, for example. Can you turn to his document, please, just to look at a couple of the photographs in this context?
Yes.
I mean, he has a photograph on page 96 taken from the Wyatt Bridge. Photograph 27.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we can see modern development there, can't we?
Oh, we can, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just giving some examples here. Page 111.
Yes.
Looking down the Great Avenue.
Yep.
No suggestion that we're not seeing existing modern development.
It's right there. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, page 115, photograph 41. I mean, of course, the inspector's seen this herself because she's been on a site visit. But when we look at that page, 115, photograph 41, we're left in no doubt, are we, as to the presence of modern development?
Yeah, it slightly depends on what you mean by modern, doesn't it? But I mean, yes, there are 30s buildings, and probably, I'm not sure the date of the buildings on the right, but yeah,
okay,
there are later buildings than the Lion Gate.
Yes, I think we
Yes.
can agree, can't we, that however one defines the term modern, we're not talking about development that is of an age with the Lion Gate.
No.
No. And it's important, isn't it, to have full regard to the presence of that modern existing context, because only in that way can one provide a balanced assessment for the inspector.
Absolutely, you have
Yeah.
to have regard. It's part of cumulative harm and thinking about that.
In terms of for photograph on page 136.
136.
Photographs 53, 54.
Yeah.
I mean, am I right in understanding that you refer to these as only minor intrusions?
Can you show me where I say that?
I'm asking you whether you do or not.
You asked if I.
I'm
a bit odd,
asking, would you describe these as minor intrusions?
Right, but that's slightly different. Minor intrusions. I don't think that's. I don't know if. No, I mean, I think that they are. Are they minor intrusions? Minor intrusions in what exactly?
Into the view? I don't know.
Into the view, into the landscape. At this point, I'd say they're more than minor intrusions in this view.
Thank you. As I say, the inspector's been on site. She has viewed the Lion Gate in its context for herself.
Yes.
I mean, one thing I want to raise briefly in the context of your discussion of Arcadian illusion is the air traffic to Heathrow in this context. I mean, do you consider it is in any way relevant to your discussion of that illusion? The noise, that is,
Yeah.
the movement, the modern technology?
Yeah, it's an intrusion.
Yeah. I mean, and where in your proof do you grapple with that, for example?
I don't, in the same way that I don't list every single other building that you can identify at different points and in different views. You're right. I mean, yeah, perhaps.
No, but I know in terms of buildings, you make reference to them, at least in generality. But I'm saying, where is your general discussion? I'm not asking you about each particular flight path or aircraft, but given that it's relevant and given your focus on Arcadian illusion, where do you discuss or indeed even reference?
I believe I might talk about. I have the memory that I've written or mentioned aircraft. I think probably in relation to Osterley and talking about other kinds of intrusion. I might not have, but you're right. It's not a point I dwell on in my evidence.
No.
No.
Well, it's relevant in the context of Sion, isn't it, that I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of the Pepperpot lodges, and again, I'm going to take this very quickly just because I know Mr. Warren's dealt with it already, but in terms of those lodges, we've already looked, but please turn back to Mr. Froneman's proof at page 111.
Yes.
Photographs 37 and 38.
Yeah.
Now, you've talked about the proposed development being visible in oblique views as regards the Pepperbot lodges.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very significant, isn't it, that what we have directly in view as one looks down past the lodges, down the Great Lime Avenue, it's significant and relevant, isn't it, that one sees this very modern development directly in focus as opposed to in an oblique view.
It's relevant. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the GSK building, isn't it, in the Sky campus, I think.
This, no.
I'm getting confused.
111. No, it's something much nearer the perimeter of the park with this odd
Sorry.
thing on top. What we looked at before when you asked if there were minor intrusions, that's GSK.
Yes,
Not the Sky
sorry.
campus, the Great West House building.
Do you mention the presence of these buildings at the end of the Great Lime Avenue?
I
It
don't
may
think
be
I
that
do
you
explicitly.
but I haven't found it.
I don't think I do refer to this building at the no. At the
Were
end
you
of the Great
aware
Lime
it was
Avenue.
there?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
But this is one of those instances where you felt it unnecessary to refer to it.
I didn't refer to it actually. No, that's true in my proof.
Lastly, a couple of points on the Lion Gate. Again, Mr. Warren's taken this in some detail, but in terms of your treatment of views of the Lion Gate, and your assessment of it as regards MSE viewpoint 7 and so on, I say I'm going to stand on Mr. Froneman's evidence in large part. I'm not going to take you through what he has to say. If it's contested, questions can be put to him. But so far as that gate is concerned, when you get closer to it, you are very, very aware, aren't you, of the 21st century world that exists just on the other side of it.
Very, very aware. You're
I mean,
aware.
for example, let me put it this way. There's a bus stop, isn't
Yes,
there,
yes.
directly opposite it,
Yeah, there is.
with red London buses,
Yes.
double-decker
Going past.
buses, pulling up directly outside the Lion Gate.
It's true.
Yeah. Again,
Probably not often enough. But
say again?
Probably not often enough. Sorry.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Fair point. I mean, that's a relevant consideration, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We have noise and movement of a transparently 20th and 21st century character.
Yes.
That's a relevant consideration, isn't it?
Yes, it is relevant.
Again,
yes.
is that a consideration, the bus stop and the traffic? Is that one that you grapple with?
Not directly, no.
Well, take me to the indirect grappling.
Well, if, I don't. Yes, it would be a lot to construe. I don't mention buses. I don't. I think I probably mentioned the road. I'm not sure. Yeah. So there you are.
But of course, I mean, I'm giving examples of particular buildings or particular aspects of the setting. I mean, you are the one that points to this Arcadian illusion. And I'm interested in your being able to make the case for this Arcadian illusion, whilst at the same time making no reference to the aircraft movements, to the double-decker buses. And I think what you're telling me is that, yes, they are all relevant, and yes, I had regard to them, but no, I didn't think I would put a reference in my proof. And
I was particularly concerned because of the tall building development to refer to, because it's a tall building development rather, to refer to and draw the distinction with other tall building developments in order to properly assess cumulative harm. I didn't reference every possible intrusion, and also I must just try to point out that the illusion functions in different ways, as we've gone over at length with Mr. Warren. There is the possibility of having an illusion or enjoying the illusion for a moment. There's also the illusion as a designed feature of the historic design landscape and a significant feature, which you can appreciate more intellectually and less in terms of experience, for example, but which you need to see and identify the way it was designed.
Yeah, but I mean, you say I've not referred to this and I've not referred to that because I've been concerned with tall buildings. I mean, you haven't even referred to all the tall structures, have you?
No, not individually, no.
No, for example, those that we've just looked at in photographs 37 and 38 of Mr. Froneman's proof at page 111.
37 and 38, Mr. Froneman's proof. Are you talking about the one at the end of the avenue?
Yes.
Yes, I didn't refer to that.
No. Okay. Lastly, then, with Sion, I'm just going to
Quite a different height.
touch on 4 propositions. Sorry, quite a different height. Do you think it's sufficiently low level that it didn't merit context?
No, but I point that out as context to the fact that I didn't write it.
I've got 4 final short points on Sion and then a single point on Osterley, and then we're done. In terms of Sion Park, if we turn to your page 6.92, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
What you note is that there are 18 listed buildings at Sion, and you go on to say that they would not all be directly affected. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
But you then go on to say that the heritage significance of each one of them would be adversely affected to some degree by any harm to the significance of the park.
Yep.
Yes? Say again?
Yes.
Yes. So just so I'm clear, you say that an adverse effect on the setting of the RPG necessarily has an adverse effect on the significance of each and every individual listed building within it.
No, I don't. And actually, I think that is too strong and that sentence shouldn't be there. I think that's an error in my proof. That sentence in particular.
Okay, so paragraph 6.92 What should we red line then? Is that final sentence?
I wouldn't stand by that statement. I think that that's
It's
Yeah.
wrong, isn't it?
yes. I mean, it doesn't. I think that there may be and there can be adverse impacts indirectly when a landscape is harmed, but in this case, it's too definite. All would be affected. I don't say that in this case. Yes.
Okay, well, if I'm striking that through, I'm not going to ask you any further questions because you're not seeking then to distinguish and say, well, not all of them, but this one or that one.
Well, yeah, I am. Well, sorry. I mean, I've identified the buildings where there would be harm, but not residually through the harm to the landscape.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
I'm aware, Mr. Stroud, because you've stated on various occasions that, for example, you consider that there would be harm caused to the line gate. Let's take
Yes.
that as an example. And I understand that. We have a difference of opinion as to the degree of harm, but we understand your view. What I want to understand is this. We've now put a red line through the statement that you made when you wrote your proof to the effect that all of the listed buildings in Scion Park would be adversely affected if there were any harm caused to the heritage significance of the RPG. Yes?
That they all would be. Yes.
Yeah, so
I'm not
that's
saying
gone.
that. Yeah.
What I'm asking now, because you see, if I just leave it there, there may be some degree of re-examination on the point, and I will then not have an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah.
So are you saying that there is a particular building here whose heritage significance is adversely affected by reason of the fact that there is harm to the RPG, even though there is no harm whatsoever to the setting of that listed building itself?
I don't say that anywhere. No.
No, I'm asking you. I mean, you were saying that all of them would be affected.
In this sentence.
Yes,
yeah.
you were. Exactly. We've redlined that.
Yes. Yeah.
But in light of that, I'm asking you whether you maintain this same position in respect of any individual building rather than the totality of the buildings, which is where you were previously.
What I understand this sentence to be saying, and the reason I've said I don't stand by it, is that there is some. I understand it to be saying there's some automaticity. If the RPG is harmed, everything else will be harmed. And so I don't stand by that in relation to any particular building. The harms I've identified are more to do with they're more specific. That they're individual settings sometimes in the landscape context, but it's not automatic as a result of the harm to the RPG.
Okay. In fact, the second point Mr. Warren took you to, I don't need to ask you about that. Third point was, in terms of your assessment of harm to the house, you say there will be very serious harm to significance. Yes?
The words, you'll have to point me to where I say that.
Well, do you think there would be very serious harm to significance?
Those aren't words that I'd use. I think that the harm to the house is medium high in the scale of less than substantial harm, and it's very considerable. It's it's bad.
So I didn't quite hear you. Did you say very serious harm to significance is not a word that you would use?
That's not a phrase I think I've used, and it's not one I want to use now.
Well, can we turn to the final sentence of paragraph 6.113? Do you see that?
So sorry, I've gone too far. Right, well, I have used it.
Yeah. You see, this is why we really do need to be very careful in terms of the language we use.
I know, yes.
Yeah. And that's when we throw around, if I may, slightly hysterical terms like shattering and so on. I mean, you're saying very serious harm to significance here. As I understand it, you're now saying, no, I wish I hadn't said that.
I didn't say that. It's here.
What?
My particular concern was to do with the potential implications of the word serious. So now I would choose not to use that word, perhaps. But I don't resile from the kind of the magnitude I'm trying to convey.
Well, sorry. What word do you want to use instead of serious?
Very considerable, if you like.
Okay. Well, in terms of 6.114, we know that where you place the harm is in the medium-high range of less than substantial. Yes?
Yes.
Now, the inspector has a full explanation as to why Scion House is significant, its historic interest and so on.
Yeah.
In particular, as regards interior, because the interior of the house is very significant, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
I mean, there are obviously a myriad of issues which contribute to its significance, and many of those are entirely unaffected by this proposal, aren't they?
If we're picking out particular aspects of significance or setting, there are plenty of aspects of.
Could you say that again? I didn't hear.
There are plenty of particular aspects of significance and of setting that aren't affected by the proposed.
I'm not just talking about setting.
I said both significance and setting. Yeah.
No, but setting is part of significance, isn't it? And
Yes.
what I'm saying to you, let's be clear about this,
Mm.
because this is why we dotted around this at the beginning of the examination. Heritage significance is a composite
Yes.
structure,
Yeah.
construct, if you like, to which historic fabric and setting can both contribute.
Yes.
Yes. And what I'm putting to you is that in the context of Scion, a very significant degree of the heritage significance lies in the interior of the building.
Very significant. Yes, it does. Yes.
Yes. And we can agree that that heritage significance is entirely unaffected by these proposals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, in terms of the exterior, I think I'm right in saying that, well, I think it's Mr. Froneman makes the point about Pevsner. Do you know what Pevsner had to say about the exterior?
The exterior.
Yeah.
I believe he was slightly dismissive of it,
Yes.
but I can't remember exactly.
Okay. I mean, it's not something that you've considered, is it?
Pevsner's description.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the evidence I've read and considered.
Well, sorry, it's
Part of the evidence I've read and considered.
okay. But you've not referred to it in your 198-page document.
No, because I
202
don't. I don't
pages.
entirely agree with him, and I don't think. I mean, don't entirely agree with him. And there is a lot of interest in the exterior of Scion House. So compositionally, or decoratively, perhaps he's not so interested.
But Mr. Stroud, sorry, this isn't a pick and mix. One doesn't get to choose, surely, those sources with whom one agrees in the sense that they support one's view.
Well,
Sure, hang on. You said you haven't included it because you don't entirely agree with him. And what I'm going to put to you is that that is a wholly inappropriate basis on which to approach an assessment, because surely, even in circumstances, or perhaps particularly in circumstances where you disagree, you should have regard to what is said and then engage with it. It's fair to say, isn't it, that you do not anywhere in your proof engage with what is said about the exterior of this building?
By Pevsner. No,
Yeah.
I don't.
No. Okay, well, we now understand the basis on which you have cited various materials. I don't think I need that further, thank you. And we've already dealt with language, so that's fine in terms of Scion Park. I think, Madam, I've already gone over my time estimate. I do apologise. It's been closer to an hour. Madam, I'll leave it there. I'll leave Osterley in Mr. Warren's capable hands. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I probably can. Yeah.
I've just got a couple of quick questions. How long do you expect to be in re-examination?
No more than half an hour, ma'am. Hopefully less, because I realise
Okay.
the time of the day, but hopefully less than
If
that.
I ask my questions, then do you need a quick break before re-examination?
I'd probably be better off.
Yeah.
Can I?
I've only got a couple, then I'll let you
Okay.
go. the heritage, sorry, the Osterley Park conservation area and the development within it,
Mm,
the two-storey
mm.
dwellings along the boundary there. Am I understanding correctly that you don't take any issue with those the proposed houses
I
along,
don't think
on
they
that
would
bit
harm
that's in?
the conservation area, no.
Done that. I think we've covered most everything. Two-storey houses. Yes, there was in the responses to the reconsultation on the missing tables. One of the consultation responses mentioned the St Francis of Assisi Church
Right.
along the Great West Road and wondered why, and the question was put in there, why that wasn't included as one of the heritage assets that might be affected by the development.
It was, and I deal with it in a section where I go through some buildings that might be affected, but I judge aren't, where they aren't harmed specifically, not just affected.
It's not in the list of buildings in the statement of common ground.
No, okay. I don't know. Does that list of buildings include buildings where harm hasn't been identified by any party?
Can't recall. I don't think it was in there at all.
But it is in my
you've got
proof,
it,
I
you've
do
got it in
mention
there. Okay. Okay, yes, and back onto conservation areas. Last question. Questions that Mr. Warren was putting to you about effect on the character of the appearance of the conservation area with the buildings at the end of that road. In your view, what's the difference between character and appearance?
There's probably a lot to say,
Mhm.
but I take appearance to mean something more. There's a degree more. Objectivity is the wrong word, but you can measure appearance. Character is somewhat more experiential. It's a broader kind of experience, perhaps, than visual appearance. Does that help? So things might contribute to character far beyond what's visible or what appears visually. So I think that there's a distinction there between, sort of plain visibility. This comes to, partly we have to ask what was the intention in the statutory duty in the Planning and Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act. What does it mean, character and appearance? And it's
Well, I'm
complicated.
just interested in your views. So what do you say the difference then between character and appearance is? So appearance is
to do with much more to do with views, to do with visibility, to do with what you see, to do with what you see with the eye. A character is to do much more with a more rounded experience. So the things that you feel through movement, things that you hear, uses that you're aware of. It's a bit more intellectual in the round. If you
would it include appearance?
Appearance contributes to character, yeah.
Okay.
In my judgment.
Thank you. That's it from me. Thank you. So if we just take if we break till, I don't know, 5 to 6?
That's fine. I
long
really
enough?
just
Yep.
want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just break to 5 to 6 then.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Lyne.
Pages of notes for what's been a long day for you, I know. If you cast your minds back towards the beginning of Mr. Warren's cross-examination, you're asking questions about the emerging plan and the site allocations work that's been done as part of that. And you accepted it was a draft plan, and the point was put to you that less weight should be accorded to that than adopted policy, and you agreed with that. In those circumstances, be clear, please, that insofar as weight is given to this emerging policy, how are you inviting the inspector to consider it and take it into account?
Insofar as weight is given, there's the emerging policy has been informed by quite a lot of study, including by independent experts, about the capacity of the sites, as it's the site allocations along the Great West Corridor, as it's put, and indicative information about what you might put there. And one of the considerations in that study and in the emerging policy is about the importance of protecting designated heritage assets. So there's a lot of useful evidence there. And also it shows the intention, or the emerging intention of the council. I suppose that's what I'm inviting, acknowledging, as you say, that because it's emerging and draft, there's a difference in the relative weight you can put on it.
Thank you very much. Next, please, you're asked about the nature of impacts from views outside the World Heritage Site, and the proposition was put to you that, well, this is an impact on a setting of a setting. Did you remember that? I mean, is that the correct way to describe the nature of the impacts in your view that you're contemplating from the towpath?
No, as I tried to say, there are impacts through these views as part of the setting of the World Heritage Site.
Yeah. So, in terms of identifying the overall setting of the World Heritage Site, the overall setting is a distinction to be drawn or not between the buffer zone and the wider area?
Yes, they're not the same thing. There is a wider setting and there's the buffer zone. Yeah.
Yes. But in terms of the overall setting of the World Heritage Site, if there is an impact in views from locations within the buffer zone as part of the setting, does that include or preclude the potential for an effect on OUV?
If there are impacts in views available from within the buffer zone, does that include or preclude?
Yes, does that allow for or preclude? Which approaches you take in terms of asking whether or not that would allow for or preclude an effect on the OUV of the World Heritage Site?
My view is that those views would allow an impact on the OUV of the World Heritage Site as part of its setting.
Thank you very much. And on the same theme, you were taken to the management plan by both Mr. Warren and Mr. Booth, in particular regarding references to Thames Path, Appendix D to the master plan. Can we just go back to that, please? And if we go to PDF, page 116, and it's section D6, final paragraph before D7. PDF 117, ma'am, actually.
I think it might not be. Is it PDF 117?
In my version, it is. It may be.
I have a feeling it might be 119 based on what happened earlier, but I might be wrong. Sorry.
All right. All right, my PDF reference is
Try
different.
119.
Try 119, ma'am. Yes, mine is different for reasons unclear. It's the final paragraph of D6 before D7. It says the existing buffer zone for the Royal Botanic Gardens incorporates areas of land immediately associated with the World Heritage Site, does not incorporate all areas of land that relate to the setting of the World Heritage Site. again, that paragraph relating to the buffer zone, having an area, incorporating an area of land immediately associated with the World Heritage Site, is that relevant or irrelevant to the consideration of the Thames Path in your view?
Very relevant. Yeah,
Thank you very much. And if one goes back to D4 in the same document, same appendix, definition of setting, page 117.
115.
Yes, 115.
Oh, sorry, no, but yeah.
D4, definition of setting.
Sorry.
The appendix acknowledges the definition. The surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced, extent not fixed, may change as the asset and surroundings evolve. Again, as far as the overall recognition of the approach to setting being taken in the appendix is concerned, is that relevant or irrelevant to the issue of the towpath?
And very relevant, especially the PPG. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if one moves on within the appendix, please, if we go to D81, which is in my page, bear with me. Yes, it starts on internal page 117. It's my page 118. See the strong sense?
It's just before those.
117,
I think.
just before the figures.
Yeah. There.
We are. Now, the Royal Botanical Gardens are a place apart, designed, we'll go through the following pages, designed over several centuries, appreciated from the inside and separated from the everyday and increasingly urban landscape outside. One goes on through the appendix. One sees that as one aspect of setting. You were taken to this in your questions. But if one goes on to D82, views and vistas, you're taken to that as well. We'll go on to page 130, please.
Yes.
Walks, promenades, and routes. Okay. Now, if we look at page 130, the first paragraph at under D83, walks, promenades, and routes, it's important to recognise the sequence of Q is not a static one, not a series of individual views. All the phases of landscape design in the site since the 18th century have been dynamic in their intention. These landscapes are placed to move within and to have experiences within. A combination of movement and separation from outside world creates a dynamic, internally focused experience. You see that?
Mr. Lance, you need to...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Over here. And then the third paragraph, please. And refers to Bridgman's Richmond Gardens for Queen Caroline, had a combination of walks, free-flowing areas, being of a far larger scale, had rides through the wilderness and across open grassland, alongside the Thames on the terrace. And then Capability Brown's design for Richmond Gardens to accept well formality, replacing more free-flowing rides and making even more of a feature of the Thames. And just collect that, just bear that in mind. If it goes on to D85 then, please. And it's on page 134, internal page 133.
Yeah.
Look at the first two paragraphs. One of a series of parks and estates along the River Thames southwestern reaches. Historic and modern relationship with the River Thames is an important aspect of its setting. Intersects with the Thames along its western and northern edges. Then if one goes down to the second and third paragraphs again here, westerly boundary of RBGQ was once the westerly boundary of the historic Richmond Gardens. Relationship with the Thames was deliberately opened during the Georgian period, first with Bridgman's formal terrace alongside the river for his patron. And then again, the second paragraph on the right-hand column, Victoria brought a radical break from this open character, closing off from the development of Brentford across the water and then first plantings. So insofar as those criteria or those key aspects of the setting as set out in Appendix D relate to the historic landscape of Kew, to what extent, in your view, do they support or counteract references to the towpath in the context of the palimpsest of landscape design?
Support it very strongly. What we've heard about, what you've been drawing our attention to, is the importance of kinetic experiences in the designed multiple phases of the design landscape, and the importance of moving up and down the river, openness on both sides. How this is connected to the design intentions of particular very important designers. And as I say in my proof, the towpath is one of the ways, not only is it one of the ways today that we can best capture the experience of those designed intentions, but also it does, there was this access historically outside the garden boundary along the riverside. So it's also part of, not within the World Heritage Site, I'm not saying that, but it is part of the designed landscapes, incidentally.
So in that context, and I've taken you to a couple of the references in Appendix D, what weight do you say should be given to the absence of a specific reference to views from the towpath towards Sion?
Well, clearly I don't give it much weight, because I read in the round the statement of outstanding universal value in this whole section on setting, and see that if you like, it's not in the spirit of what's written here to disregard the importance of those views. It's strongly implicit throughout that the experience you get from the towpath and the views from it are an important part of the setting, a really important part of the setting, and this extended Arcadian landscape and adjacent parks and gardens.
Thank you very much. And points were put to you about the towpath, the fact that legislation was required to deliver it, and you were asked about the extent to which that contributed to the sense of the eliding of the landscapes. You said no. In that context, what contribution do you say does the towpath make, albeit outside the WHS boundary, if it wasn't about eliding the concept, eliding the landscapes?
Well, it makes a contribution right now to your ability to experience it, but it was also part of that design. I touched on it a little bit in that it was part of the design insofar as it was something that Capability Brown retained. Perhaps it was a constraint, but it was also something he designed for. So it's part of understanding his design and his landscape there, right along the Kew riverbank.
Thank you. And to the extent that towpath offers views towards Sion House and the park, to what extent is that consistent or inconsistent with approach to the palimpsest of landscape design that you mentioned in your proof?
The fact that there are views from the towpath out is consistent with the approach in my proof. It's an important part of what I'm considering.
Thank you very much. Now, the ferry gate, you're asked some questions on that, and it's put to you that, well, it was there to service the Sion Vista view. What impact do you think that should have on the assessment of harm should there be visibility through the gate?
The fact that it was put there to service the Sion Vista view. Well, I mean, I think that's a very sort of, as I tried to say, I don't think that's all it was doing. It was providing access to the gardens. So it's part of it. Clearly, an important part of the gardens at that time, particularly at that time, was the Sion Vista.
Yes, and I think one of your answers, I think you stopped before the next question, said views were a consideration in the siting of the gate. Just explain that, please.
Again, there's lots in Dr. Rutherford's answer, but the gate was put there to give access both in and out onto the Thames path, the tow path, up and down the river. There's a sort of functional, practical thing about getting from the ferry from Isleworth and other boats along the river into the gardens and out. But also, as Dr. Rutherford shows in her evidence, there's lots. It was absolutely thought about what you would be seeing as you entered and left the gate, and what you would be seeing on the towpath once you'd gone through the gate, and the importance of those Arcadian views.
Okay, thank you. Now, You're then asked some questions about the animation sequence. I just want to check a point so that the inspector has it clear. It was put to you that, well, the animation shows the extent of views that you have of the buildings tracking across or behind Sion House. I think there was mention, I may have picked it up wrongly, but there's mention in your evidence of views further to the north of where the video tracked. Can we just be clear in terms of your views on harm? Are you taking the animation as the full extent of where you would see the proposed development in views towards Sion House?
In views towards Sion House.
Yes.
I think that there is some ambiguity. We went through that whole thing about view 4 being outside that extent, but Sion House itself is not in view 4. So no, I'm not. Yeah, and is that
Further to the
I'm not
north.
taking it as the full extent of the visibility of the proposed development in views towards Sion House.
And if one goes further along to the north beyond the animation, can I just be clear what you were saying? It wasn't entirely clear from your evidence in chief. Are you suggesting that there'd be views of the proposal in views towards Sion House further north of the animation or not?
You would be able to see the proposed development when you're looking at. There's this thing I just want to be clear. I'm not saying you would see it behind Sion House, but you would be able to see the proposed development in views towards Sion House further north than the animation. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And point about duration that was being put to you. To what extent does the duration, in your view, contribute to harm or qualify it? How have you approached the duration of the view in the sense that it appears to be something that's being put to you as a factor which tends to, and all other things being equal, temper or reduce the harm or qualify it? How do you approach the duration of the view in your judgment?
My starting point is in the first place the significance of the view, or rather what it's giving us, about significance. And so duration is a consideration only, after that point. These are really significant views for Sion House and Sion Park, and for Kew Gardens. And the duration is well, as I say, it's clear to me that the proposed development would be visible along a lot of this section where you get a particular view onto Capability Brand's design landscape on the Sion side, and where he intended that you'd get that more open view. So duration, I don't really think it is a short duration. And just as a side point, there's duration applies really to the kinetic aspect. And then if you're talking about, the availability of actual views, maybe duration isn't the best word. It's more about, exactly what we're all talking about. Where on the towpath would it be, the Thames path would it be visible?
So beyond duration, then to what extent is the importance or otherwise of the views relevant?
To what extent is the importance of the views? Entirely. It's about their significance, yeah.
And in the terms of kinetic experience, I think the point was put to you that, well, even in that sort of 80-meter stretch, one of the first things you might see if you're walking along is the Haverfield Estate. I just asked for your view, as insofar as the walk along the Thames path takes in other development. How does that affect your approach to indicating or assessing harm along the path? Is it something which is neutral or otherwise? What do you do with that visibility?
You have to consider it as if it's causing harm in the view or in the experience of walking up the towpath, as conveyed as in views. Sorry, let me try and approach that more clearly. You have to consider it as harm if it is causing harm in the experience or the site or the contribution of setting the setting contribution to the heritage assets you're thinking about, and take account of it, and not use it to discount, for example, well, you can already see the building, so another building of a similar type isn't going to cause more harm somehow.
Yeah, so to the extent that you can see development, either Haverfield Towers or Brentford, along that walk, should that, in your view, somehow temper or downgrade the extent of harm that is caused?
No, if anything, it's a contributing element of cumulative harm.
Thank you very much. Then the Canaletto view, you asked a number of questions about that, and I'll try and summarise them in this way. I hope not unfairly. It was put to you that, well, the paintings that are being relied upon, the Canaletto in particular, shows an attitude at the time, and I think it was put to you in the end that really the heart of the interest, the artistic interest, is contained within the paintings and the drawings themselves. I mean, if it's being suggested that the paintings cannot tell you anything about the significance of Sion House now and the contribution that setting made significance, would you agree with that as far as the paintings and drawings are concerned?
No.
What contribution do they make to an understanding of significance then?
They tell you a lot about this. I mean, the building has artistic interest because of all of this, and the park, because of all of this, because of all of these depictions, and they tell you about how perceptions of the building, aesthetic, cultural, and so on, have changed through time. Those things apply to the building and the park. They don't only reside in the painting, because it has a subject, and that's how the interest of the painting is conveyed, I suppose, to the heritage asset. As they tell us a lot of things about perceptions, understandings, the cultural context in which these things, the building was designed and viewed, the park as well.
And what do they say in your view about the setting of Sion House in the way that it was being depicted? What value is drawn from the setting of Sion House in those paintings?
Well, there are lots of different ones, but I mean, to take Canaletto, for example, it's showing. This is it was commissioned, as I understand it, to the best of our knowledge, by the Dukes of Northumberland, who owned the house, to celebrate it and to show it in a setting. Well, partly to borrow the kind of prestige of Canaletto, to show it in a slightly Italian light, which would have added to their social prestige. It tells you, but in particular, and why it's relevant to the house and the park and its setting, it was telling you about it tells you a lot about how they wish that landscape and that house to be perceived. It helps us understand the design intentions behind all of this. Yeah.
And how is that relevant when one's looking at the potential impact of this building, these proposals?
In that, it's relevant in that the present day, the subject of those paintings, the subject of those images is these heritage assets before us. When you go and see them and try and understand them in the context in which they've been depicted, the proposed development would really transform that context by appearing as the only considerable, tall building in the background of that view.
Thank you very much. Other points that were mentioned in cross-examination, the distance from the viewer, and I think viewpoint AG was put to you as part of this sequence. I don't think we need to take it up, actually, in the interest of time, but obviously, insofar as view AG was put to you, is that the only view that you're relying upon to reach your view on harm?
In relation to, sorry?
Sion House.
View AG, no.
Yes. And as far as distance from the viewer was mentioned as a factor to take into account, to what extent does distance qualify or influence your view on the drawing of the eye and the assessment of harm?
On the drawing of the eye, I think at this distance, it's not much of an influence, because it appears to me from the visualizations we have that it would be close enough that it would have the effect of drawing the eye, and distance hasn't helped a great deal. I mean, I don't specifically talking about drawing the eye. Distance otherwise, it does, of course, it is relevant, as I said, to your ability then to distinguish between the two and understand their relative position and so on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And foreground not affected was another point that was raised again. Should that have a strong influence on how the level of harm is pitched in your view, aligned with distance?
Well, foreground is only one part of
Yeah.
this composition, and actually, it's not really the subject, is it? It's
Yeah, so
instrumental.
as far as distance and foreground were put, I mean, what other factors that you've mentioned need to be taken into account in your view when pitching the appropriate level of harm?
As far as foreground, sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, well, the points that were put to you were the distance from the viewer and the foreground not affected. And you mentioned there are other factors to take into account. When you have been pitching your level of harm, what other factors have you taken into account in reaching your view?
The level of harm caused. What having a clear sky behind the house enables, in terms of setting at the moment, what contribution that makes to appreciation, and particularly the architectural significance, but that in turn has relevance to historic significance in so far as it helps you understand the design intention of your perception of the house and the landscape, the symbolic meaning of the Percy line and so on. So sorry to cut a long story short. Its intrusion and its occupation of what is otherwise clear sky in the allowing you to really appreciate the silhouette of the house, its actual detailed architectural appearance, confusing your ability to appreciate the architectural detailing of the house as you look at it. The changing character it presents, because it introduces an element of urban character in what otherwise has no view that has no element of urban character. I think there are more detailed things, but those are the key ones, perhaps I'd say.
Okay, let's move on to the Western Parkland then, please. Just a few questions. And one main theme of Mr. Warren's questions as well, you're already seeing a relationship between the older and the newer in views. I mean, what approach do you say the inspector should take to views of other modern, including tall development, outside the boundary of the parkland? Is it something that should be treated neutrally when assessing harm, or some other way? How should it be done?
Well, one has to reach a view on whether it's harmed the significance of the landscape. They are intrusions. I think it's common ground that they haven't left the landscape unharmed, and so they need to be considered as harm, previous harms.
Thank you. And there's a point put to you about, well, in view R, I think you just take out view R, please, in the in CD 1051. And the point was put to you that, well, you would see the building in that view within the canopy of the trees. Do you remember that?
Yes, so I'm going to get the right one. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. I have it on page 64, internal page 64 of 1051. Yeah. And the question was put to you that, well, you would see this proposal within the canopy of the trees, and you said yes. But if one goes to view T, for example, two pages further on from elsewhere, I mean, how would you characterize the view from T as far as tree canopies are concerned?
It's rising clearly above the canopy, and actually in this view, because you get that sheer edge, it's rather drawing attention to the way it rises above the tree canopy. It's
thank you very much. And the point was put to you, well, relatively so small component in the view here. I mean, is looking at a viewpoint such as this and looking at the proportion of that view that's taken up by a building a reliable basis for reaching an overall conclusion on harm?
No, you've got to work with significance.
Thank you very much. And as far as the duration and extent from which harms can be obtained, are those matters relevant or irrelevant?
duration and extent. Only insofar as you're using them to understand the total, effect on significance.
Yeah. So if one is looking at different viewpoints within within the Western Parkland, to what extent is the extent of views within that wider area of the parkland relevant or irrelevant to your wider judgment?
It's not it's not that my judgment is based on significance and how that significance is constructed or composed.
And is that from a viewpoint or a variety of viewpoints?
Many viewpoints, and it's what the viewpoints tell me about the experience and what you perceive and understanding significance and so on.
Thank you very much. Landsgate, just a couple of questions on Landsgate, please. You accepted that the trees had a sort of mediated visually what you would see as the proposals. Again, to what extent has that influenced the judgment that you say where you should pitch your level of harm as far as Landsgate is concerned, the influence of the trees?
It's certainly part of the consideration in that there would be trees between the facade of the proposed developments in that view and the Lion Gate. So you wouldn't get a juxtaposition of the Lion Gate's architecture directly on in the distance.
And what other factors, bearing in mind, does that affect your overall judgment, the trees? That question being put to you?
Well, not considerably.
No, why is that?
Of.
Why does it not affect your view?
Because the harm that I find in that particular view, I think the proposed development is coming close to, really, well, it has a lot of prominence in that view. I don't think that the trees really meaningfully change that prominence because it's constructed through all sorts of things. It's the perception of scale that you'd have, its height, its presence on the skyline, all of those things are constructing the prominence, and the trees don't really change that.
My point was put to you, well, if you're looking at Landgate from the inside of the parkland, you're going to understand there's a modern building behind it with no functional connection. The fact that you have a modern building behind Landsgate with no functional connection to it, is that something which ought to temper or qualify the harm in your view?
No, because what I'm interested in is the significance of Lion Gate, how that's constructed, and how the setting contributes to that. So understanding that there's a modern building behind, I tried to put this, I think, that understanding isn't in the first place. Well, I suppose it's part of where you end up, but it's not what we're looking at in the main.
Now, bear with me. Yes, the conservation area, going to Austerley now. Yes, Austerley. Sorry, before I get the conservation area, one point. The other theme, again, that was being advanced by Mr. Warren and Mr. Booth, is that, well, when you're in Austerley Park, you understand that you are in London because you have the presence of development outside the park. And there'd be effectively a change of degree. What approach do you say the inspector should take to the development outside park? Is this simply something that should be treated as a neutral starting point, or something else? What
are we doing? We're interested in the effect of the proposed development on the significance of this registered park and garden. We start with the significance of the registered park and garden. That's what we're understanding it from, not a park in London. And the significance is hugely to do with the designed character of the registered park and garden, of this landscape. And so the approach we should take is to, as per our setting guidance, to think about significance, the contribution of setting to significance, and then think about how that's been impacted, and so on.
Thank you very much. Then finally, Gillette, please. Put to you that, well, the main road view from the Great Western Road. You'd have the Sainsbury's to the right. You'd have Tesco's to the further off to the left. And you agreed with that. That would be something where you'd had the main view of the Gillette Tower. To what extent does that view from the Great Western Road affect your overall judgment on harm to the Gillette building?
Which view? Are you talking about a particular visualization?
Yes, I think the point I put to you is if you're traveling down the Great Western Road,
Yeah.
you'd have the Sainsbury's off to the right, the Tesco off to the left. So you're traveling towards the site from the Great West Road. The home base, yes.
Yeah. Towards the site from so you're coming into London.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I think the point was put that in views from the main road, the developments are further away, not going to have a significant impact. But you accepted that the main road view could be characterised that way. In that context, Mr. Stroud, how do you then pitch harm to the Gillette Tower beyond that view?
Beyond that view?
Yes, in other views. What's the rationale for your pitching your level of harm for Gillette, if it's right, as was put to you, that you've got a view down the main road with Homebase off to your right and Tesco off to your left?
I'm really sorry, I don't follow.
Yes, I also put it
Maybe
this
it's 'cause it's
way.
the-
In terms of your judgment on harm to Gillette, which views do you say should be taken into account by the inspector in justifying that level of harm? Bearing in mind you were asked about the view down the Great West Road.
Well, the view in, the view out, other views as you move past the Gillette building, and indeed, in my assessment, more distant views in which the Gillette building's tower appears are all relevant to significance, and particularly its setting as part of its significance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. That's a re-examination.
Thank you very much. Okay. What a long day. Tomorrow will be shorter. We have to be out by 4 o'clock, but we are starting half an hour earlier. Let me just double check the timings, given that we went a bit awry with the timings this afternoon. So, Mr. Warren, you've got hour and a half with Dr. Mealy in chief. Is that still-
Maximum, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've got 2.5 hours cross-examination. Is that still about right?
I think so, ma'am, yeah.
Yep. And then about a quarter of an hour or so from you. Excellent. So on those timings, we should be done. It'd be tight, but I think we should do it. Maybe we'll see where we are by lunchtime, and it may be that we need a shorter lunch adjournment to fit everything in. We'll see where we go. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll sleep well tonight. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.